Okay. Welcome everyone and good morning to the Environment Committee's public hearing, Monday, March 7th, 2022. It's about 10:04 a.m. Thank you for joining us. I'm Representative Joe Gresco, and some housekeeping first. There are numerous meetings going on this morning in multiple committees. For individuals watching on YouTube and CTN, you might not see your legislator immediately, but they're coming in and out of other meetings. Also keep in mind that we receive written testimony, and we do a lot of work with the written testimony as well as verbal. A reminder to all members on the panels to please refrain from using the chat, as this is live on the internet and also television, and then people can see that. And additionally, it is subject to FOIA. 3-minute limit to verbal testimony. Look, any legislator can ask concise questions, but please try to limit to 3 minutes. We're not here to try to shut you down, but a lengthy preamble to a question is what we're trying to avoid at this point, out of respect for everyone's schedule and time, and for those who are number 85 and 86. Those testifying are numbered, and then once you're promoted to the by the clerk to panelist, you're gonna have to click the join button, the blue button. Otherwise you'll stay in the waiting room and you won't have microphone access. Please stay muted until you're testifying. And with that, any comments from my esteemed co-chair?
Well, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and welcome everybody to the public hearing today, our second public hearing, and we have another robust agenda with a long list of those signed up to testify. So I'm looking forward to a good public hearing today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Senator Minor.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I too look forward to a good conversation today, and hopefully it will be insightful so that as these bills move forward, we get a better sense of what's important to have before us this year and what may not be so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. And I'm scanning here and I do not see Representative Harding as of yet.
I'm here.
You are. Where are you? Oh yeah, I'm
I
on
know
the.
where I
That's
am
why.
on your screen. But
There you go. I was on the wrong side. Go ahead, Representative
no worries.
Harding.
No. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you for recognizing me. As you mentioned at the beginning, I also have 2 other committees going on today. So like many other members, I will be hopping back and forth to different committees as they vote or as the public hearing is ongoing. But nevertheless, I will be on here as much as possible today and really look forward to hearing the discussion and hearing from those that are testifying. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Okay, well, right out of the gate, I'm going to do a little adjusting. We're going to go to the Department of Agriculture to testify first, as opposed to DEEP. So if we can have Commissioner Hurlbert and Carol Briggs, Kaylee Royston, and Nathan Wilson would be right out of the gate for us.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. You seem to, there you go.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes, Commissioner Hurlbert.
Thank you very much. My apologies, the microphone wasn't turned on here. That's kind of important in this sort of proceeding. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. For the record,
well, Brian, Commissioner Hurlbert, you're frozen up here. Am I the only one that sees him frozen?
No, he's frozen.
Okay, let's try that again, Commissioner.
Good morning. Am I back?
I think you're back.
All right. My apologies. That was Carol checking in to make sure that I was still here. Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, Senator Minor, Representative Harding, and honorable members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Again, I'll be testifying in support of House Bill 5295, Senate Bill 234, Senate Bill 243. For the record, I'm Brian Hurlbert. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, joined by Kaylee Royston, who is our legislative liaison, and Carol Briggs, our staff attorney. Given the time limits, I won't go too deep into each proposal, but we'll provide some highlights of the three bills and with more detail in the written testimony that we submitted prior to the start of the hearing. House Bill 5295, an act concerning agriculture development and innovation. This bill contains a number of provisions to better position the state to support the continued development of the agriculture sector, promote the industry, introduce new products for consumers and market opportunities for farmers, and clean up some language to either include current practices or move sections that are no longer necessary. Section 2 of the bill would reconstitute and restructure the previous Governor's Council on Agricultural Development to the Governor's Council on Agricultural Innovation. In its previous iteration, this council pulled in leaders from across the industry to identify challenges, priorities, and potential solutions to support the agricultural industry. One of the ways GCAD was successful was because it provided that space for everyone to focus and identify what the industry as a whole should be addressing and how to go about it. This concept would reconstitute the council with some revisions hereafter. The first would be to modify the leadership of the council by directly adding the director of the Department of the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station as co-vice chair. The Connecticut Ag Experiment Station was not included in the GCAD proposal, and I think it's really important that we include another leader from the state's agricultural support sector. The second change would be to charge the council with increasing agriculture in Connecticut by developing innovative market opportunities, including urban agriculture, integration and adoption of new technology, controlled environment agriculture, and diversification of products and opportunities. We wanted to make sure that we gave the council a focus to position us as best as possible for the future and the continuing opportunities in Connecticut agriculture. Section 3 of this bill allows for the subdivision of the purchase of development right properties and future closings as approved by the Commissioner of Agriculture. After discussing the proposal with various agricultural stakeholders, I respectfully request that this section be removed from the bill, and I will commit to working with partners and come back next year with a provision to address farmland access and affordability. Moving Senate Bill 2 concerning the regulatory services of the Department of Agriculture. The most significant component of this proposal is to create a statewide dog licensing program and portal through the department. This program would make it easier for residents to license their dog, give animal control officers better information about dogs they may encounter, and generate additional funds for the animal population control program. Many of the components of the current dog licensing program will remain the same, but we are expecting that the number of dogs licensed would increase from about the current 210,000 dogs to over 300,000. The American Veterinary Medical Association estimates that there are approximately 400,000 dogs in the state, so there's a ways to go in order to get those dogs licensed. Thank you very much for raising this important concept and recognizing the need to streamline this important service. Given the time that it would take to build out the online portal, message this change to dog owners and work with the communities and ensure that our agency staff is trained for this transition, we would request that the effective date of sections 5 through 13 be revised no sooner than July 1, 2024. We look forward to continuing to meet and working with the town clerks, municipal animal control officers, and members of the community to ensure that this transition serves all parties and maintains a level of safety for our communities. Finally, comments on Senate Bill 243, an act concerning climate smart agricultural practices. As Commissioner of the department, I had the privilege of chairing the Agriculture and Soil Sub-Working Group of the Governor's Council on Climate Change, which collectively identified 51 near-term goals to support Connecticut in meeting its climate change targets. Agriculture continues to play a vital role in climate change mitigation and adaptation, and we thank the committee for recognizing how climate-smart agricultural practices are vital to supporting the role our partners play in working forward on climate-smart agriculture. Weather events continue to challenge the state's farms with more intense events than we've seen historically. It is possible to offset some of those challenges, but it comes with a cost. Retooling the Farmland Restoration Grant to pay for those practices will provide the support that is necessary to make that investment on each farm. A few comments on the proposal as drafted before you. We would request that the language allows for a partial upfront payment as opposed to 100% upfront payment. We suggest that there should be a cap on the amount per farm per year to ensure that every farm has an opportunity to apply. And then acknowledge that the department already does allow many of the provisions that are listed in section 1B, items 1 through 7, through the viability grant program. So it's fairly duplicative language with what our current programs offer and fund. I would also respectfully ask that should this proposal move forward, that it be done in conjunction with additional funding to support the Farmland Restoration Grant and these new practices. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I hope I was as close as possible to that 3-minute mark, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee members may have on the proposals.
Thank you, Commissioner Hurlbert. And I'm going to ask a question concerning 5295, specifically about the ability to farm rabbits in that bill. And you've probably gotten some pushback, as has this committee, as far as electronic testimony, and I'm sure we'll get verbal testimony. Where did this idea come from? Was this something that was a proponent of DOAG?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This proposal was born by an actual need in the industry. Representative Rationale and I met with constituents of his at pre-COVID time who have a small rabbit farm and who don't have the opportunity, because they're prohibited due to the lack of this language, to sell their processed animals directly to consumers. So this would create the mechanism that would allow them to do that. Currently, they would have to have an individual come in and purchase the live animal, process, the farm would then process it, and then the individual would have to come back to pick up the processed animal. We did something very similar in the legislature and the department back about a decade ago that allowed for this sort of activity with chickens and turkeys. So what we're looking to do is extend what is currently offered to some farmers to additional farmers. I think there's a tremendous market opportunity out there for this to take place. And I think it would send a strong message by including this language to not only that small farm that's looking to get their start in agriculture, but to other farms that are looking to expand and diversify their operation.
So one of the concerns about this was that it was going to turn into quote unquote factory farming. Who would have the regulatory oversight of this?
The regulatory oversight would sit with the department. And again, it would follow along the lines of the small producer exemption that we have taken advantage of for over a decade with our poultry farms. So it would, these would be small farms that would fall under the USDA small producer exemption would be under 5,000 turkeys, 20,000 chickens. So these are not, large mega farms or anything of the sort. The other thing is that this is one farm that's seeking this, and so I don't think that that we have this huge marketplace that's going to be created overnight. It will take time, but I think it is the right thing to do in order to support them. And the small producer exemption would be for 1,000 rabbits in this case per year.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'm going to stick to my own rules here, so that's good for me. I have more questions, but I will listen for now. Next, we're going to go to Senator Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I'm remembering that once upon a time, the agency used to keep track by town the number of dogs that are licensed in the state. Is that still the case?
Yes, sir.
And
that's where we got about that 210,000 number.
So could you provide the committee with a PDF of that document so that we could take a look at over time which communities seem to have had fewer dogs registered, and try and understand in your request what the benefit is. So I'm assuming that the target is to try and increase the numbers that are licensed. I just think it might be helpful if we could see what those numbers are and what they have been in the past. Thank you.
We can get you some information, and as a follow-up, I think along the lines of the question here, is that we met with the town clerks Friday morning, and the town clerk of Wyndham mentioned to us that she was the previous town clerk in the town of Chaplin, and that Chaplin and Wyndham have approximately the same number of dogs licensed. I think we all know that Chaplin and Wyndham are very different in size, and probably the number of dogs that reside in the respective communities. So this would be an opportunity to encourage and make it easier for residents to license their dog, but also make sure that more animals are registered in the state.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and I know that's your hope. That's where some of us may actually have a bit of a disconnect. I don't know what the information is going to show, but I think there has been a question raised as to whether or not the communities that we're hoping would do a better job actually have either the connectivity or the technology to allow them to license their dogs via the internet. So I look forward to the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Next is Representative Dubitzky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for coming in. A couple of quick questions. First off, I appreciate that you have asked that Section 2 of 5295 be removed. I was going to ask you a couple of questions about that because I didn't think it was really ripe for statute at the moment, but I appreciate your asking that section be removed, and I would also encourage that be removed and that more work be done on it and perhaps come back next year on it. With regard to the dog licensing, you mentioned two towns, Chaplin and Wyndham, and made a comparison with regard to number of dog licenses. And I wonder if you could expound on that a little bit. Certainly Chaplin and Wyndham are next to each other, but they're very different sizes. They're different demographics. Wyndham is essentially an urban area. Chaplin is a rural area. How did you come upon choosing those two as a comparison?
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for your comments regarding Section 3. And I hope that we will be back next year with something to address that. The only reason I chose those two was because in the meeting with the town clerks, one of the leaders of the Town Clerks Association is the Wyndham town clerk, and she mentioned in that meeting that she previously served as the Chaplin town clerk, and made note that they have about the same dogs licensed between the two. We didn't pick those two towns as an example. It's just a for instance that I thought I'd share with the committee.
Okay, but does it seem unusual that the two towns have about the same number of dogs?
I would suggest that in the difference of the population, I think this is what the town clerk was suggesting, that there's probably more dogs that aren't licensed in Wyndham that could be registered, and this is one way that we're trying to make it easier for residents to take advantage of that.
Okay, I'm just wondering how it would work on the ground if the state now is licensing dogs as opposed to the town. I know in our town, as you may know, I live in Chaplin. People just go down to town hall, buy a tag, stick it on their dog, and that's done. How is it going to work when it's run by the state?
So that's a great point. That's a great question and a great concern that we also shared as we were trying to develop this language. A resident could go online in the comfort of their home, register their animal, and we would mail them the appropriate tag, and PDF copy would be made available for them through the portal to use to demonstrate that the dog is licensed. The language also includes the opportunity to deputize municipal workers, i.e. town clerks. That would still allow for residents who either have internet access challenges or are more comfortable going to town hall to register their animal at town hall as they currently do. We didn't just want to take this program out of the town halls and move it 100% online. We wanted to create an opportunity that I think best fits the needs and the challenges of the residents. And we had a great conversation with the town clerks last week, and I think we'll have a couple more to make sure that we're including their concerns in this consideration.
Okay, it just seems like if the town clerks are still going to be involved and now the state is involved, sounds like there's going to be a lot more hands touching all these things. And every time somebody else touches it, it adds to more money. Isn't this going to cost more to have it run by the state as opposed to run by the towns?
Well, that's one of the reasons why we expect that the number of animals licensed will increase, would be to fund the creation of the statewide portal. So that would generate the revenue necessary for it. We're hoping that this will decrease the amount of residents who go into town hall to register their dog, but they would still receive that $1 per license that they currently do. So the goal is that we would reduce the amount of work at the town clerks, but still maintain the level of funding, recognizing that a lot of those funds were used to support their animal control operations.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And a couple quick questions about the rabbits. Currently, I just want to make sure that I got it right. Currently, a farmer can sell rabbits, meat rabbits to customers, but there has to be 2 separate transactions as opposed to 1, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what this language would do would just be to make it easier, so there would only need to be 1 visit to the farm.
Yes, and that's exactly what we did with the poultry industry, again, about a decade ago. And it tremendously increased the market opportunity for them, made it a lot easier for consumers to get access to, connected grown chickens and turkeys. And we think we could do the same with rabbits. Okay,
now you said that this particular permit would be limited to 1,000 rabbits a year. So, perhaps that addresses to some extent some of the concerns with regard to what they call factory farming, where we're talking about, tens or hundreds of thousands of animals. What is the procedure if a farmer gets more business than that and decides they want to do more than 1,000? What does that kick them into?
That would kick them into having the need to have that animal processed at a USDA inspected facility.
Okay, and are there any in the state?
Yes, sir.
For rabbits?
Well, given that I don't think anybody's processing rabbits, I don't know that any of the processing facilities currently offer it, but I think we would have to tackle that should we get there.
Okay, so essentially, there is no current option to process more than 1,000 because there really isn't any processing in the state for that many animals, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your answers, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to ask.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Next is Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Hilbert. Thank you for increasing the funds on the Animal Population Control Program in SB 234. I'm going to try and respect the rules and go by concepts on my questions, but first, I would say if Section 2 should be removed, should not Section 7 be removed? And I'll voice my questions first so that this way I'll just And then also I was looking into this part of 5295 that covers the rabbits. Then we just had a public hearing in Commerce Committee for HB 5263, which had over 100 testimonies in opposition, none in support. And so, I mean, this is clearly an unpopular language that we're hearing again here in environment. And with this and the part of the SB 234, like reindeer, we're not engaging in risking disease spread of rabbit hemorrhagic disease or chronic wasting disease with reindeer. Why take such serious risks, especially for products not in demand when it comes to rabbits? And then I have one more question, I apologize, on another subject, which is on SB 239. If we're still allowing rodenticides to be used to a certain extent, who pays or covers the damages, like the harm, if say a rescue organization takes on injured wildlife, who pays for those bills? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I'll try to address them. I think the last question you have there, I'm not prepared to answer, but we can work on a response to that. With regards to the rabbit processing, I would like to correct your statement that nobody testified in favor of the bill, because I testified in favor of the bill. So I think that counts. But I understand that some people are opposed to animal agriculture, and I respect that, and they have the choice to do that. We have a marketplace that does, and maybe a limited marketplace, but that does have an interest in pursuing Connecticut-grown, locally raised meats. And this would allow that to happen in a very similar way and manner that we allow other farms to have access to it. So I can understand that people may not want to have rabbits processed, but we are looking for an opportunity to extend the same market opportunity that is available to our poultry farmers. So I think that this language does just that. With regards to the reindeers, basically what we have seen over the past couple of years is that Connecticut is a great place for the film industry, that they have been filming different movies, and I think the Hallmark Channel is one of the most frequent here in the state, and they choose Connecticut to film their holiday themed movies. And currently, we have limitations on how reindeer can come into the state and how long they can be in the state for these sorts of events. And so in an effort to make it easier, both for the companies that are looking to drive the economy in our state, and easier for the reindeer owners to bring those animals into the state, we have worked with DEEP to extend the timeline or the time frame that each individual animal could be in the state. I think it's currently 48 hours, and this would move it to 1 week. So this activity is already happening, but the filming, there's a lot of considerations that have to go into filming, and so you may not be able to get the shot in 48 hours that the animal is currently permitted to be in the state. And so then the animal has to go back across state lines, back to its resident farm, and then they have to apply for another permit and bring the animal back in. We're hoping that by extending the time frame that's of what's already allowed for reindeers in the state, that we would make it easier for both the filming, the production companies, and reduce the level of stress on each individual animal that has to be driven back and forth in order to meet the permit timelines.
Well, I appreciate that. I just, I'm sure they can be filmed on location where they are without having to go through the stress of travel at all. But I appreciate those answers. I think there was one more thing where it was section 7 of 5295. If you ask to remove section 2, what happens to section 7? Thank you.
Representative, the removal is section 3, not section 2. That was asked. Well, Commissioner, you can handle that.
Okay, sorry. I must have misheard at the beginning.
Section 7.
Commissioner, I can answer that real quick. Section 7 is just the repealer. We would be repealing the Interagency Aquaculture Coordinating Committee, which hasn't been active in a number of years, and the Aquaculture Advisory Council, which was actually never seated and never active. We just reviewed our current statutes and took the boards or the councils that have never been active or are currently inactive and removed them from our statutes.
Okay, since I'm limited in question, that would raise more questions, what you just said, but I appreciate your time already. Thank you, and I'll leave it to the chair.
Thank you, Kaylee.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Representative Chafee, if you would indulge Representative Mashinsky, who's probably bouncing back and forth between multiple committees. I know she's anxious to ask a question of DOAG. So Mary, Representative Mashinsky, please go ahead.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Chairman. I wanted, first, Commissioner, I wanted to thank you for putting in your testimony that the therapy dogs, a certain category of them, will be allowed the free license to thank them and their human partner for the service they do to help abused children in Connecticut. That's really significant, and they are as worthy as a service dog of being honored by the state. So I appreciate that you are adding that in your testimony to section 10. Now, I also had a question for you regarding farmland preservation. Down where I live in South Central Connecticut, we have some smaller farms that raise just vegetables, but they're too small to fit under the preservation guidelines. However, if they go out of business, and I know of one particular one that's hanging on just barely, if they go out of business, we lose a source of fresh produce in our densely populated part of the state. So I was wondering if you would consider allowing smaller farms to be preserved if they provide fresh vegetables to the surrounding area. So this would be a change in your guidelines for farm preservation, specifically for farm grown vegetables.
Representative Mashinsky, first, let me say thank you for all of your work with us and the community on the dog licensing. I appreciate the time and energy and availability that you've made over the past year to make sure that we get this right and address the needs of the community out there. There are no limitations to the size in our Farmland Preservation Program. We have two programs, which I'll call the traditional Farmland Preservation Program, which is the one that is about 43 years old now. That was the first iteration of farmland preservation in the state. Generally speaking, those were larger parcels of land, and the first number of decades where we were able to preserve these large swaths, a lot of dairy farms or open space. Less than 15 years ago, the legislature created the Community Farms Program, and Farmland Preservation is under CC, Community Farms is under NN, which was designed to get to those smaller parcels that aren't 150 acres. And one of the components is that the farm has to be raising something for food. So I think we have the solution in place for your farm. If you would like to send us their information, I'd be happy to have our team to them and see what we can do to put something together.
Sure, it's actually not in my district, but it's near my district in South Central Connecticut. The owner believes that he's too small to qualify, so I will have him work directly with your agency.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky, and Representative Chafee, thank you for your indulgence. Go right ahead.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions on 5295. First being the inclusion of long lines into the definition of aquaculture. I was just curious what the rationale is behind that. I don't know if long lines are currently used for commercial fishing or not in the state.
They are representative, and that's why we wanted to include them in the statute to make sure that we have the ability to continue to work with our shellfish partners and allow for them to be out there. Essentially, it's a line that goes out. You can grow kelp from it. You could drop bags of oysters or clams or mussels, but it is a current practice that's out there.
Now, what about the use of long lines where it's, a line with baited hooks off of it? Is that allowed currently?
I don't know if it's allowed currently. That would be a question to DEEP. But as we don't regulate fishing, this would be under our aquaculture components, which is farming.
Okay, so that is not the intent of the use of the word long line. Maybe we could clarify that a little bit, because second question would be in relation to the rabbit farming, I guess we could call it. You said that the small farm exemption is for 1,000 rabbits, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Are there any sort of humane standards of how big, a pen or an enclosure is per rabbit? I'm just wondering how big these facilities would be to house 1,000 rabbits.
I don't believe there are any regulations about the sizes or space allowable for rabbits in statute. The town may have some restrictions or provisions through their planning and development office, but or planning and zoning rather. But I don't believe that there's such standard in statute.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Representative Chafee. Seeing no other hands raised in the room, thank you, Commissioner Hurlbert, and your crew for answering our questions and for the good work that you're doing for the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a great rest of your meeting.
I like your thinking. Next, we're going to go to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. I'm not going to announce every one of the individuals that are going to be participating. There are 19 of them. Who's minding the store? That's my first question. If all 19 of you are here, thank you for joining us, and we'll give you a second to get everybody ready to go, and then proceed, Madam Commissioner.
I think we have most of our folks in the Zoom. So, and I know you have a busy agenda this morning, Representative. So I'm happy to get started. I will just want to say good morning and thank you to Senator Cohen, to yourself, Representative Gresco, to Senator Minor, Representative Harding, to all the distinguished members of the committee. We really appreciate the opportunity to testify on several bills this morning. And I want to specifically express appreciation to the committee for raising several proposals at the agency's request. The first, Senate Bill 238, is an act concerning revisions to certain environment-related statutes. Some of these provisions, I think, are familiar to the committee from last year. We continue to endorse the value and importance of this bill and these provisions, which would help us better achieve our mission, reduce some of the regulatory burden, and ensure that our regulatory programs could operate more effectively. In addition, we'll note that some of the provisions in this bill will help our state better access out-of-state resources if necessary for combating wildfire. So again, we appreciate the agency or the committee raising this bill at the agency's request. In addition, there are two bills that our Outdoor Recreation Bureau has advanced to the committee's consideration, and we appreciate you raising these as well. This is Senate Bill 241, which is an act concerning boating safety. Again, the provisions in this bill would enable us to better utilize our resources to help keep the public safe with respect to labeling, putting contact information into vessels that helps our staff to identify and contact the owner and avoid having to, engage a full kind of search and rescue mission if we find a vessel that's unmanned. In addition, the provision would help us avoid circumstances of duplicative parallel kind of enforcement regimes being advanced by municipalities that duplicate state boating ordinances. So there are a number of provisions in here that we think would help us better achieve our boating safety goals in a more efficient manner. In addition, we appreciate the committee raising Senate Bill 5290, which is an act prohibiting access to state parks and forests for certain conduct. As the committee is aware, we've had a great, increase in public interest and usage of our parks over the last 2 years, which is fantastic. At the same time, regrettably, and I know these have been very rare circumstances, but we have had some instances where we've had visitors that have engaged in conduct that was really concerning with respect to the risk to our staff safety as well as the safety of visitors. And so that has raised our awareness and drawn our attention to certain ways that some existing provisions could be strengthened to allow for the ability for DEEP to exclude visitors for up to 1 year in the event of a certain activity that would be concerning, threatening to the public or to the safety of our staff. So we appreciate the committee raising these 3 bills at DEEP's request. I also want to appreciate the opportunity that we have to have submitted testimony on House Bill 5298, an act concerning waste to energy facilities. I realize that it's been a very busy time. We've had the pleasure of testifying before many committee hearings, and we've been preparing a lot of testimony for various hearings for various committees. So we just have posted our written or submitted our written testimony this morning to the committee. I recognize it's not optimal and the committee may not have been able to review in advance, but we did appreciate the opportunity to provide written testimony on a number of bills, including 5298. And to be concise, we think that the issues that the committee is focused on there in terms of the future of the waste energy facility that is operated by MURA is of relevance and concern to the entire state. We've been working very hard to address the waste disposal crisis. We appreciate all the effort that the committee has been putting into advancing legislation that will help municipalities and DEEP reduce the amount of tonnage of waste disposed of in the state and increase the diversion of materials from the waste stream. This will be very impactful to help reduce or regain self-sufficiency in a more cost-effective and sustainable way into the long term. Respectfully, I think many of the questions that are raised that would have this task force would be addressing are questions that the MURA executive leadership team and MURA board is actively considering as we speak. And I think that to the extent that the committee is looking to advance a better understanding or exploration of some of the questions around the continuing viability of continuing to fund the operations of the waste energy facility, I would submit that the MURA board would be best positioned to be able to respond to those issues as opposed to establishing a new task force and or DEEP. The MURA board could comply with the statutory requirement to submit an annual plan of operations to DEEP, which we haven't have had somewhat erratic submission of those annual plans of operations, but that could be another venue for DEEP to explore and to inform the committee in terms of the viability of or the answers to some of the questions that this task force would explore. But finally, I'll say I appreciate the committee raising Senate Bill 236, which is an act concerning the use of backup diesel generators for the purposes of peak shaving. We think that this is a positive step by the committee. We have significant air quality challenges across the state. We do expect that this month EPA will be downgrading Connecticut's air quality status once again from serious to severe non-attainment status for meeting the federally required Clean Air Act standards for ozone. And so that's going to require us to look across the board at more measures that we can put in place to comply with the federal standards to help tackle emissions of NOx and other ozone precursors. So we think that this is a really timely proposal and welcome any questions that the committee may have for us on this and other bills before you today.
Well, thank you, Madam Commissioner, and thank you for submitting the testimony. I'm sure we will all read it. I want to ask you a question on House Bill 5290, and I'm reading, any person who threatens or commits an act of violence against a person in state park or forest or vandalizes any property in a state park or forest, like, well, cutting down trees, maybe, prohibited from entering any state park or forest by the commissioner. So this would be your discretion. Is there a process that you had in mind, or is this not a conviction, but a commission of the crime, or the potential threatening? How would you vision that?
Yep. So let me invite our Deputy Commissioner Mason Trumbull to respond to your question. I just want to note that the reason that we have asked the committee to raise this bill is because under current law, DEEP has the ability to exclude individuals from our parks and forests and campgrounds for up to 1 year, but only in the instance that such visitors have been convicted of an infraction violation of certain state park regulations. So if there were a more serious crime or violation of a criminal statute or that may occur, if it's not a violation of state park regulations, we would not have the ability to take advantage of existing law, this existing provision, to be able to exclude someone from our park properties. And unfortunately, this is not a theoretical circumstance, but we have had some incidents in the last year with dangerous circumstances involving, either threatening or threats or threatened assault of park staff, or lewd and offensive comments towards other visitors. So certainly we want to be sensitive to and work with the committee on ways to ensure that the authority in this bill is properly circumscribed to protect the rights of our citizens and ensure that this is not something that would be implemented in a arbitrary or overly broad way. But frankly, we found ourselves in a concerning circumstance of not having the ability to address issues related to state park regulation infractions, but not being able to implement these kinds of cooling off sort of exclusions of folks for up to 1 year for more concerning activity. But just briefly, Deputy Commissioner, do you want to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Representative. Katie, I think you said it really well. We had a couple incidents last summer, one involving staff safety, another involving lewd behavior in a park. And we found ourselves in the position of not being able to do a quick evacuation. And in some cases, those behaviors continued. And so we did in our testimony, Representative, we did support the changes the Environment Committee made, and just recommended that you add lewd behavior to the list of vandalism and other the list of things that you already had included. We just recommended that you added human behavior to that.
Well, okay. One person's lewd behavior is another person's, but we need a definition for that going forward, but I'm going to keep to my own rule here, and that's my question. We're going to move next to Senator Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, sticking on the same subject matter, if individuals created trails within the state park or state forest system for use as mountain bike trails without specific authorization from the agency, would those rise to the level of an administrative proceeding where they would be barred from the use of that property or all property?
Yes, Senator, I can answer that one. Really, I don't think we've used, I think we used this once last summer. We really try to focus on, some of those larger, more concerning types of issues. Certainly, building unauthorized trails is very concerning in our state parks and something that we would want to take a hard line on. I don't think we've used this provision as of yet for that. That can often be really hard to, it can be often hard to identify who's doing that. But certainly we could use it for that, I believe.
And so switching gears just for a moment on the bill, I think it's 241, section 1, that talks about developing a regulation for the identification of the owner of a watercraft. I think when we talked about this, you came to meet with leadership about raising this bill. I asked a question about a paddleboard, and I believe the indication was that would qualify. I was thinking that someone would take one of those magic markers that don't deteriorate too quickly. And so if I had a paddleboard, I'd put my name and a phone number on it, or a name and an address and a phone number. But the language that's been drafted here looks strikingly like a registration. Could you tell me whether that is the intent of this, to require a registration?
Yes, Senator, thank you. The intent is not to require a registration. Some other states have done that for paddlecrafts. I think we would be against doing that here in Connecticut, just because that would include an extra cost, both to paddlers and for staff constraints to the agency. We don't want to keep people from paddling. So our intent really is to put that information on the paddlecraft, and using a permanent marker as you suggested would fulfill the requirements of the language as it's drafted now.
And I just, as a clarification, I heard the commissioner talk about the impact to public safety and living in a community that has many bodies of water, and in a district that has even larger bodies of water. I can't imagine someone stopping a rescue or a parent rescue system just because somebody found a kayak with a phone number on it. So how would this work? If my kayak is out there, they find my name and my phone number and they can't reach me, does that mean people stop looking for someone in the water?
Thank you, Senator. I think I'd like to turn over to Colonel Lewis to answer this one. He can provide a little bit more information on how NCON would respond to this situation.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Senator. No, we would still respond to the call, but that just gives us time we can contact the documented owner and verify are they there? Did they know where their paddlecraft is? we have several instances every year where we start a response. It involves us, Coast Guard, local resources, fire department, and then through social media or other investigative needs, we do determine that the owner of this kayak, we contact them and say, oh no, sorry, it floated off my dock. By that time, we're several hours into a response. We have multiple agencies out there, often in inclement weather, expending state resources, local resources, and time for something where a simple, quick phone call would have addressed the situation that, hey, there's no life or property in danger right now. So we could slow our response down or just limit it to a one agency response versus calling out, again, Coast Guard, depending on the water body, local fire departments, local police department, state police, ourselves as well, responding to these reports of unoccupied vessels.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Next, we have my co-chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And just a couple of questions on different topics. So one, I wanted to quickly address boating safety, of particular concern in my district. We all sort of recognize there's been an increase in activity, which has been a happy side effect of the pandemic. I think more people outside, more people recreating on our waters. But with that comes some concern over the level of activity. And I think there's been a recognition that we've been, as a state, understaffed. And I know we've talked about this from the point of view of the parks and NCON, and certainly I would think that concern expands to the water and water safety. And so I just wonder if you could talk a bit to what's being done to staff up NCON or some sort of supervision, as it were, with respect to personal watercraft safety, just general watercraft safety, and the safety of our residents out there recreating on our waters.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, as you said, we have seen a happy increase in boating safety, but in boating activity. But along with that increase comes more challenges for our NCON officers, and there's no surprise that our NCON officers have been definitely challenged over the last years since COVID has brought an increase, not just in boating, but across really all types of outdoor activities. Specifically focused on boating safety, one of the areas that we are working on, we actually rolled out a pilot program last year in the Marine District, was a seasonal NCON officer program. So we hired 20, it was a pilot program last year. We hired 26 seasonal NCON officers. And we found that was incredibly successful, helped our full-time officers focus on more of the larger, more important or serious concerns, while some of our NCON seasonal employees could focus on many of the other different concerns that come up in campgrounds and large parks with traffic like Hammonasset and things of that nature, and allow our full-time officers to free up some of their time to focus more on the larger issues. So we are planning on expanding that program again this year. I believe we have been recruiting over the last month or so for that program. I believe the positions are still open as well, and we hope to expand that depending on how many folks apply. But I think we are planning on expanding more than 26 this year, and the final numbers will depend on the number of applicants that we receive.
And how many of those are on the water?
Sure. So like I said, a lot of them handle like some of the lower level patrols in state parks, campgrounds, parking, those type of issues, which does allow our full-time officers to spend more time doing the higher level patrols, which would include time on the water.
Okay, and recognizing that there are more questions, I just want to ask on the peak shaving bill, if I could, Commissioner. We can see that there's several pieces of testimony in favor of this legislation, and also several in opposition. And those that I read in opposition have concerns over whether or not this bill would be prospective in nature or retroactive as well. I wonder if you could speak to that. And also, you spoke a little bit to the ramifications of not doing this. You mentioned ozone and non-attainment air quality, obviously here in Connecticut, which is of great concern. I read a piece of testimony this morning indicating that perhaps conditions are worse in some areas of the state than others, and that maybe there's not as much of a contributing factor in certain areas to the detriment of the ozone, say in Eastern Connecticut, as there would be from the cities. I wonder if you could speak to that a little bit, and if this is necessary to do statewide.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Senator. I want to just first, I'll say that we do not believe that we don't read this legislation as applying retroactively. As we read it, it would apply to facilities that are seeking permits on or after July 1 of this year. But we would be happy to work with the committee in terms of any further language to clarify that prospective approach, if that's, as I understand the committee's intent. It certainly would be important to us to ensure that it's applied prospectively. To your other point, a question with respect to the air quality challenges. So we are, Connecticut as a whole is a challenge in terms of meeting ozone standards. We also have more, the way that the program is implemented by the EPA. There are also, as you note, certain regions of the state that are even more challenged. And then I think there's concerns in terms of very localized air quality impacts as well. So I think that, just first I would note that this bill applies to peak shaving, use of diesel engines for peak shaving generally. But in the context of data centers, particularly, we know that they're the sheer size in terms of energy consumption, and then and potential peak shaving, those emissions, the rate of emissions, the contribution could be quite significant. So with that kind of context, I want to ask our bureau chief for our Air Bureau, Tracy Babbage, to elaborate with respect to your specific question around particular regions of the state.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Senator Cohen, for the question. It's a great one. One of the things I'd emphasize about the focus of this bill is it pertains to peak shaving. And one of the things about peak shaving is it's an activity that occurs on our worst air quality days. So it coincides with our high electric demand days. So one of the things that we are likely to see, both as the Commissioner described as from a localized perspective, but also when we have ozone exceedances, they tend to be regional events. So this would be an activity that would be occurring on our worst possible air quality days and our highest electric demand days. So we would be likely to see that activity would we'll see the events regionally, but also locally, it will contribute to much higher emissions that could result in exceedances of the ozone standard. So I hope that helps to answer the question.
Absolutely. And last question, is this being done in other states? Is this legislation modeled after another state?
Yeah, so the standards that are proposed in this legislation are consistent with standards that the state of Delaware has implemented. I'll note that we have done some benchmarking across other jurisdictions across the United States, and identified a subset of states that have moved forward with regulations specific to this peak shaving activity, which I would distinguish from the use of backup diesel engines for emergencies or for maintenance when a facility would be offline from the grid. And I'll note that so the Delaware standards are some of the most stringent in the country. At the same time, Delaware's air quality is better than the air quality that we experience here in Connecticut. And so in light of just the broader ozone attainment challenges that we have here in Connecticut, anticipating that we will be downgraded to severe non-attainment, we share that unenviable designation with just a very limited subset of states or parts of the country, including the sort of New York, New Jersey, Connecticut metro area, and the coastal areas in California. So that's one of the reasons that we were kind of benchmarking across all states, but also that in our view, adopting approaches that have been utilized in states that have air quality challenges that are more similar to what we experience here in Connecticut is something that is worth a strong consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to my co-chair and committee for indulgence.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Next is Representative Michelle, followed by Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Dykes and et al. I'll, for the sake of time, and I have a ton of questions, but I'll try to limit it to 4 different domains on SB 238. I'll enumerate my questions first. On Section 3, why the change on the noise control? I think my understanding is that it actually enables municipalities to preempt with their own version of it or better version. And then I have a question on Section 4. That's very interesting. I'd like to know what the main differences are, why we're replacing that subsection C, and if we're replacing it in this new version, I do not see any public process, which I think would be really a good addition. And then on pesticide section 11, I'm curious about the change there, if somebody can just elaborate on that. And then nuclear section 12 to 17, what's that doing? If that could be summed up. I'm sorry, but I thought these were really important questions. Thank you.
Great. Actually, I'll invite Tracy Babbage. I think she will be able to be the best person to respond to actually many of those questions, given the range of these provisions that affect the Air Bureau.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Representative Michelle, for the question. I'll start with Section 3, the noise provision that you referred to. This would simply eliminate the administrative step of DEEP's approval. We think it's helpful from a municipal perspective and also in terms of conserving scarce resources at DEEP. Overall, municipalities will still have to comply and conform to the overall noise plan that's contained in Section 22A-73. And I think we're at a stage now in terms of municipalities adopting local ordinances and conforming and having really good examples of how to do that. We think that works well. And again, enforcement will be at the local level for those provisions. So that's specific to Section 3. Section 4 is really to address it's a minor revision and we think a drafting oversight in the statute, because it eliminated one reference to Part 62 of the Federal Code of Regulations, which relates to provisions requiring certain planning requirements for certain types of incinerators. So what this revision does is simply insert the reference to Part 62 to ensure that those provisions are enforceable at the state level and don't avoid a situation where under our Title V permitting program for that specific provision, facilities would be subject to federal oversight. So it's a very minor revision, and we're not exactly sure how that one statutory reference was eliminated. So I hope that answers your question, and I think I covered everything, but if I haven't.
And then Jen Perry is our Bureau Chief for Materials Management and Compliance Assistance, and can respond to your question on Section 11.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So Section 11 for our pesticides program, we have been working really hard to move our pesticides registration to an online registration system. And this 1 year registration and allowing us to basically register, renew, and collect our registrations on an annual basis will really simplify and streamline our process. We put a lot of resources into this program. Typically, in the past, we have been doing registration on a 5-year cycle. So a registrant has to register and pay for their registration on a 5-year upfront basis. So by going to a 1-year basis, it'll eliminate the confusion of registrants of understanding where in the renewal process they are. It will also eliminate the need for us to actually issue processing refunds if someone is actually discontinuing their registration during that 5-year cycle. We are obligated to issue a refund. So this really will just simplify and streamline our process, and it'll actually reduce the upfront cost for registrants by going to a 1-year basis rather than a 5-year cycle.
Okay, thank you for that. And then nuclear section 12 to 17, if that could be just summed up some way, what this is actually doing.
Tracy, if you
Sure,
wanna...
I can take that, Representative Michelle. Just overall, these sections basically are minor revisions to our radiation statutes to further conform them to NRC requirements. As you may recall, last year, Connecticut adopted legislation to advance us as an agreement state. So we've taken steps to basically take over the oversight of radioactive, certain radioactive materials in the state. So these sections provide minor revisions to that to clarify what this covers in terms of oversight for DEEP and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And happy to provide further detail if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the DEEP team for clarifying some things. And I could take some more questions offline after. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. Next is Representative Dubitsky, followed by Representative Mushinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for coming in. I have two areas. One is with regard to prohibiting people from from entering parks. Is the intent to require some type of conviction before the person is excluded?
So let me invite, so in this instance, no, but let me ask Colonel Lewis maybe to speak to how we would implement this.
Thank you. No, this change would allow based on an arrest of the individual. And then again, this is something we use rarely anyhow. We would still use it rarely just in those cases where, like the commissioner mentioned last year, we had couple incidents that highlighted our lack of ability in this area. So when you have an individual that comes to a park and such threatening behavior results in several felonies, we want to have that ability to address at that point versus waiting for a long court process to get a conviction. And then vice versa, we had some disorderly conduct issues arise where in the time it took to get a conviction, the individual came back to the parks and committed the same acts again while we're waiting on a conviction to then institute a ban.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, you would be imposing a penalty on somebody before they were convicted of any type of crime.
So we currently do a 24-hour eviction on certain. We have the authority for a 24-hour conviction, and we use that sparingly as well, just for cooling off period. But for the more serious stuff that goes beyond what a park regulation is, then yes, we would ask for that. And then with any administrative thing, there is a opportunity for the individual to appeal that decision.
Okay. So there would be a, it seems to me like this should be in the Judiciary Committee. This is imposing a penalty on somebody, basically a criminal penalty. It's odd to me that you'd be asking for the ability to impose a criminal penalty on somebody who hasn't been convicted of a crime, just on an accusation. It doesn't sound right to me, and frankly, I think this should be before the Judiciary Committee.
If I can say, and I know that because I know we have similar questions that have come from other committee members, representative, and respectfully, we'd be happy to work with the committee or with other committees on a way to address this issue. I think it's a blend of, you know, ensuring that we have the tools needed to be able to keep our staff and keep the public safe. Currently, we have a tool that enables us to exclude people from, and that I think the particular action that this bill would authorize is simply to allow DEEP to exclude someone from our parks for a period of up to 1 year, you know, in certain circumstances. I fully hear all of the concerns, and perhaps, you know, if this is something that would be better for judiciary to consider around ensuring that that discretion is properly cabined to protect the rights of you know, visitors to the public, given that these are public lands. I think we are simply, you know, the tool we have this existing ability to exclude people for up to 1 year already, but only for infractions related to state park regulations. And it's where we've had now these recent circumstances of more serious, you know, behavior that's not, we don't have the full criminal code sort of embedded in our state park regulations, but we've had circumstances where there are acts that have, I think, would be relevant to the criminal code, but we have not had any ability, while that, you know, arrests happen and the process is going, you know, through the criminal justice process to address those circumstances, we have lacked the tool to be able to exclude people from, you know, those individuals from state park lands for, you know, acts that frankly are, in my view, are much more serious from a public safety perspective than the types of violations of state park regulations that we currently have the ability to be able to exclude people for. So I recognize this is a tricky situation. It's not a hypothetical one. And, you know, I think we certainly, it's pretty rare that we have these circumstances, but, you know, as we think about the importance of keeping the public safe, we've been fairly alarmed at where we've sort of lacked the tools to be able to do so. But we, you know, we would absolutely want to work with the committee or with other committees to ensure that discretion is properly cabined. But the bottom line, we have this ability to exclude people, but for much more less severe or, you know, circumstances than you know, some of the potentially criminal activity that has you know, in rare circumstances, but serious circumstances cause us to have concern for our staff and for the public.
Well, thank you for the answer. I certainly understand your desire to make it easier on the park staff and the administrators, but you know, we do have due process issues that we have to address, and frankly, I don't think this is the right committee to address them. With regard to the generators, there's a list of pollutants that the levels of which shall not be exceeded. How, you know, you mentioned that those levels were taken from the Delaware statute. Has there been any research as to whether or not those levels are actually attainable by any commercially available generators that are out there for significant facilities?
Representative Dubinsky, this is Tracy Babbage again. I'm the Air Bureau Chief here at DEEP. That's a great question. And in fact, we have been very engaged with our counterparts in Delaware and making sure we really understand those limits and how they would apply. Delaware, first of all, has had these emission limits on the books since 2012. The universe in Delaware of these of facilities that are covered and complying with these limits is on the order of 390 individual installations. So it is, in terms of commercially available technology, it is commercially available. It requires customization. So there is an out-of-the-box technology, but it does require the customization of controls that will meet those particular emission limits. And we continue to talk to the engine manufacturers about this as well to ensure that there are the technology is available to customize these units to meet those limits. I hope that helps.
Are those facilities in Delaware, are those significant facilities like major data centers? Because, you know, one of my concerns is that we just passed a big data center bill, and it almost seems like this is trying to cut it off at the knees.
You know, in Delaware, it is a wider range of facilities. There aren't many data centers. The common denominator is that they're used for distributed generation, or specifically for this in the mode where they're peak shaving. So if it's a high electric demand day and prices are high, they're using these diesel engines, which are far dirtier than grid power, to meet that demand. So there's an economic element to it. As I was mentioning earlier, from an environmental perspective, these are our worst possible days. And as the commissioner noted, we are struggling to meet the national ambient air quality standards, the health-based standards for ozone. So it is a concern, you know, in terms of the level of emissions of these particular pollutants that would be occurring when these engines are operating in that mode.
And we are supportive of, you know, the investment in data centers and frankly in, you know, for having economic development in our state that is compatible with meeting the requirements that the EPA is ratcheting down on us soon with respect to meeting our air quality challenges. And so again, while there may not be off-the-shelf engines that can meet these standards, it is demonstrated, you know, through installations in Delaware that the standards can be met with engines that are retrofitted with aftermarket controls. And so, but we would welcome the opportunity to further engage with the committee on assessing these standards. And as we're, you know, in dialogue with others, and including seeking more information from our counterparts in Delaware, as well as from engine manufacturers of these of this equipment, to better explore the costs associated with meeting these types of standards. But I'll just underscore that again, you know, as we have to reduce emissions further to achieve the EPA standards, I mean, that is something that also is something we want to, you know we want to try to achieve in a way that has the least impact in terms of our economic competitiveness and for some of our existing businesses, industrial and other facilities that are subject to air quality standards. And so that's the spirit with which we hope to engage with this committee to further assess these standards.
Well, I appreciate that. I also noticed that there is a hour limit. There's two different, one is 300 hours for peak shaving, and the other is 500 hours cumulative with regard to everything, including emergencies. How do you set a hour limit with regard to emergencies? If there's an emergency, it's an emergency, and they need to run the generators to keep up and running. How can you say, well, you can only have an emergency for a certain number of hours?
That is a great question. I think your point is well taken. The number that we came up with in terms of the cap really reflects kind of sort of a historical practice, but happy to engage further if it appears that that particular cap could be adjusted.
Okay, well, I think it should be lifted. If it's an emergency, it's an emergency. You can't, if the grid goes down in a certain area, if there's a major storm or something that requires them to keep power going locally without access to the grid, we just saying arbitrarily it has to be a certain number of hours just seems arbitrary. And I would say that should be lifted completely. We share
that. I appreciate that observation, and I think in my view, the best focus for the committee's bill is on really exclusively on the use of engines for peak shaving. We don't think that it would make sense to be applying these types of standards, for engines that are used exclusively for emergency backup, or in the instance of if the grid outages or what have you. So.
Well, thank you for your responses. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Next, we're going to go to Representative Mashinsky, followed by Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I wanted to talk about the data centers again. There's one possibly coming to my town of Wallingford, and they have an agreement with the town already. There are residential folks not too far away from the proposed facility, and my interest is in including all data centers, whether or not they have already set up a town agreement, because trying to protect people's lungs, I think we have to include not only the future data centers, but also ones that may have already started making their arrangements to come into a town. So I'm asking and hoping that you will write this in a way that we can cover all peak shaving diesel facilities, including data centers that have already started their agreements with the towns. And, because obviously there is some repercussions on folks' lungs. No matter what the timetable was for the facility, there are repercussions on people's lungs if the peak shaving is going on. What I have so far is a verbal promise that there won't be peak shaving. I'm very skeptical of a verbal promise, and would like to see something in statute to cover folks like this so that they do have protection. So that's my question. Can we include all the data centers, even the ones that have already made the first agreements with the towns?
So Representative, as I read the bill, it would apply to engines that are installed on or after July 1, 22. So it's the date of installation that would determine the applicability of these standards.
Okay, well, that should cover our situation. They won't be that fast, I don't think. Although I will call you if if things speed up. But July 1st should be okay. So thank you for that. Appreciate your help. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. Next is Representative Dillon, followed by Representative Chafee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning still, Commissioner. This is the second time I've seen you today. I apologize. I've been going back and forth between meetings, and for some reason, I did not have your testimony on 5290 before me. And so I would just like to ask a question. I was a little startled by the conversation earlier, and I want to make sure that I understand it correctly. Is it correct to say that if there's an individual who has been hanging out in our state parks and assaulting women, that you do not, under state statute as it currently stands, have the ability to keep that person from going into state parks?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. Appreciate that. Yes, so I know there's a lot of concern about the 5290, and I appreciate all the the concerns that have been raised from various members. Certainly, making sure we have access to state parks is something that I am very passionate about. I think we've had a couple of concerning incidents this summer, Representative. Quite frankly, one involving a firearm and another involving propositioning for sex. Those are obviously concerning incidents. I think that the concerns we have are, once we go through due process, we're able to evict folks from the park. But in these cases, we didn't have a chance to evict folks right away. And so in one of those cases, the alleged actions were repeated. And so that's something that we would want to pause right away in order to make sure our parks are safe for our staff and the public. So appreciate all the extra concern about this bill, but I think we want to make sure that we're keeping our parks a safe place, not only for our staff, but also for the public.
Mr. Chairman, with your courtesy, I would just like to restate my question. Is it the understanding of your department that if there's an individual with a pattern of hanging out in our state parks and assaulting women, do you have the ability to restrict that person's access to our state parks under your current governing statute?
So the answer is we would not be able to exclude someone in that circumstance, Representative.
Good Lord. I'm aware of, I just editorial, I'm aware of episodes over the years in a federal park and in a local park. I don't know about the state park, but I'm surprised that our current statute doesn't contemplate that. And maybe we could confer with judiciary. And obviously there are orders of protection issues and that we have in current statute that raise the same issue of due process, and we're not repealing those. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. It's a little alarming, and I'm glad that you brought it up before we had a very dramatic case.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Next, we have Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, and the rest of the DEEP staff for being here. A few questions on SB 236. What was the rationale behind the 5 megawatt cutoff? So it only apply to generators larger than 5 megawatts. And also, how many generators in the state currently fall under that threshold?
So I think that with respect to the committee bill here, I think, I just would observe that sometimes having a minimum threshold requirement there helps to better, kind of balance the regulatory efficiencies here and focus on those types of configurations that would have the greatest potential for to harm air quality. So that's the reason that I think we are supportive of having some kind of de minimis or minimum size threshold for the effectiveness of this regulation to help balance the workability of it. With respect to the number of facilities, I think that question, unless Tracy, you have that off the top of your head, I think that's something we would probably be happy to come back to the committee.
Commissioner, just to add, I'll just share what I have, the information I have, which is, we continue to look at and refine this number. The last time we really looked at the universe was 2003. And at that time, there were 1,700 engines in the state. We don't have the breakdown of based on size, but, it's something that we're continuing to look at and happy to get back to the committee with more updated information.
Sure, thank you for that. I'm glad to see that you're looking for extra funding for the environmental enforcement officers and SB 241. I see you're asking for 5 million to be appropriated. How many additional staff would that cover and for what duration?
So I'll just thank you for that question, Representative. I'll just note that that portion of the bill was not in the it was not raised at Deep's request, but certainly we would defer to I think for those for consideration of this proposal from the committee to increase funding for environmental conservation officers. I think we would refer that to OPM or for those involved in budget discussions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Chafee. Seeing no other hands raised, but Senator Minor got one in under the wire. Senator Minor, please.
Just trying to see if you had as quick a reaction today as you did last week, and you qualified. So I just wanted to go back to the air quality standards, Commissioner, that you spoke of. And do we have technology in place that would let us know whether the air quality standards in Connecticut, in fact, aren't being met at the New York border or not?
So
if I understand the impetus for the peak shaving bill, it's because we are facing this looming report about air quality. And I'm curious as to whether we're trying to sway the air quality differential between the air we get and the air that will leave the state of Connecticut, assuming air flows west to east.
So if I understand the question, I mean, Senator, we know that we have significant air quality challenges here in our state under the Clean Air Act, right? Or with respect to our obligations to the EPA. We both or let me say, we know that a significant portion of the air quality or the emissions that are affecting air quality within Connecticut are as a result of emissions that are occurring upwind of us in mid-Atlantic states in the New York metro area. And so we have been actively engaged in litigation and advocacy at EPA with respect to the ozone transport program, the ozone transport rule, to ensure that upwind states are being held to increasing, actions to help reduce those emissions that are contributing to poor air quality here in our state. In addition, we have responsibilities and requirements to the EPA to address the contributions to our poor air quality and ozone non-attainment that are occurring within our borders. And so, those are our requirements under the NOx program with EPA. So we're both working to urge EPA to take more actions against or to get the upwind states to do more. But at the same time, we have obligations under the federal programs as well to address our contributions here within our state. And then we have, I think our team has been adopting more and more kind of innovative technologies and practices for monitoring ozone formation in Connecticut and in the on Long Island Sound and in the Northeast region as a whole. So if your question is getting more to some of those dynamics, we're happy to speak to that as well. But let me pause to see if I'm answering your question.
So my question was, do we know what comes in versus what goes out? There's no doubt in my mind that the intent of this legislation is to try and make sure that we don't make things worse. To my mind, part of that consideration is knowing that we went through a lot of effort last year, to put the state of Connecticut in a place where we would be viewed as welcoming to data centers. The arrival of this legislation, I think, causes some anxiety amongst some of us that it's almost a Hail Mary to change the rules, which may or may not actually change the air quality depending on where these are located for the greater part of the state of Connecticut. And in fact, I don't know if, when Tracy was speaking about retrofits, that sounds an awful lot to me like equipment that currently is in place, or there's at least a contemplation that there would be upgrades required through the regulatory process for generators that are currently in place. So I'm not trying to prejudge what the implications of this bill will be in terms of air quality. I'm trying to find out whether we even have a baseline for air quality upon which we could make a determination, A, that it's needed, and B, if we were to install it and drive industry out of Connecticut, if we were to pass the legislation and drive industry away, what the cost of that action would be for the state of Connecticut. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. And if you could get me the information, I don't need it right now, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Next is our ranking member, Representative Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. I apologize if you've already addressed this issue. Like a lot of members today have been hopping back and forth between different committee meetings that are meeting. But my question is in regards to enforcement, in regards to what Senator Minor had been discussing related to the data centers. How what would DEEP's role be in your opinion? How you would foresee it related to the legislation in terms of enforcing the data centers legislation?
Oh, Tracy, would you like to respond?
Sure, happy to Commissioner. So if this legislation is adopted, DEEP's role would most likely be related to enforcement in the field. So we have a enforcement staff that is out in various communities responding to a variety of enforcement related activities. So it would be our field enforcement team that would be responsible for ensuring compliance with the emission limits if adopted.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chair, just to follow up on that. So I guess the question is just related to resources for DEEP. Are there going to be, this is I would say quite a significant undertaking. Does DEEP foresee adding more staff to take on this responsibility to go into the field? I mean, I guess my question would be, how many enforcement officials from DEEP do we have currently in the system with DEEP, and how many would we need to add to enforce these regulations?
So thank you for the question, Representative. I think we would look to do this within our existing framework with our existing staff. We have, similar efforts that we have done. There are ways to structure how, if adopted, if these standards are adopted, to structure how you would ensure compliance. It could be a combination of things. It could be designed in a way where you do a subset of the universe that's covered. There are a variety of ways that we've done these types of things in the past from an enforcement perspective. So we would look to do that. And, given the situation that we've had with respect to resources, we would look to design it in the most efficient way, utilizing our existing resources.
Okay, and thank you for that answer as well. And just finally, from a practicality standpoint, would this involve random inspections, showing up at a facility and just checking the machinery on an unannounced type of basis, or?
Thank you, Representative. My response is it could. Frequently, what happens, it could also result from, a community member, a citizen, and a citizen that's concerned, calling our complaint line. That is also, our team responds on a nearly daily basis to those types of situations where, community member is concerned about something, or if they've noticed something, and we send out some of our field enforcement staff in response to that. That would be another example.
And I apologize, Mr. Chair, just to follow up on that, I guess, just very briefly, if I may. In terms of, how deep reads the regulation? Do you believe that you would have the authority, if you so chose, to do random unannounced inspections at facilities?
I believe we would under our general authority. And we also have broad authority with respect to emissions testing and how we do compliance determinations.
Okay, thank you so much for your answers, and I appreciate your expertise on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Seeing no other hands raised, thank you, the entire staff of DEEP, coming out to testify for us this morning. We're still in morning, and appreciate the expertise and the frame of giving us all. Next, I believe Representative Nuccio is in the room. I see her. Not sure if she is available.
Hold on.
Here we go.
Hi. Yes, sorry.
Beautiful.
Good morning.
Okay. Representative Nuccio.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Chairs Cohen and Gresco, Rankin members Minor and Harding for allowing me here today. I'm here to testify on behalf of Bill SB 240. And I want to say overall, I'm approving of this bill, but I'm hoping that we could possibly have a short discussion on ways that I think we could make this bill better. I have several homes, 68 homes in the town of Tolland alone that have contaminated wells. And I've been told by the Department of Public Health that that is the highest concentration of contaminated wells in the state of Connecticut. And while I applaud what SB 240 here is doing, I have some feedback that I'm hoping could be taken into consideration. In regards to Section 3 and the Green Snow program, I'm concerned about the language that exempts a commercial person who's using this from liability, and the time frame of 3 years to look at this. This is an issue that takes time to develop because the salt builds up in the water aquifers and in the wells and in the streamways. So I'm concerned that 3 years may not be enough time, and I am definitely concerned with making it so there's no liability for the people who are applying the product. My town has been a member of the Green Snow program for a long time, and we have continued to see more wells be contaminated. And I still get information and pictures from people around town that show piles of this chloride sodium on the roads. So I'm concerned that the Green Snow program, while it's good, it's insufficient due to the amount of contaminated wells that we're continuing to see go up. And then in Section 4, there is something in here about requiring the reporting system, but as written in Section 4, it assumes that the town has agreed that the damage is due to the direct result of sodium chloride runoff. I have, of the 68 that I have, at least 16 to 18 of them have had this for a long time. And I'm talking like 4 or 5 years. They've been working with DEEP, and DEEP has still not given them a definitive cause, whether it's the road salt or something else. So I'm afraid that having that language in there is going to require them to find who's responsible for it. And in that case there, we're not going to be able to get the people there. I think we should have this database regardless of who the direct result is of the contamination, so we can see what's happening in our wells. And then the last part that I have any reply on is Section 5 in regard to the testing. I understand that this is going to be an increase to the people who are putting in water softeners and such. But as I like to tell people, when you start to taste the salt in your water, it's too late. So while this is an increase in the cost that is going to be incurred by these businesses, I think that it is worthy so that we are tracking the sodium levels in people's wells. and hopefully with enough time to catch it before it gets to the point that it's so contaminated that their water isn't potable. So overall, I'm supportive of the bill. I'm hoping that there could be some tweaks to it. I would gladly, happily speak to anybody about that from my experience in my towns. And I appreciate you letting me come today and testify.
Well, thank you, Representative Nuccio. You have a question from Senator Cohen.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Rep. Nuccio. I just have a question with respect to Section 3. Are you saying that you do not think we should exempt applicators from liability at all?
I don't think we should. Honestly, I would much rather see a bill that says we have 3 years to find an environmentally friendly way to do this. I think when we exempt people, here's my problem with it. My town, like I said, has done the Green Snow program, and I'm still getting people sending me pictures of what they see as over application, right? So when you do the program, who's ensuring exactly that everything that you're supposed to do is being done? And my concern is that this product is contaminating our water sources, our wells, our tributaries, our streams, environmental impact. So I'm concerned when we exempt anybody from liability for an action that they are willingly doing on their own.
Yeah, I think I know that. So this is modeled after New Hampshire, and a lot of municipalities have done it with the state of Connecticut through Yukon because it was offered and encouraged. But we have most applicators in the state of Connecticut who are not municipal applicators are actually operating without this training. And so obviously we worry about the abundance of sodium chloride that's being put down. I think the liability piece was an incentive to get commercial applicators to take this program. But I recognize your concern and just wonder if there's a way that we can both incentivize and not give up that liability. So I'd be interested in hearing any thoughts you have going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would love to speak to you on that. I think an opportunity might be to give like a credit for somebody who goes through this program, but I'm just concerned the towns and the state do not, they have liability. If we find that the town is applying salt and it is contaminated a well, there is liability there. So I'm just concerned that we're creating an area where there is no liability. So I'd be happy to talk to you any opportunity to find another way to do it, to incent people to go through this program without removing the liability piece.
Thank you, Representative Nuccio. Thank you, Senator Cohen. Seeing no other hands raised in the room, again, thank you for your patience and for your perspective on this, especially coming from Tallinn. So we appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have First Selectman of the great town of Bethel, everyone, Matt Knickerbocker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everybody. It's great to see you again. I guess I'm making a habit of this. I'm joining you this morning to testify on behalf of and in strong support of HB 5298, which is the Waste to Energy Study Bill. As you know, I'm also serving as chairman of HRRA out here in the western side of the state. I'm a co-chair with the CCSMM group, and we have had, as a group in front of this great committee, the opportunity to discuss many ways to improve our waste management facilities and practices. That includes increasing recycling through EPR, through product stewardship, also composting, organics recycling. But the big elephant in the room, of course, is the looming shutdown of the Mira plant. And I would also like to say that that fact kind of stops the conversation on some of these other ways to reduce the amount of MSW that's going through the system. So I applaud you for putting this bill on the table. I think it's timely. In fact, it's quite urgent. As I'm sure you've heard many times, we do have a looming crisis with waste management in the state. So the only thing I would suggest, and I don't have any specific language, is Although this is MIRA, the MIRA situation has sort of brought this to the fore. We have several other waste to energy plants in the state, one of them being down in Bridgeport, that are probably not too far behind. So when you consider the people who will be placed on this committee, please keep in mind that it is really a statewide problem, not just one that's affecting the MIRA towns specifically. So it's an issue that we really need a statewide solution for, and I would be glad to help in any way I can do so. While I'm at it, I also want to put my weight behind SB 240, the bill that Representative Nuccio just testified on. Contamination in wells is a problem. It's a problem in my town as well. I don't have any specific language to offer on that, but I do support that bill, and I'm glad it's on the table. So that's my testimony for today. I didn't get timed out for a change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, First Selectman Knickerbocker. You have a question from Representative Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, First Selectman Knickerbocker. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for your advocacy as always and your testimony. Your expertise is very insightful as always. I'm just interested because I think how I see this committee, and tell me if you see it the same way, is that it needs to have two components to it. One is a long-term solution for the state, and the other is a short-term solution to the state. Could you talk a little bit about that if you see it the same way?
I absolutely see it the same way, and I thank you for pointing that out and helping to clarify that. We've been talking about long-term solutions for quite a while now with those other programs, some of which have come before this committee in the form of bills, and some of them are discussion points and study points with the CCSMM group. But the fact that we have a short-term crisis that's growing and need to get a solution is really, it's almost, we're at a point where we can't really move forward with some of this other stuff when you've got this other thing looming that's about ready to really pounce on the state, because there is no solution besides burying trash. And the state, in its wisdom, and I want to applaud not only this committee, but the ones before you, have worked very hard for decades to not do that. So we do have to have an immediate solution to that problem of our aging waste energy plants. There's got to be a way to deal with that in the short term. So thank you for clarifying that point. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you for your expertise as always, and I agree with you. I think that's why this committee and this bill is so important, is that we have two critical issues that we need to address. The long-term solution to this, which I think is one aspect, which is obviously critical, and then even more critical and pressing at the moment, which is the short-term solution with MIRA and other waste energy facilities potentially down the line. So thank you for your expertise and your advocacy as always. It's always insightful, and I will see you around town, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Harding. And seeing no other hands raised, Mr. First Selectman, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
Next is going to be State Senator Summers, followed by Robert Gisolfi.
Yes, good morning. Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, Senator Minor, Representative Harding, and the other members of the Environment Committee. I am here to testify today on Bill SB 236. A year ago, we as an elective legislative body representing our citizens passed a bipartisan bill supporting a bill that provided the landscape and opportunity for Connecticut to attract hyperscale data centers and also to take the rewards of their economic power within our state. This bill was supported by 90% of the elected legislative body and was signed into law by Governor Lamont. It's PA 21-1. Since such time, there has been keen interest in data centers and data developers because the bill that we passed and the fact that Connecticut is in a prime location between New York and Boston. There are towns in Connecticut that are currently negotiating or finally negotiating information and their MOUs to bring data centers to their towns as we speak. SB 236 directly undermines, derails, and eliminates any opportunity for any hyperscale data center from ever coming to this state. The bill directly targets data centers by specifying the amount of power generated in the bill. It sets emission standards that cannot be met by diesel generators, and they are higher than the federal requirements. No diesel generator on the market can meet these standards. Data must have backup power to operate, and gas is not available in many of the areas of Connecticut that data centers are looking to place their centers. It limits the use of diesel generation for emergencies, and the language from line 18 speaks to the commissioner's ability to change based on a forecast, quote, forecast, whether they can operate and peak shave. We're going from an ability to not be able to peak shave or do maintenance during hazardous conditions and lowering that criteria down to moderate conditions at the whim of the commissioner. If you look at line 23 on the bill, it undermines any opportunity for businesses to have any kind of consistency here in the state of Connecticut by saying that notwithstanding the section, the DEEP commissioner can adopt more stringent requirements for such diesel reciprocating engines as she feels is necessary. So I think that it's important that this bill be rejected. It also affects not only data centers, but some of our largest manufacturers here in the state of Connecticut, including Pfizer, Electric Boat, UTC, and Pratt & Whitney. And that is my testimony today. I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you, Senator Summers. Your first question will come from Representative Dubitsky, followed by Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for coming in. Can you just, I guess there's a presumption that everybody understands the connection between the data centers and these diesel generators. Can you just explain to me why a bill that would be very strict on diesel generators would affect the ability of somebody to develop a data center in Connecticut?
Sure, absolutely. And I will do my best. I am not an expert, but I have spent a lot of time on this. I think there will be people testifying later today that are much better experts than I am on this. But data centers do require a lot of energy and they cannot go offline. So they have to have a source of backup generation, just like Pfizer does in my district. They can't go down. And during power outages or peak times, they pull off and they generate their own power. So they have to have backup diesel generation in the areas that some of the data centers are looking to place their facilities here in the state of Connecticut. After we went all through that work to pass the bill, there is no availability or the infrastructure to do a gas generator. So diesel is the only option. With the restrictions that are in this bill, it is my understanding that there is no generator on the market that can meet these emission standards. And also you are limiting them. God forbid there was an emergency or something catastrophic. It is limiting the number of hours that they can use the diesel generators. I will say they don't want to use the diesel generators. It's very, very expensive for them to operate those diesel generators. And they only do it at peak shave time or under emergencies. You know, the average use of one of these diesel generators is a couple hours a day. So, but this absolutely targets it by setting these new emission standards. And it also, the last part of the bill essentially says, even though we have these regulations here, the DEEP commissioner can change her mind or his mind at any time and redo them. So this isn't just a problem for data centers. As I said, I've spoke with Pfizer this morning, and if there's an emergency and they have to all go for backup generation, they will be at this limit that they need to create for power, and they cannot meet these standards either. And having the non-consistency or any business wanting to come to Connecticut where the DEEP commissioner can change their mind as to what the regs are is something that is extremely anti-business and anti having somebody want to set up shop here. But that's why data centers need to have backup diesel generators, is because they cannot lose power, just like a hospital would.
Right. Well, you just mentioned what I was thinking. You know, I'm thinking of big facilities all over the state. You know, not only Pratt, but sub base Hartford Hospital, Yukon Hospital in Farmington, any of those big facilities, I can imagine, it doesn't, this bill does not seem to be directed specifically at data centers. But
Well, I would disagree with that, because in the language of the bill, it specifically speaks to how much power they're generating. If you look at, let me see what the line it is here for you. It says, it speaks about generating 5 megawatts of power and totaling in one facility. It says here, any for emergencies and peak shaving purposes at a single facility and totaling more than 5 megawatts of generating capacity. So that really limits it. Those are the larger manufacturing companies. That would be somebody like Pfizer, UTC, Pratt and Whitney, EB. For that large amount of energy and a data center, a hospital would probably not use that 5 megawatts in a single facility. So therefore they would not be under the guidance of this particular bill.
Gotcha. Okay, well, I appreciate your answers, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitzky. Next, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Summers, for coming to testify today. I just had a couple of questions. I understand that there are data centers that were interested in coming to your region of the state. And I would just ask, it seems to me that we're talking specifically based on the commissioner's testimony prior to you coming on, that they're mainly concerned with peak shaving. And peak shaving is used to save money by these companies because of our electric rates in the state of Connecticut. I think also, favorable areas tend to be those who have private electric, which is why I think some of these places are focused on Wallingford and Groton and the like, lower rates of service. And so we are talking, I think, less and less, and we even heard after a question from the commissioner that they would be amenable to potentially even removing the stipulations around emergency use at all. So they're really talking about peak shaving, which again is for saving dollars for these companies. And we also heard about the air quality in the state of Connecticut. So I would just ask, are you concerned with a business of this nature coming into your district and using backup generation via diesel generators and the air quality associated with that for your district?
Well, first of all, peak shaving, when they peak shave at the highest demand, everybody saves money, because when they look and they negotiate the purchase power, they know that they're going to be pulling off at those higher times. So somebody like Groton Utility and Norwich Utility has an ability to not have to purchase that extremely high rate of power. They are able to plan for it, and therefore the ratepayers in the most distressed communities where these municipal electric cooperatives are benefit from the peak shaving. So I disagree with the fact that peak shaving is done just for companies to save money. It actually helps them pull off the grid so that, especially in the municipal electric cooperatives, which were set up for the 7 most distressed communities, those distressed communities bear the benefit of having a lower rate. I am very satisfied with the air emission quality standards that are put out by the federal government. And I believe that they're put out along with the EPA for the safety of our citizens. And I think that we can absolutely follow those. I think what we have here, if you look at the numbers, I actually think they made a mistake. If you look at the federal guidelines, for example, for, let's take, I think it's non-methane hydrocarbons is actually, you have 0.3, it's 0.03 for the federal. So you've actually loosened those air quality standards there. And for example, nitrous oxide, the federal standard is 0.67 and you've made it 0.6. So it is above the federal and EPA standards, and there is no generator on the market, a diesel generator, that can meet these standards. So by passing these standards, you are in essence eliminating the opportunity for a data center or for a Pfizer or for a large manufacturer who needs to have the consistency of power and to be able to pull off the grid should they need to, or have their backup generation for emergencies, the way this bill is written. You prevent them from coming to the state of Connecticut. That is just a deal killer. And I'm not really sure what else to say other than, you know, this bill was agreed to by the legislature. 90% of us voted for, in particular, data centers to provide the landscape they needed to be able to be successful. And now, and peak shaving was part of that conversation. Because Connecticut has some of the highest energy costs in the nation, one of the advantages they have is to look at the municipally owned cooperatives, again, the most distressed communities, and being able to peak shave helps both the community and the business make the energy costs come in line with what can make them be successful here in the state of Connecticut. So I think the balance that we have with the federal regulations is sufficient. I also don't know if we're going to be doing these air quality changes for other businesses or if this is just targeted for one industry. I think targeting one industry is inappropriate if we're going to make these changes where the commissioner can say you can't do certain things. There's many people that peak shave, not just the data centers. Businesses peak shave all the time. Then it should be consistent across the board, not just for one particular business. So I would disagree that peak shaving is just for businesses to save money. Ratepayers also save money. And you'll hear that, and you can read that in the testimony that's been submitted also.
Thank you, Senator Summers, for that broad answer. I appreciate you expanding a little bit upon my question. I would say I believe federal standards are for the entire country. And I also believe that many states are in attainment for air quality and ozone standards. And as we heard earlier from the commissioner, that Connecticut is in non-attainment. So while you may not be worried about air quality, it seems that some people are very concerned about air quality because we are not in attainment. So I'm not sure that the federal standards are sufficient in that we are not meeting air quality standards even with those targets that the federal government has set forth, in regulation. So, just as the federal government also, provides a guideline on many other things, and Connecticut drills in a little bit deeper, and sometimes municipal law drills in a little bit deeper because, there's different things that are applicable to different areas. I think this is the case here, in that we're seeing Connecticut is really, performing terribly when it comes to air quality. And you mentioned about not these, it's just almost being impossible, you said, because these generators aren't available. I think the commissioner, we had asked that question because I was concerned about that as well. And I think we heard that in Delaware, where they do have more stringent standards, they have 390 installations in Delaware currently. So I don't think it's impossible. And I would just also submit that when we worked on this bill last year, we were concurrently working on a peak shaving bill. And we talked about it. I actually stood on the Senate floor and talked about a peak shaving bill with respect to air quality. And we were working very hard with the commissioner at DECG, as well as the commissioner at DEEP, and other data centers that were interested in coming to the state of Connecticut. So my hope would be that we can work together with these businesses and both attract new business to the state of Connecticut and also be concerned with our air quality and do what we can to be sure that we're protecting the residents of the state of Connecticut. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, if I can just respond to that, I will take exception to the statement that I don't care about air quality, because I did not say that. I do care about air quality. We do have standards that are EPA regulated, and the federal government also regulates, that we have in place right now. If we are going to change the emission standards, then we need to look at that across the board, not just for one particular industry, as far as I'm concerned, and have a dedicated hearing for that across the industries, not just targeting certain industries, I believe, in the state of Connecticut. If there is a diesel generator, I know that there are some gas generators that can meet the emission standards, but if there is a diesel generator that can, I am not aware of it. And maybe when you speak to another expert, which I am not, you would be able to find out what they are. I do know that it is not just my district that has data centers that are interested in coming. There are towns that are interested in developing their own data centers that have their municipally owned electric cooperatives that are not in my district. There are data centers at the other end of the state that are interested in coming here. But passing a bill like this will instantly stop that possibility. So that's why I'm here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Summers. You have a follow-up question from Representative Mushinski.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Summers, at the end of last session, we did have language on the emissions to accompany the data centers bill. I tried very hard to pass it in the House, but was not successful. And it's still outstanding. It is a densely populated state. You know, it's 1 person per acre in Connecticut, which is very high density. We're in the New Jersey category of density. And we have to take that into consideration on behalf of the lungs of our constituents. So that's why this has to be addressed. I know people are trying to save money and they want to do peak shaving, but we have to measure that against diesel particulates in the lungs of our vulnerable populations and consider how the state is crisscrossed with highways and how people live in close proximity to highways. And all that has to be considered in removing the risk to the population. I do believe, based on Delaware, that it is possible to have data centers and protect the public. And at the very end of the Representative Gresco knows more about this, and Senator and our Senate chair as well. But at the very end of the discussion last year, we determined that other than the first puff of the diesel unit being turned on, the data centers could in fact meet the proposed standards in the amendment, other than that first initial puff. And Representative Gresco worked with DEEP and the proposed vendors to address the first puff and change the amendment. So we did accommodate them last year while still protecting the public from everything but the first puff. And I think that's fair and it's reasonable and it's a good balance of public health and business interests. So I hope you will consider supporting that version. And I will be glad to send it to you. I still have it in the computer.
I would love to see that. I will tell you that the data centers that I have spoken to mentioned that there was environmental requirements that they had agreed to. So it sounds like this is what you're speaking about, that
Yes.
It did not get put into the bill, but those are requirements that they have added to their memorandum of understanding with the towns that they are interested in going to. So they have added those environmental standards to their agreements with the towns, because in good faith, they said that they had accepted these environmental standards, if these are the ones you're talking about. And they didn't get included at the last minute in the bill. So they have included them. I'm sure they would share with you that they have. And I think they would be fine with what was agreed to being added at the legislative level. But some of these new requirements, I'm being told that they're not workable, and that they it would just eliminate the opportunity for them to come here. And this isn't just from one, this is from a multitude of different data centers that have looked to come to Connecticut. And the peak shaving is something that they want to limit. I think they said about 2 hours a day that they would be looking to peak shave. And they don't like to do it because it's so expensive, obviously, to do that and to run the generators. And the other hang up is the emergencies, because in some cases, for example, when I spoke with Pfizer about this, they said, what happens if they lose power for 7 days? They have no other alternative than to be able to run the generator, and it would be more than the number of hours limiting them here in this bill. It's not something they want to do, but in an emergency, for example, which it says here, they may have to.
Well, I think for starters, maybe we should look at the amendment from last year, and I'll send it to you. You can show it to your businesses in your district that you're concerned about, and see if that meets their requirements for reducing the regulation of the first puff.
That would be great.
Because maybe we do already have the language. And again, no matter how much we're trying to save money, I think we have to always put people's lungs ahead of money saving. That's what I feel as being a possible host town. We have to keep those people who live in the neighborhood, they have to be under consideration.
And,
So
I agree with that. I think there has to be a good balance.
Okay, thanks. I'll send you the amendment, Senator
That'd be
Summers.
terrific.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Mushinski, and thank you for, well, that was going to be my wrapping up comment and question. So thank you for doing that for me. And thank you, Senator Summers, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Robert Gisalfi, followed by Thomas Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, this conversation is very timely with the conversation about air emissions, and I'm here to testify on the use of gasification within the state of Connecticut to address the waste issues that we're having, and specifically low NOx rotary kiln gasification. First Selectman Knickerbocker alluded to the emissions, the issues going on with Mira, and then potentially what's going to be going on with Bridgeport because of the age of these units and the emissions. And this gasification technology will definitely address those needs, replace those units, and meet the waste to energy needs of the state. Bringing land waste, shipping it out of state is absolutely not a sustainable solution. Trucking thousands and thousands of waste to landfills out of state creates more pollution with the diesel trucks, and the fact that they're coming back empty is even more concerning. And these out-of-state landfills are going to be closing down eventually to out-of-state waste. So the state needs to come up with a solution to address these needs. Gasification in general has been around for a long time, and it's been used in industrial processes, waste processes, and basically what we have here is a team with Connecticut Gasification and EPR, and that was submitted all in the documentation. Basically, we have two processes. It's a waste to feedstock, and then a gasification to energy business. So we would not be replacing haulers or interrupting any contracts from the municipalities with haulers. We would just be the transfer station that they're delivering to. And this could be strategically placed, probably 3 locations within the state could take care of all of the state's MSW and C&D needs. So this gasification technology will address MSW and C&D, which is a big difference than the gasification technology of the past. The way it would be designed would be there would be no fugitive odors. It would be the waste would come in to a facility that's at a low a negative pressure, and it would be injected into that air would actually be injected into the gasification process. There's no incineration. There's no burning. The system actually has systems to clean up the emissions. It's a low profile technology, which means that it's going to look like a warehouse. It's not going to look like a big industrial power plant. The only thing that you will see is a stack, maybe 95 foot stack. And that stack will actually have what we call a CEMS system, a constant emissions monitoring system that the DEP could actually dial into to check the emissions. This technology would actually reduce emissions. It would meet environmental justice needs. It's green, it's sustainable. It would help the state with their sustainability goals. And we've actually spoke to the DEP twice already, had conversations, and the last we ended up was, we need a site. And what we were looking to do is actually work with the state, work with MIRA. We already had some conversations with MIRA. We had some conversations with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities and Donna Hamsey, and the Connecticut Metropolitan Council of Governments, Matt Fulda, and we want to work with the state to come up with the solution to meet the waste to energy needs.
I'm sorry, sir, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gisolfi. First of all, some housekeeping. For the record, can you give us your name and title and the company that you are representing, and we'll go from there.
Sure. Robert Gisolfi, Connecticut Gasification Managing Partner.
Thank you. And, I had a couple of questions, and you alluded to both of them in your testimony, but how is the gasification process now different from maybe 5 years ago?
So this technology, it's not pyrolysis, which is very expensive and really has not been successful, especially in handling C and D. This is actually the company that manufactures the main rotary kiln is called Mezzo. And because they've had hundreds of these installed, there's actually a waste to energy plant in Kentucky that's operating right now using this technology. And EPR has the patent with Mezzo to take this and apply MSW and C&D to their rotary kiln machine. And Mezzo is actually willing to wrap the project, which means guarantee the project's operation, and because of this the successful patent from EPR. So this is actually could be adjusted for length and expanded out, going from 500 to 3,000 plus tons per day with this technology.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I was under the impression that the gasification process would require your feedstock to be very dry, for lack of a better term, and I don't envision municipal solid waste as being dry. How has that been handled?
So with these rotary kilns, these aren't stacks that are built vertically; they're built horizontally. Again, low profile, and what we do is we just elongate the kiln. So the longer it is, the longer the drying time of the waste coming in. And what we do is a waste characterization study based on the waste coming in, and we could adjust these rotary kilns for different locations, different types of waste to address that exact issue. In some locations, you're going to have a lot more food waste and wet waste than you have C and D, which is a lot drier.
And then I'm going to break my own rule, but I got one more question, and you alluded to it as well. Environmental justice, it's a serious concern, and that the Environment Committee has. And if, let's say you wanted to come into Connecticut, and where would you go, and that wouldn't have a problem with environmental justice? I mean, some of these waste to energy plants, granted, they've serviced our state for quite a few decades, but they're not exactly the most nicest neighbor to have. But wouldn't you be doing the same thing?
No, absolutely not. actually, we could go and put a plant like this in Bridgeport area and actually reduce the overall emissions of the area, replacing the incinerator there. Same thing with Hartford with Mira. We could go in and reduce the overall emissions with this technology because it's a low NOx emission. And just to give you an idea, the EPA standard is 100 tons per year for certain emissions. And we've already ran this through the New Jersey DEP and got their support. And New Jersey DEP is more strict than the EPA. They're at 25 tons per year. And based on 1,000 ton per day plant, we met those emissions requirements. And we're currently in the process of working on a plant down in southern New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalfi. That's all the questions that I have, and I don't see any other hands raised in the room. So thank you for your testimony and, well, for giving us an option.
Thank you.
Next, we have Thomas Quinn, followed by Samuel Ramirez. How are we doing there with Mr. Quinn?
Okay, we have the mic on now.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I thought it was coming on your end. I'm Thomas Quinn from Any Edge. In 2021, the House and Senate voted House Bill 6514 into law as Public Act 211 with 91% of the House and 85% of the voting senators in favor of this new industry necessary for the state of Connecticut. This act allows for tax exemptions with substantial investment thresholds of $200 million and $400 million is designed to be competitive enough to attract this industry to the state of Connecticut. I was heavily involved in the research of data center opportunities that existed then in 32 other states, studying the tax incentives in each state, the proximity to transmission, cost of utility, and existing and proposed fiber connections. Once the organizational framework proved the opportunity for Connecticut, we began with an 18-month process, including meetings with over 20 of the House and Senate leadership, CCM, CCAT, CBIA, Advanced CT, then CERC, Hartford Metro Alliance, and others with questions, counsel, and input from DECD and DEEP, and individual reps and senators. Voted by a very large majority, the governor signed it in last March 5th. Then, on the last day of the legislative season, late in the evening, a similar bill to this bill 236 was raised, the same bill that Representative Machinsky referenced today was voted down by a large majority, and then here we are again. These 5 paragraphs in raised bill 236 effectively negates the Public Act 21-1. The bill was hastily drafted, setting unattainable emission levels without considering industry standards of available equipment necessary to run and ensure data centers. And in fact, today there was an example that we haven't verified, but we have been on with 4 engine manufacturers and the engineering department and sustainability offers. So we're making this a Rubik's Cube to be able to get into Connecticut with this equipment, and probably not attainable in the time frame necessary for critical construction. In fact, not even Tier 4 equipment, the best available in the industry, can meet these emission levels, and no green building language was required. This was a very big deal. No one's asking for green building language, which the industry finds as a standard. And most importantly, allowing language that reads that a single person, in this case, the commissioner, prescriber, adopt more stringent requirements for such engines, that comes right from the bill, sends a clear message that Connecticut is not committed to stabilizing an industry that the legislature so overwhelmingly supports. This bill will flag Connecticut as unreliable and unsteady to those currently interested, and there are quite a few at this point looking at Connecticut, in making a very substantial investment. Data center siting councils are serious about Connecticut and are currently vetting their regulations and must be able to rely on trust, and that regulations will be followed, not arbitrarily defined or change in mid-course, and that their investment commitments, sizable investment commitments, will not be at risk. Prior to the passage of Public Act 21-1, correspondence between DECD, DEEP, myself, and others, and with consideration of well-defined industry standards, a consensus was reached. We have the emails. The requirement of the state was they were asking for tier 2 gensets for backup and tier 4 gensets for peak shaving, and green building language was to be included. Now,
Sorry,
I think that meant your 3
I
minutes.
heard something there.
Yes,
I only have 20 seconds left. May I finish?
You may.
Okay. Okay. Union project labor agreements have been signed, bringing thousands of union jobs over the next 10 or more years, and high-paying tech jobs, induced and indirect jobs, and many, many supply chain jobs. This bill is a non-starter for data center owner operators, private equity, institutional debt, and paints Connecticut as unsuitable for investment, kills Public Act 2021. We must promise a stable, transparent, regulatory approach, and this is not it. I'm done. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn, but stick around. You have a question from Representative Dubitsky, followed by Senator Cohen.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Quinn, for coming in. You talked about the emissions standards. Can you, I don't know what the numbers mean. Can you just tell me a little more? Are they in line with federal requirements? You say there's no generators that can meet them. Can you just tell me a little bit more about those standards?
Sure. Things are getting more and more efficient in the industry. I don't know the number, but DEEP certainly has the number of these number of generators that are currently permitted in the state of Connecticut. There are only a handful, if that, I'm certain, but we can get the numbers from DEEP, of tier 4 generators. The bulk are tier 2, the bulk. Now, the difference between tier 2 and tier 4 generators, you can Google this, is 86 to 95% more efficient for a tier 4 generator. Now, let's not checkmate Connecticut out of the data business. So the standard in the data industry with the folks we're dealing with, and these are hyperscalers, are generally speaking, based on climate and so forth, a 5 to make 4 configuration, which means that there's one tier 2 generator solely permitted as backup only, one, against 4 tier 4 generators. In the event of catastrophic loss, they likely would all come on. But in the interim, if there's a backup, that tier 2 generator is just a side piece left for insurance purposes. There's only a couple major companies. There's plenty of companies that write insurance for data centers, but there are only 2 companies that back it up. And these are international companies. One of them is Willis Towers Watson, who we met with. And there are certain requirements to be able to write insurance for a data center in Connecticut. So we're looking at, one end of this whole process. The industry we're trying to entice the industry to come to Connecticut. I have been all over the country: Dallas, Austin, Silicon Valley, Santa Clara County, of course, San Francisco, Seattle. I've been everywhere and Los Angeles, Atlanta, Miami, trying to bring these companies to entice them to come to Connecticut based on 4 metrics. And these are the 4 metrics we need to solve if we decide that we want, and the legislature has, we want to entice data center businesses. You need regulation, which is what we're talking about today. The tax incentive program, which we've accomplished. The cost of utility, which we've accomplished by working with a couple of the municipals. There are others that'll be in regulated utility areas as time goes on, I'm certain, but right now this is where we're at. And then the last one is sufficient and abundant fiber connections in areas where you can tap into main trunk fiber. So those are the metrics. So going back to the regulation piece, very difficult for a company to come in and see the regulations, state and federal. All of these generators must meet state and federal requirements, all of them. So people are using these requirements to make judgment calls at this time. The federal requirements is where the generator companies find their baseline for production. They're not making it for a patch of land in South Dakota. They're making it for national distribution or international distribution. So the federal requirements are really the ones that we need to be able to go by for these. I can tell you that Rep. Machinsky did send me, when we were down in a middle Connecticut town, a letter or a ask, and I saw the data center bill come out. I responded with a pledge. I don't know if her office or someone in Wallingford at the town level posted it online, but we are doing exactly what that bill outlined, which is tier 2 backup, tier 4 peak shaving. We have all of the green building standards. It came through DECD. The Deep Commissioner was copied in on, so the town can select what green building standards they want. And those are currently included in the last 2 town proposals. So we're trying to get all the way there, but not go past the point where we have disincentivized the industry from looking at the most expensive state of your utility in the continental United States. No long
with regard to access to utility, now we heard previous testimony about there not being sufficient utility in some of these areas. Can you touch on that a little bit?
Right, Connecticut is bundled with utility in certain areas. Why is that? Population growth, business development. So transmission lines were pulled to certain areas at certain times. If you go on, if you check in with ISO New England, and Deep knows this, that there is approximately X amount of megawatts, and it changes by the day because people put in requests, over 1,000 or approximately 1,000, that we're all paying for in New England. All of us, not even in Connecticut, but everywhere in every state in New England, we're all paying for the associated cost of extra utility that is generated and not used. You notice that no one's bringing up additional primary generation because we don't need it. There is no additional primary generation that anyone's asking for. No one's asking to build a gas plant or a nuclear plant or anything else. We're not even asking, and have pledged not to sell, and the towns are requiring we don't sell any electricity to the grid. So this is really just about running a data center. Okay. Now, I just want to also just mention this because I don't know if the senators and representatives and others know this, but most of the hotels in Connecticut have some level of peak shaving. There are mini grids for universities and so forth that peak shave. The municipals peak shave. The MDC peak. There's peak shaving all over Connecticut. So this bill is specifically designed over 5 megawatts because most of these people aren't using 5 megawatts to shut down data centers coming, and then put these numbers in at the bottom of this chart here that are unobtainium, according to the engineers that we're talking to, and sustainability officers from major builders, without putting sticks and wires and tricks into this. And I don't have any empirical evidence of the aftermarket design equipment that is another impediment to development in Connecticut if we have to layer that in. We don't have enough gas. I want to set the story straight. Southeastern Connecticut has less than 12 decatherms of gas. They'll only sell a few decatherms of that, leaving the rest in reserve. You don't have enough to run a quarter of a data center for emergency backup. It's just what it is. And it's how Connecticut is set up. It's followed the Algonquin gas line. We followed every pump station. We followed every electrical line in the entire state of Connecticut. So there's only a few pocket areas where the utility is going to be in abundance enough where we don't have to wait years for additional transmission upgrades. And we can actually site a few data centers in Connecticut and become part of this digital economy. And I just want to throw this out to everybody here. If you have not read it, there was an article in CT Examiner from Dr. Lin Zong, computer science at Yale, co-authors with Microsoft, about the necessity for connectivity in the state of Connecticut and where we are and where we're going. And we need to balance these environmental concerns, which you've already pledged to do, with the economic development piece of this. And we're open anytime to discuss any, and we supported the metrics the environmental part of the bill that was put in, but no one told us it was coming at 11:30 at night, roughly on the last day. We would have supported those parts of the bill that were environmental parts of the bill, and we still do.
Now, those environmental parts, are you talking about any type of renewable energy?
Now, I'm talking about tier 2.
Okay.
And tier 4. Now let's talk about renewables. Good question with renewables. I have 4 computer screens in front of me here with all the renewable programs up. I won't waste your time with, okay? But I'll tell you, you can find them. Look at Google, Microsoft, Amazon. You can look at Apple. You can look at the large colos like T5, like Cyrus One, like Equinix, like Digital. They have massive renewable programs that they have taken control of. Now, there's a difference. When the state gets renewables, there is a certain process where the money goes for those renewables. These companies come in and provide renewables at numbers that will far exceed anything the state's requiring, and they have made this a case in every state that they've been in, internationally as well. So all you need to do, I mean, you can look and see, I have Facebook up, was at 86% of its renewable capacity goal in 2022. I just pulled an article up from, excuse me a minute here. I got too many things up on my computer here. It was on its way 86% towards renewable capacity goal by the end of 2019. Okay. So there's further updates as they go here, but Microsoft, for example, wants to go all the way back and be carbon. You can look at their board reports. They want to be carbon negative back to 1975. Google's, I think, since 2008. I can't distract myself too much here, but around 2008, they've been carbon neutral. So we're going to have a substantial amount of this. Also, they contribute to regional programs. We don't have. It's a very interesting thing that's going on. And I was down in one of the towns recently, and I'm getting a push to do a lot of solar. Okay. Solar cannot run a data center. There's abundant utility in the particular area. If you were to clear for solar, it would be miles, square miles. At 660 acres a square mile, you'd need 4 square miles to run sun of solar. We're not going to do that in New England. We're not going to cut trees to do that. We're not going to put solar panels on the roof. That's where the AC system goes, on the roof behind parapets. So the solar component, I just wanted to discuss so we didn't have to go down that branch too far, but it's not going to run a data center in Connecticut. There are other things we can do, but not that, particularly without clearing land, which we certainly don't intend to do. I'm sorry, Rep. Any other questions?
Just one. It sounds to me like after going to all these different places and talking to all these different potential data center customers that you're planning, that you're hoping to bring to Connecticut, would this bill essentially just have them not come?
Data centers go where there is stability, a level of simplicity. So I can tell you that the tax incentive bill is one of the best, if not the best, in the United States. Why did we have to go where we went with the bill? We also have the highest cost of electricity
and that's
on
PA,
average.
and that's PA 21-1, right?
That's 21-1. That's correct.
All right.
That's correct. So basically what happens in Connecticut, if we can offset with the tax incentives, we can compete against some of the states with 4-cent, 20-year 4-cent, 3.5-cent in Texas contracts, 7, 8, 9-cent contracts with some of the hedge contracts and some of the other states. So we've got to be nationally competitive to be able to attract the industry. And I don't know if you've talked to some of the folks that we've reached out to, but we're hearing now we have our own connections. DECD is getting a lot of hit on this, a lot, and Advanced CT is doing that. Our pre-construction company that we're using, biggest in the world, is telling us the same things. We've got a lot of people looking at Connecticut. It's a huge opportunity. The fact that there's no taxes are replaced through municipal hosting fee agreements that pay multiples of what any other industrial use would be for that particular site. And there we are.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Some questions from Senator Cohen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Quinn. Would you mind just telling me what your involvement is with data centers, or do you represent data centers across the country? What's your involvement?
Good question. I was in the real estate development business for years, and I realized there might be an opportunity to learn more about data centers over 5 years ago. So I embarked on a mission to figure out why certain data centers were in certain parts of the country. And then later on, I realized that that we have absolutely no hyperscale data in an area with 1/10 of all of the population of the United States, not a single data center. I traveled to Silicon Valley and I asked a person that had been with both Digital and Equinix and was a speaker at an event. I said, what will we need to do this in Connecticut? And they simply said regulation, taxes, cost of utility, and fiber. If you can solve those, you'll not only help Connecticut, you'll help the entire New England for connectivity. New England is going to be the last place in the country because of regulation, and they're only going to do it when they need to. And then it's going to be a real push to get into connectivity for things like Internet of All Things, AI, driverless cars. We have no chance to get any of that here without a data center base in somewhere in New England. We're not talking about 100 data centers. We're talking about a few major co-location companies and maybe a couple hyperscalers that will be here.
So, Mr. Quinn, are you representing data center? Are you a registered lobbyist? I'm trying to figure out.
I was a registered lobbyist when I was lobbying for this. You can look me up. I am not representing anybody but myself and AnyEdge, which is a company that I manage. That's it.
Okay, and is that a data center company? I mean, do you own data centers?
We do not own any data centers. We're the conceptualizers to bring it into the region, and we've been working at it for some time.
Okay, and you mentioned that several are set to come. Do you know how many data centers are interested in setting up shop in Connecticut?
No, I don't have an exact number. I wouldn't want to represent it, but we're talking to 2 specifically for one site, and we've had 3 other inquiries recently, and people contacting us to discuss things like accessibility of power and transmission and timing for those things. Yes.
So we heard some really concerning testimony this morning from the Commissioner of DEEP as well as the Bureau Chief for Air Quality. And I'm just, as we're moving down the line and we're attracting new business into the state of Connecticut, which I'm all for, economic development. And in fact, I voted on this bill. As I mentioned to Senator Summers before, I voted on the bill with the understanding that we were going to be putting environmental standards in place for data centers. That was what I was told. That was sort of an agreement we were working on amongst leaders in DECD, DEP, as well as the chambers. And so really disappointed that we weren't able to put those standards in place last year. But this should be no surprise to anybody that we want environmental standards in place. And what I would say is, we had talked about, you keep mentioning these tier 4 standards. Are those not just the federal guidelines, the federal standards for peak shaving?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Are the guidelines in the raised bill federal standards?
No, I'm sorry. You mentioned tier 4. Tier 2 and tier 4 that we talked about last year. Are those the federal guidelines, or do those go beyond federal guidelines? My understanding is that tier 4 standards that you've mentioned a couple times, this morning or this afternoon now, that those are federal guidelines that are already in place.
Okay, the engine companies, the engineers for the engine companies, and we have a small team with us. So I don't have every single engineering question. I won't be able to answer all the engineering questions. But here's what I do know, that each of the engines has a certain rating, just like a car does, for a standard, for mileage and so forth, and emissions. And each of these engines then is allowed under the regulations to operate for a certain number of hours per year. You buy a small car, you can run it longer for the same amount of emissions that a big car can run for a smaller amount of time, right? So these particular, we've reached out to a few engine companies, two that that are handled by the same representative, that are industry standards, major industry standards worldwide, and we can't get to those limits with the diesel generated. With a diesel generator. I will tell you that these generators will work less than 1%, maybe 0.5%. Now, we can't gauge a 9-day power outage like we recently had. Nobody can gauge that. So there shouldn't be any limit on emergency. But I think that we've got to look at, not because the legislature voted this so overwhelmingly, and not creating a regulatory environment after the fact. Now, I just want to remind you, I supported the letter. I have a copy of it here that came from DECD, Deep copied in, and I'm sure DECD didn't make up these regulations. I'm sure it was Deep that sent over all these standards with tier 2 language, with tier 4. I sent Rep. Machinsky that a pledge that said I would do it, and we did it. So, and now we're talking to people around the world that are anticipating that this host fee agreement draft that has been put together would be the correct draft that they would go by. Anything else is going to look like a switcheroo, and it doesn't follow federal standards. So anyone looking at Connecticut is going to have their siting council, which is a data center siting council, look at the taxes, and they're going to look at the federal law, state regulations, and they're going to see if it suits them or not. And frankly, this isn't a cakewalk. This is hard to get somebody to come to Connecticut to be able to do this because we don't have big, wide open spaces. So we agree with it. I will tell you that all of the sites are over 100 acres collectively. So they're not small sites, and they'll only be using maybe 6 acres of coverage, plus the roadway to come in a 1 acre parking lot or 1.25 acre parking lot. So looking at it from the outside, it's a fairly green industry. These generators will not be used like it's being brought forward, that these are going to be some chugging power plant. They're used for emergency backup and peak shaving, similar to every hotel, microgrid, municipal that has it, and many other people across the state that has it. I think you said there were 1,700 in 2003. We'd like to see, I'd like to know what the update is. I don't have access to those records, and it would be a little more difficult for me to find.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I would just say that, you mentioned a switcheroo and that we shouldn't be updating regulations after the fact. I mean, laws and standards and regulations are ever evolving, right? We learn, we get new information, and we need to act accordingly. And the information that we have gotten, and might I just say again, that we tried to do this last session. We tried to put environmental regulation in place, and we failed to do so. But I would say that, we are learning, even today, we're learning that there's new information coming in that we are in non-attainment. And so we have to act accordingly, right? Our health-based standards have to change accordingly. And so I would just ask you if there are a way for data centers to peak shave in a more environmentally friendly way, would they not want to do so?
Of course they would.
Okay. All right.
You'd have to bring, thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Next, Representative, Mashinsky.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have an earlier version of last year's amendment here. I don't have the one I finally ran with, but I was told last year by the vendors through the chairman that as long as we took out the words "at all times" to accommodate the first puff when the diesel is turned on, that they could in fact meet the standard of the amendment. That simple change of "at all times" was enough that they could meet the standard. And again, we didn't get that confirmation until the last day, and that's when I ran the amendment. But you're saying they cannot meet the standard, and we were told last year that they could. So I think we're getting conflicting information at this hearing, and we need to resolve it. Which is the true story?
Can I respond?
Sure.
Please.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Machinsky. The totality of what was offered, I have right here in an email. And it was exactly as you said, steady state, but the other words are non-transient. So I'm sure that everyone on the call doesn't want to go down a rabbit hole, but on engineering sheets for these engines, there is steady state situations and non-transient situations. And it's a deeper engineering question, but you're absolutely right. It has to do with getting the engine started. When they get a car and they do the mileage requirement at EPA, they don't do it from a dead start. The first puff you were talking about, it's got to be cruising, okay? Tier 2 engines run at one level, Tier 2, 4, 86 to 95 more efficient than the Tier 2s. They're also $1 million more roughly per engine, $1 million more for each one, okay? Going between 2 and 3. They're much more difficult to maintain, and they are extremely expensive to maintain over the course of a year compared to a Tier 2. So they need to be maintained. You must test them. They're so expensive that the point of diminishing returns comes quickly. Now, when I was down in Wallingford, I sent you a pledge. You remember the pledge I sent that said that you were correct in your assumption for and I wrote you were correct and and then on the last one I put in that the vote did fail, but we agreed. I put it in writing to you, and someone, I don't know if it was your office or someone in Wallingford, posted it on Google, and I got up the next day and there was my pledge to you posted online. So we did exactly what was requested. And also the Deep Commissioner put in here, and I don't know why it's an industry standard, BREEAM for new construction, Energy Star, Envision, ISO 50001 energy management, LEED, Green Globes, UL 2332, or an equivalent program. So none of that language got in, and I was quite surprised into this last bill. I would think that the state would certainly want a very large building like this with a hyperscaler to have that. So we are not against anything that the industry doesn't support in some way or another. But we don't want to put roadblocks up that are non-starters at first look. There's a lot you can do with people coming into the industry. You can ask them for certain things, and you can certainly get this or that and work out some negotiation level. But when they look at Connecticut, the first thing they say is stop right now. The power is just way too expensive. And then we have to get our engineers and 20-year studies, and we have to chat with them about all of this. And it takes a couple of weeks. And after the weeks, and the engineer sends a report, and then they say, okay, now show us about the regulation. You notice they're skipping the tax because we solved it. And the sites that we're selecting are near main trunk fiber line, so that's off the table. But we've got to get through the regulation. And this sends a very messy signal. So last year's bill, those things we can agree to in a 5 to make 4 configuration, Tier 2 for the single one, Tier 4 for the other 4, in those same types of groupings, industry standard. That's okay. All these building green energy standards, no problem. All of these things are possible to do. Okay, so I'm not against any of that, and I wasn't, and I wanted everyone to know that I did send those pledge out, and they are included in both of the last 2 host fee agreements that we've just put together. So thank you, Rep. Machinsky, for the question.
Okay, I just want to let you know, Mr. Quinn, that I did support the data centers bill. I still support the data centers bill. I welcome the industry to Connecticut. But I think it's our responsibility as a state with air issues to do the best we can for our constituents. It's our duty really to do that. So starting from where we were last year, when vendors did agree they could meet this, if we changed at all times, I hope we can move forward, sit down with the language, move forward, get the protection in there that they can meet, even if it becomes a little more expensive. Even if it is really our responsibility to take care of our constituents as well as do the economic development. So starting from last year and moving ahead, I think we can hopefully get to that happy medium.
I'm willing to help if I can.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky, and seeing no more hands raised, Mr. Quinn, thank you for your perspective on this. I'm sure we'll be talking again in the future.
Thank you.
Next is Samuel Ramirez, followed by Eric Hammerling.
Hi, good morning, Chairman, Senators, and committee members. My name is Sam Ramirez. I own and run humane pest control services here in Southern California. I'm here to speak on the topic of the SB 239, which is the act to prohibit the use of certain rodenticides for the protection of wildlife. I've been a little background on me. I've been a carpenter for a little over 15 years. I've been doing humane pest control for the past 8 years. And it's amazing, how many people are dealing with, these issues and the problems that the rodenticides and poisons are causing to the environment and the animals. And we're here to offer the ability to let people know that there are other ways to address these problems. A lot of clients, they're actually traumatized by these situations that are caused. These animals make their way into people's homes, and it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary, and we've been at this for a very long time. And to promote education is, I feel, the key, along with the prohibiting or banning of these rodenticides, because without education, how can anyone proceed to take the proper steps? No one knows how to address these things properly. So we need to educate the public and let them know, hey, this is a way that we could do it. This is a safer way, and it's a long-lasting answer. But it takes a community. It takes everyone to participate to be able to address these issues properly and in a way that could last a long time and help everyone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Did I hear you wrong? Did you say Southern California?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that those more humane methods that you use out in California can be used here as well in Connecticut. Can you give me an example of one of those? I mean, I'm not going to go outside and chase a rat around till it tires out, because I'll tire out first. So what are we talking about?
Absolutely. Basically, I could give you an example when it comes to, let's say, getting rid of a rodent issue that someone may be having. Instead of coming in there with just traps and poisons like most pest control companies do, it's a matter of exclusion. It's a matter of finding out how these animals got into the house, a broken screen, a broken access door, maybe there's a hole in the wall, and people don't really know what to do. So they'll call animal control or one of these other pest control companies, and their approach is not long lasting. Their approach is very temporary. They could set up traps and you might catch one, but you might end up having more problems than you signed up for, because the real issues are, how are the animals getting in? And once we address that, then that pretty much solves the problem for the long term. Because if we're rodent proofing a home, we are not just blocking the rodents, but we're blocking the rabbits, the raccoons, the possums, and protecting the home for any damages that these animals can cause.
Mr. Ramirez, we appreciate your angle on this, and I'm sure that it'll be something that we consider with this bill as we go forward. I don't see any other hands raised in the room as far as questions go. So thank you for your patience and for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Eric Hammerling, followed by Suzanne Cahill.
Good afternoon, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Eric Hammerling, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Forest and Park Association. I've submitted testimony in support of 4 bills, and if I were going to draw a connection between all 4, it would be a general lack of resources, both funding and people, available for the stewardship of our state's outdoor recreational and natural assets. I thank the committee for raising these bills. HB 5291 would increase the bond authorization for the Recreational Trails and Greenways Grants Program to $6 million. This past fall, DEEP issued a request for recreational trails proposals and received an unprecedented 65 applications requesting over $22 million. $3 million available in available bond funding was granted to 20 worthy projects, but another $7 million of highly ranked proposals went unfunded. Recreational trails have been ranked at the top of both community assets and needs for the future in Connecticut's State Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, or SCORP. And multiple studies linked to my testimony demonstrate that trails for hiking, running, biking, equestrian, and other uses attract and sustain families and businesses, create healthy communities, and foster a high quality of life. Trails should be an ongoing priority for investment in our state. We also support sections 7 through 9 of SB 238 that would make administrative improvements enabling an understaffed forestry division to more effectively ensure compliance with Connecticut's Forest Practices Act. This act is critical to ensure forest practitioners who work in our state are professionally licensed, meet ongoing continuing education requirements, and adhere to important forest practice standards that protect natural resources. HB 5290 is a response to DEEP's struggle to meet the demands of state park attendance that has grown by 10% a year for each of the past 4 years. While swelling state park attendance should be a great success story for Connecticut, the number of full-time and seasonal workers available to maintain and operate state parks and campgrounds has remained flat after declining precipitously for years. If DEEP had adequate staff to maintain parks and campgrounds, as well as environmental conservation officers sufficient to deter unlawful behavior, legislation like HB 5290 might not be on today's agenda. Lastly, SB 243 would enable the Department of Agriculture to invest in farmers who implement climate-smart agricultural and forestry practices, both to ensure a resilient food system and to sustain many economic and ecosystem benefits that farmland provides. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be glad to respond to your questions.
Well, thank you, Eric, for your patience and for your testimony in support of a series of bills that you highlighted. Don't go anywhere. You have a question from Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Eric. I just wanted to say thank you for all your work on the raising awareness of the Trails Day, the annual day that you've been working on for a long time. And you've done a wonderful job, especially in my towns. And I just want to thank you for that. And I hope you keep up the good work. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative Palm. Just for folks who may not be aware, Connecticut Trails Day is actually the largest Trails Day that's celebrated anywhere in the nation. So it's an honor at CFPA to help host that great gathering. And since this is a short session, June 4th and 5th, lots of trails activities happening all around the state, and I hope you'll all participate.
Nice plug. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess you're all right. Thank you, Eric. I don't see any other hands raised, so appreciate your patience and your perspective. Next is Suzanne Cahill, followed by Stacy Ober.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Suzanne Cahill. I'm a resident of Connecticut, currently residing in Norwalk. I present my testimony with the great hope that you will advance this bill, regarding HB 5289, an act concerning the nighttime lighting of state-owned buildings at certain times for the protection of birds. This is a really important bill. Tens of thousands of birds every year die because of harmful human interference, but most dangerously from building collisions caused by light pollution. Birds cannot discern the difference between natural and artificial light. Their internal senses are thrown completely off when they approach areas with increased light pollution, like many of our towns and cities. Light pollution causes navigational disorientation, which leads towards these bird-building collisions, most commonly with glass from offices or apartment buildings. All of Connecticut is within the Atlantic corridor of the migratory patterns of hundreds of bird species who are critically important to our ecosystem. Our feathered friends migrate throughout the night skies perfectly, reliably every spring and fall. We see them. You may have heard mockingbirds as early as this morning. In the spring, they migrate with the hopes of achieving their northern destination so that they may breed, only to take flight once again as the cool autumn air hearkens their southern migration. Connecticut is an exceptionally important byway for birds and has been for forever. Limiting the nighttime illumination of non-essential interior and exterior lighting greatly reduces the number of bird-building collisions and has the added benefit of conserving energy. This common sense step would cut down significantly on what is the largest and wholly man-made cause of bird deaths. As the former executive director for Bedford Audubon, one of the oldest chapters of the National Audubon Society, my role was to connect people to nature while working to educate about and protect bird species. The chapter organization services the New York towns that border Connecticut municipalities, Greenwich, Stamford, New Canaan, Wilton, Ridgefield, and Danbury. When the spring and autumn months arrived, it was usual for residents from both New York and Connecticut to call and inquire about bird window collisions and what could be done to either rehabilitate or reduce these bird deaths. Birds know no borders, so these calls are heart-wrenching. It was my job to educate and advocate for the birds what could be done and how to help people be better environmental stewards. When people recognize that they can do things to minimize bird collisions in simple ways, like turning off outdoor uplighting during peak migration season, or, just creating visual distractions on large glass windows in their homes and offices.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Okay. Well, you can all make a big impact in a small way. And, I hope you will take action to advance this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cahill. I was unaware of what an issue this is. And you mentioned that this is the largest cause of bird death. Is that window collisions in general or at night, with this nighttime lighting?
It's both. I don't have the statistics on, what percentage they are in the evening time or the daytime, but it is one of the largest concerns when it comes to bird deaths is building collisions. Okay, and do you know of any other states that have this law? Actually, House Bill 5289 mirrors the bill that was passed in New York.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony today. I don't see any other questions from the committee. I appreciate you taking the time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Stacey Ober, followed by Mary Claire Whalen.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen, Chair Gresco, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Stacey Ober. I am the Legislative Analyst and Community Outreach Coordinator here in New England for the American Kennel Club. We are a 135-year-old not-for-profit animal welfare organization that represents more than 5,000 clubs across the country, including 57 clubs in Connecticut. And I'm here today to speak to Senate Bill 234 because it does make substantial changes to kennel and dog licensing provisions. I want to first acknowledge that Commissioner Hurlburt noted that he was open to amending the bill to add therapy dogs to the waiver of paying for dog license fees, similar to that already provided for service dogs. And the American Kennel Club does support that amendment. And we respectfully request that you consider additional amendments to address the concerns I'd like to highlight for you. Note that in my written testimony, I have put forward suggested friendly amendment text. First of all, I want to just acknowledge that AKC does support reasonable and enforceable laws that protect the welfare and health of dogs and that don't restrict the rights of breeders and owners who meet their responsibilities. So we do respect that the intent of Senate 234 is to authorize municipal animal control officers to provide oversight of the kennel licenses that are issued by their municipalities and to modernize the dog licensing process. But we are concerned that the authority given to the municipal ACOs in the bill provides them with very broad access and authority. What I mean by that is it adds the words breeding and facilities into the law, but there's no definition of facility. So an ACO here is authorized to inspect at any time of day and without a definition of what constitutes a facility. And our concern is it could result in an inappropriate search of the home of someone who breeds personally owned dogs for purpose of improving, exhibiting, or showing the breed. And we think that limiting the hours of a kennel inspection to, say, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. would be more reasonable. Secondly, the bill authorizes the animal control officer to require compliance with correcting, and I quote, conditions they believe may adversely affect the health and welfare of the dogs. And this phrase is extremely broad and subjective. For instance, it's unclear whether an animal control officer's evaluation of conditions would include, for instance, whether or not a dog could be bred. We do see animal policy initiatives where animal rights activists who oppose breeding animals have often attempted to authorize animal control officer oversight of breeding activity. And those decisions are best left between the animal owner and their veterinarian. So we're asking for you to clarify that section as to the breadth of animal control officer authority. Secondly, we want to acknowledge that it would streamline the process of dog licensing to make it electronic and have that information go to the Department of Agriculture. However, this would create a new electronic database, and we are concerned for privacy reasons that there would be a database listing every dog owner who has an intact dog, unspayed or unneutered. And the reason we're concerned about that is, unfortunately, some animal rights activists are so passionate that they have gone forward and harassed or tried to intimidate some of our club members. I can share with you our members have been subjected to trespass.
Thank you, but I'm sorry, your time is up.
Can I just finish the sentence?
Sure, please just summarize, Ms. Ober, thank you.
Yeah, so our members have been subjected to suspicious phone inquiries, visits to their home and kennel, suspicious timing of anonymous complaints, to the extent that we even set up a anti-breeder harassment and retaliatory task force in 2020 for our members to provide them some guidance. So we'd like some privacy protections there. And then just the last point is the different fee that is imposed on dog owners of intact dogs. The literature currently demonstrates that, in fact, there are health benefits to not spaying or neutering a dog until later in life, or perhaps at all. And so we'd like the committee to look closely at that disparity in the dog licensing fees, and if we're streamlining, to go forward and just make it a universal dog license fee that doesn't distinguish between spayed or unspayed, neutered or unneutered. There is no dog overpopulation issue in Connecticut. And so that's an old premise that we need to encourage and incentivize the sterilization of our dogs, when in fact it may be contrary to their best health. Thank you for considering these points and reviewing my testimony.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ober. I see you have a question from Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Ober, for coming in. Excuse me. I know we have had over the last several years some back and forth with regard to the definition of kennel. There were some problems with the original definition, and we've tried over the last few years to fix that to make it more understandable. I understand how adding the word facility could possibly be confusing without a definition, and that is something that we should probably take a look at. I understand that, but let me ask you: do you think there's a problem overall with changing from local licensing to state licensing, or is there just something about the way it's done in this bill that you object to?
Well, both of the licensing are going in opposite directions. So currently, the kennel license is issued by the town, but it is enforced by the State Department of Agriculture when there's a complaint. And they have broad authority to go in and inspect, of course, if there is a complaint. Maybe they're concerned about infectious disease spread or some harmful condition they need to remedy right away. So the bill actually places that authority with the municipal ACO. And in our estimation, that same authority should not be as broad to just inspect a kennel for issuing a kennel license. On the flip side, I am aware that there are many municipal software companies that offer dog licensing programs that would benefit the towns in streamlining the dog license process. But we have seen, for instance, in other states, I give in my written testimony an example of New Hampshire establishing an animal records database. And thankfully, they did include some confidentiality protections, which we're comfortable with streamlining it so long as that identifiable information is not open to public disclosure.
I'm sorry, so that's in your written testimony?
It is, yeah. I provided copy of the New Hampshire protections that were adopted in 2020.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I'll take a look at that. Certainly those two things are important: the confidentiality of the individual, and also limiting to some extent, or determining at least, defining what the scope of the search authority is. Like you said, you don't want the Department of Agriculture coming in at any time of day and searching your house. So I certainly, understand that those are significant issues that need to be addressed.
Thank you, Representative.
Now, was there something else that you didn't get to in your testimony, or did you hit all the points you wanted to hit?
Thanks, Representative. I think I did. I think I just wanted to emphasize that the current veterinary literature demonstrates the great value in not sterilizing a dog early in life. And so there has been this longstanding policy of additional higher fees for dogs that are intact. And that feels discriminatory in terms of that money goes into the animal population control program, which is largely funded by dog license fees and arguably the highest percentage by those who own purebred dogs and are choosing not to spay or neuter their dog early on in life. And the program itself, I think, actually predominantly benefits the feral cat population in Connecticut. There is no dog overpopulation problem in Connecticut that I'm aware of, or in the country, because we import more than 1 million dogs from outside of the country to meet the demand for dogs in the United States. We are a dog-loving country, so thank you.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I very much appreciate your coming in and answering my questions, and we'll certainly take a look at some of those issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Ms. Ober, for testifying today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mary Claire Whalen, followed by Lance Travato.
Hi, thank you, Senator. Hi, my name is Mary Claire Whalen. I'm a New Haven resident and a farmer at Massaro Community Farm in Woodbridge, Connecticut. We grow vegetables, strawberries, and we also have a flock of chickens for eggs. I also work for the New Connecticut Farmer Alliance, an organization made up of nearly 500 farmers from all around the state. And I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 243. As a farmer, I'm out on the front lines of climate change. Hotter temps, record-breaking droughts, and severe weather events are not just unsettling, they have a direct and significant impact on my livelihood. But I got into farming because I know that small farmers can be leaders in mitigating climate change by sequestering carbon in the soil, decreasing our dependence on fossil fuels, and feeding our communities from local sources. By passing Senate Bill 243, Connecticut can be a leader in mitigating climate change through agriculture, and at the same time support the long-term viability of farms that are committed to environmental sustainability. Furthermore, I'd like to voice my strong support for the provision in Section B of this bill that would require the Department of Ag to prioritize funding allocation to, quote, socially disadvantaged producers and new farmers. Through my work with the Connecticut Farmers Alliance, I'm constantly talking to new and beginning farmers about their needs and their priorities, and there's a really strong consensus in our group that we have a long way to go here in Connecticut to support farmers of color. While 35% of the state is made up of people of color, nearly 100% of farm owners are white. This is a direct result of years of discrimination, especially by state agencies. However, we are really lucky to have a growing number of passionate, super talented, and dedicated farmers of color in the state. These farmers deserve our support not just as a matter of fairness and justice, but because they're performing public services that benefit all of us. Farmers of color in Connecticut have been leaders in implementing new and emerging technologies, innovative marketing practices, and farmer-to-farmer educational services. They do so in spite of the knowledge that historically certain institutions have done everything in their power to cripple their success. Now, in their written testimony, the Department of Ag cited its Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Working Group as a reason that this provision in Section B is unnecessary. While I applaud the department for their work with the DEI Working Group and all of their wonderful work supporting a more diverse set of farmers in the state, I do think it's crucial to note that this working group is not in statute. So we have no guarantee that under a different governor and commissioner of ag, the department's efforts to support socially disadvantaged farmers would continue. I think this requirement must be included in Senate Bill 243 so that we can ensure that Connecticut will continue to invest in the success of BIPOC farmers. I myself am actually a proud participant in the DEI working group in the Market Access and Diversification subgroup, as are 4 other members of the new CT Farmer Alliance Steering Committee. And what's clear from those conversations thus far is that this working group just has to be the very beginning. The department have expressed, and I really believe that they mean it, that the recommendations of the DEI working group will lead to real and lasting change in how the Department of Ag operates. The requirement of funding prioritization for socially disadvantaged producers and new farmers in this bill is a really wonderful example of what those changes can and should look like. And I believe that
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Okay, great. Just to
Claire,
wrap up.
do you just want to summarize?
Sure. My last point is just that by prioritizing new and beginning farmers and socially disadvantaged farmers in this funding opportunity, we'll be investing in the future of farming in Connecticut and enabling farmers who are really passionate about fighting climate change to put their expertise and their passion into action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Whalen. I've been really excited to see some of the new innovative farming methods, particularly in urban centers, new farmers, and really involving our BIPOC community. So I'm really excited about that. Want to turn it over to Representative Dubitsky, who has a question for you. Representative Dubitsky, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I'm sorry, you clicked out. I couldn't tell if you recalled my name or somebody else. Thank you for coming in. Very much appreciate it. You said that that nearly 100% of the farmers in Connecticut are white, but that 30% of the people in Connecticut are not white. Did I get that right?
Let me look at my notes. The statistic that I said, yeah, 35% of the state is people of color, but it's close to 100% of farm owners are white.
Okay, but then a little later on, in a few sentences later, you said that there are lots of people of color who are farmers. So you've confused me. Are there people of color who are farmers, or are there not?
Certainly, there are people who are of color who are farmers in the state, and while they are a very small minority, they're a very passionate and growing voice for farmers in the state.
Okay, because I know quite a few, and I would dispute that nearly 100% of the farmers in Connecticut are white. I don't think that's accurate. Now, you also said that it's and the reason why there are so few people of color in farming is because of if I get the words right, a deliberate and systematic approach, or that somehow they've been deliberately prevented from being farming. On what do you base that?
I think there's a lot of really wonderful reporting that's come out in the past few years about systematic discrimination and exclusion from FSA, from USDA, from departments of ag. I think there's a lot of really wonderful work being done at the federal level, talking about land exclusion for Black farmers that has happened over the last 100 years. I really encourage you to look into some of that research and reporting, and I would be happy to provide it to you after this hearing.
Do you have any evidence that any of that's happened in Connecticut?
That's a really good question, and I think some of my colleagues Working Land Alliance and some of the other state organizations could speak with a little bit more expertise on that matter. I can certainly say from my experience knowing many farmers and talking with many farmers that this is an issue here in Connecticut as well.
Okay, well, I happen to be a farmer too, and I know quite a few farmers, and I just hate to see these statements thrown out without any basis that somehow there's a systematic effort to prevent people from farming in this state based on the color of their skin. And I would object to any type of statement like that without significant backup. The farming community that I know and love is welcoming to everybody, regardless of the color of their skin or their national heritage. And I would certainly hope that that everybody welcomed all people equally. And if there is some type of systematic effort to prevent people from farming based on the color of their skin, I want to know about it. And if there isn't, then we shouldn't claim there is. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you so much, Ms. Whalen. I think if there's something that we can do to help incentivize new farmers, including those in the BIPOC community, to set up shop, so to speak, set up farms in the state, that everybody's all the better for it. So I appreciate your testimony today and your patience.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Mr. Lance Travato, followed by Mr. Don Stein. Welcome, Mr. Travato.
Thank you. Members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to provide testimony today on SB 239 on behalf of the Connecticut Pest Control Association and the thousands of jobs we represent across the state. My name is Lance Travato and I work at Verdant Pest Control. The pest control industry is an essential one. We protect America's food, health, and property from pests and the diseases they may carry. Many Americans take for granted the pest-free existence our industry provides. The expectation is that our homes, schools, restaurants, shopping malls, and hospitals will be free of rats, mice, roaches, and bedbugs. We assume that the food that we buy at the store will be bug-free and that our houses won't fall apart from termite damage. It is my industry that ensures pests are kept at bay, and I'm here to advocate against removing a key tool from our toolbox in that ongoing fight. SB 239 would ban all second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, or SGARs. While the urge to protect wildlife is admirable, by not allowing professionals like those in my industry to use SGARs to help the public will be put at serious risk. I am requesting that structural pest control receive an exemption from SB 239. The CDC states that rodents transmit over 35 diseases through their droppings, saliva, urine, and hosting fleas. Rodents also exacerbate allergies and asthma attacks. SGRs are more effective than first-generation anticoagulants in urban settings because they only require single feeding to neutralize a rodent. There is no known resistance to second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, and they are essential in eradicating rodent populations that are resistant to first gens. If SGRs were banned from use by trained and certified professionals, the application of first-generation rodenticide products would significantly increase, causing greater resistant issues amongst rodent populations. Eventually, first-generation rodenticides would become ineffective. Alternative to first and second-generation baits are acute rodenticides. Acutes pose a greater risk to non-targets such as kids and pets, since these rodenticides do not have an antidote. If a child or a dog were to consume an acute bait, it would be devastating. Pest management professionals only use acutes when non-targets are not around, such as commercial buildings, and is never recommended to be used around kids or pets. Second-generation baits have become a staple for my industry due to the fact that they work well and pose a lesser risk to kids, pets, and other non-targets, and they have an antidote of vitamin K1. When professionals use SGRs, they are used with meticulous consideration and strategy. When human health is in jeopardy, and hospital rooms, restaurant, kitchens, and the places we call home are overrun by an infestation, it is imperative that we have all the tools we can to protect human health. Banning SGRs would have a ripple effect through other industries, as well as from hospitality to food supply to healthcare facilities. All these terrible consequences can be avoided if the structural pest control industry is exempt from any SGR ban. Please protect public health and let our industry to continue its essential work. Please exempt structural pest control from SB 239 today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stravato, and good job staying within your time limit there. Could you tell me a little bit about what your industry does to protect wildlife from rodenticides now? Is there a certain application that is used that with that thought in mind of protecting other wildlife that's unintended for the rodenticide?
Definitely. All the baits that we use on the outside are either in tamper-resistant bait stations. So let's say like along the outside of a commercial building or a residential home. The baits that we use have to be put into tamper-resistant bait stations. The only other exception to that would be like a pelletized bait form, which would have to be deep inside of a burrow. There are minimum requirements, like let's say a rat burrow. There are minimum requirements that you have to put that bait down in there. And that's to prevent birds and other non-targets from getting into it.
I think, part of the problem that is that we're attempting to solve as a committee here or listen to, the issues on it is, obviously you can't stop a bird of prey from eating a rodent that has been ingesting rodenticide. And so that's the predicament. There are several exceptions in the bill that are laid out, and you mentioned like food safety and food, and those are all accepted from the language. Do you feel that the exceptions are not strong enough?
Yeah, I feel like they're not strong enough. I think we need to exempt all structural pest control from the bill. A major oversight that would be residential homes. Like I said, the baits that we use are all put inside tamper-resistant bait stations. The mouse or the rat will go inside those stations, they'll eat the bait, and they'll go home. They'll go back to wherever that is, whether it's, a burrow in the ground or inside of, unfortunately, some, your walls in a garage, something like that, and they'll perish there. So the chances of, predatory birds getting in contact from the mice that we're specifically targeting is going to be low.
Okay. Well, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Travato. I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, next we have Don Stein, followed by Betsy Guerra. Welcome, Mr. Stein.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Also, if you could ask that Tom Kirk and Jim Hayden be promoted into the meeting so we can testify together, that'd be helpful.
Sure, Madam Clerk.
Okay, while you're doing that,
Let's see if I can find them.
I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to appear this morning, or actually now afternoon, to testify on House Bill 5298 regarding waste energy facilities. My name is Don Stein. I'm First Selectman Town of Barkhamsted, and I'm also Chairman of the MIRA Board of Directors. Jim Hayden is the Vice Chair of MIRA and was a 10-year First Selectman in East Granby, and Tom Kirk is President and CEO of MIRA. And just a little bit of background, I know most of you are familiar with MIRA, but I'd like to remind everyone that it is a quasi-public organization. It's been in place for over 40 years and charged with administering and executing Connecticut public policy for fiscally and environmentally sound solid waste disposal for the municipalities in Connecticut. We provide our services at net cost of operation, meaning at a price covered to set the cost of the services. And we also have historically set an economical competitive pricing structure for the entire state that benefits all the municipalities. We have been the municipal option, the public option for solid waste for decades. We also have operated without any cost to the state. We receive no state appropriations or state funding. Our budget is based upon the cost of operations, and it includes waste disposal, transportation, and recycling, and all of those are included in a single tip fee. The problem we're at right now is that the waste energy facility in Hartford South Meadows is at the end of its useful life and really has been for several years. We worked with DEEP a few years ago and explored a public-private partnership selected by a formal RFP process, but no partnership was ultimately formed because of the necessity for a significant infusion of funding that could not either be accommodated by MIRA's bonding authority, since that would require the need for long-term municipal commitments and energy contracts. Those two necessary underwriting items were available decades ago when the first facility was constructed, but the times have changed and MIRA alone cannot support the bonding needed to refurbish the plant. We also at that time looked at building a new plant, and that cost was even more exorbitant. In the interest of time, I'll skip ahead to where we really are right now, and then I'll certainly entertain questions. There's a lot more background I could provide, but I know time is limited. There's two tasks right here that we have to discuss. One is the Connecticut solid waste policy should be re-examined in the context of the statutory and administrative framework that exists today and the economic and technological opportunities for long-term capacity services. Without public direction, authority, and investment, solid waste disposal will default to the most readily available least cost option, regardless of our stated policy. And that least cost option, unfortunately, is to transport out of state to landfills in the South, landfills in New York, Ohio, and further west. The near-term task, and the one that is most important and most efficient, is to immediately deal with the million ton per year capacity shortfall that will result from the decommissioning of the South Meadows facility. DEEP's, very recent waste reduction initiatives, including paper throw, organic separation, will in many cases face municipal stiff resistance. And unless they're implemented successfully across the state, they will not solve the capacity shortfall. And I thought Matt Knickerbocker did a very good job of summarizing, where we're at. We have a short-term, medium-term need, and some of these great initiatives that DEEP has put in place hopefully will help in the long term, but they won't solve the near-term.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steinberg. I'm sorry your time is up.
Could I ask for more time, since you have a bill that is dedicated specifically to MIRA?
Yeah, Don, you can, if you can summarize, I know you'll have some questions on this. And also, it's up to all of you, but Tom and Jim, if you want to, after this, go back into the waiting room and then come back for an additional 3 minutes of testimony, that's your prerogative as well. So you can.
I'll give you this. I'll give you the bottom line. We did do a rather lengthy testimony. We believe that the bill is positive. That's 5298, but it should be modified to focus the task force exclusively on the long-term challenge, that to create the statutory, economic, and practical framework to develop statewide funding authority, permitting, regulation, and organization for good policy. We do not see that we can solve the short-term problem anyway with shipping out of state. Longer term, nobody wants to see that happen. But in the next few years, we have a 5-year obligation in MIRA to 48 communities in the state, and we will fulfill that. And unfortunately, right now, the only solution will be shipping. But the state needs to really reflect on what it wants to do longer term, like it did 30 or 40 years ago when they got rid of the landfills in the state and put waste energy in place.
Okay, and did you say you have 48 member towns right now?
48 at the moment. There are a few towns that have asked or have stated that they are looking at options other than Mira. But what we do is we put our tip fee in place in February. The towns have until the end of March to tell us if they're going to stay with us or not. And I know that Hartford and Manchester have indicated that they would probably leave, but we don't know the exact number. But it is a very significant amount of waste disposal. And those towns will probably find their only option is to go out of state, but they're hoping to do it cheaper than Mira. We've set our tip fee, we've notified the towns, and where we are exactly we'll know in the next couple of weeks.
And the tip fee that you set is for the exportation to a landfill. So you'd be acting.
It is for the disposal of municipal solid waste, the recycling of municipal recycling, and the transportation. And right now, the only option we see longer term for over the next 3 or 4 or 5 years will be transportation out of state, unfortunately.
Okay, I see you have a question from Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just leave it a little open-ended. What, in your opinion, is the solution to this crisis? I know you ran up against the time limit. If you want to just kind of elaborate on what you think the best case scenario is moving forward. Thank you.
So as I said, we're liable. We're contractually liable for however many towns stay with us, but it'll be in the 40s at least, for several 100,000 tons a year for disposing of their municipal waste. And the only viable solution right now, absent an incredible infusion of cash, will be to ship out of state. The plant is on its last legs no matter what we invest in it. And it can take 2, 5, 7 years to build a new plant, or there was a discussion of alternate technology earlier. So right now what we need is to get our contractual obligations fulfilled. At the same time, in parallel, we think the only solution for the state is for some statewide mandates to find ways to reduce the waste, to look at how to dispose of the waste from the other facilities as they reach their end of life. And again, it was mentioned earlier that, for example, the Bridgeport facility won't necessarily be far behind the Hartford facility. So the scenario that we see is we have to take care of the waste, and the only way we see it happening is through transportation out of state. At the same time, we come up with a parallel path that looks at longer term solutions that are in the best interest of the state, both environmentally and economically.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Representative. And I see my co-chair, Representative Gresko, has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don, thank you for coming on and really continuing to sound the alarm on the urgency of this. I just want to say that the Wheelabrator plant down here in Bridgeport has recently gone through some upgrades so that they have seen their parent company invest in the trash to energy plant here. So I can see it out my window, and they have every intention of staying here to hopefully help us solve this problem going forward. But what I was going to circle back to was a conversation that we had with the leadership of the committee, and a potential scenario that we explored, meaning maybe an investment of money from the state, but not the full nut of $300 million for a brand new plant, but a series of more than Band-Aid injections of funding into the Mira plant, with the idea that it's only going to be for a few years until our transition, our evolution to the next technology comes along. Is that something that's still practical for the Mira board?
Yeah, we think we can keep the plant running for some period of months. I won't say years, with normal capital infusion, Band-Aids and that sort of thing. I think if there's an opportunity to get a significant amount of money, and if Tom Kirk's on, he could talk to it better than I can, we would certainly entertain it. But it has to come with some cash, because Mira has no cash, basically. But yeah, we would certainly entertain that kind of discussion and that kind of scenario.
Is Tom available?
Yes, Representative Tom Kirk here. Thank you. Yes, the need for capital investment would be quite significant at the plant, and it would be a years-long project to bring the plant back to a reliable and efficient condition, such that the board, in considering that possibility, elected to pursue essentially a renovation of the facility to buy decades more reliable service, or failing that, to decommission the facility and hope that the state could engage in a longer term solution to implement to build and develop new infrastructure to solve our problem and ensure our self-sufficiency.
So I was thinking more along the lines of kind of in between there. I mean, the $300 million price tag for a brand new facility was rejected. The Band-Aid approach maybe isn't good enough going forward, but maybe, an influx of somewhere in the area of 10 to 15 million a year for a set number of years, knowing that while we're doing that and treading water, so to speak, we've decided that our future is going to be X, and that's going on at the same time as far as a long-term solution goes. And I just we had this discussion before that we would all love to solve this issue, but part of me is, as you know, you've dealt with this in multiple other scenarios. Sometimes when the wheels come off, then everyone pays attention to it, and we solve the problem both short term and long term. I'd rather not have that happen, but do you think that that's what it's going to take? I mean, to get everyone's willingness to come around the table and figure this out?
Representative Gresco, if I could answer that, we had proposed exactly that to DEEP, and I believe DEEP discussed with the governor's office, and it was to the tune of about $15 million a year over the 5-year period. So we certainly had entertained it. It was rejected at that time.
Okay.
But if there's a realistic way that we can get a guarantee of, say, 60 to 70, $75 million to keep the plant running, I think the board would certainly view that favorably.
Okay, that's where I was going with that. Look, we're just trying to throw options on the table before the inevitable happens. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Gresco. And I understand this is a huge topic. Large is an understatement. It's just humongous, and it's a huge issue that we're faced with across the state, which I think is the reason that a task force is needed, I think, at this point, to really discuss and figure out what those options are as we try to navigate the potential closure here of MIRA. So thank you for your testimony. I suspect that we'll be having ongoing conversations as this bill makes its way through the legislative process. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
All right, next we have Betsy Guerra, followed by Mark Baumann. Hi, Betsy.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, welcome. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator, members of the committee. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and I'm here to build on Don Stein's comments in support of House Bill 5298, which creates a process for developing recommendations regarding the ongoing viability of the trash to energy facility. As you've heard from others testifying, Connecticut is facing a real solid waste management crisis, and recognizing that we need to do more in terms of recycling. You've seen 93 municipalities sign on to the Connecticut Coalition for Sustainable sustainable materials management to create stewardship programs, expand efforts to recycle, increase the capacity of anaerobic digestion, and other issues. The problem is, however, that we simply cannot recycle our way out of this solid waste management crisis. And that's why this issue is one of COST's top priorities. This session is trying to address both the short-term and long-term viability of the state's trash to energy facilities. So thank you for raising the bill. We do look forward to continuing to have discussions about this. As others have mentioned, the only option at this point is to ship waste out of state. And unfortunately, shipping waste out of state landfills is not cost effective and it's not environmentally sustainable. So again, we do think that this is an important conversation to have. I'd also like to just briefly support House Bill 5291, which will provide increased funding for the state's bikeways, greenways, and recreational trails program. This has been a very beneficial program, and unfortunately, there's been a significant shortfall in funding. So this is something I think everybody could get their support for. It's just been a very beneficial program to our towns and to our residents. And lastly, I would just like to briefly comment in support of Senate Bill 240, which is trying to mitigate the concerns regarding the use of road salt by expanding opportunities to use the Green Snow Pro training. This is a very critical program that has been helpful, and there has been a definite correlation between the use of road salt and the impairment to the state's water resources, including private residential wells, public water supplies, and other water resources. So we fully support this initiative and look forward to working with the committee to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. On that bill, SB 240, we heard from Representative Nuccio earlier with concerns over the liability reduction for commercial applicators that take the program. Do you have any concerns with that as a sort of leader of municipalities with what that might mean for residents going forward?
I didn't have any particular comments with respect to that section. I do agree with Representative Nuccio's comments on the reporting mechanism, that it's not always clear the extent to which the use of road salt is impairing the quality of the wells. And so sometimes it's a combination of factors. I'll look into the issue of the liability and get back to you if we have any additional concerns with the language in that section.
Okay, I appreciate it. And do you, with respect to MIRA, do you anticipate that, I should have asked Mr. Stein this question as well, but do you anticipate more towns? So it sounds like there's 48 towns now that are member towns. I know that number was 80 before, before this anticipated shutdown. Obviously, towns are going out and creating contracts with haulers. In many cases, they are already exporting trash to landfills. I'm just wondering if you believe that many more towns will go in that direction, or if there will be a sustainable number of towns to keep MIRA running. Because while they're on sort of their last leg mechanically, they do need membership in order to pay the bill, so to speak. So just curious, I know there was talk of towns forming consortiums and looking to enter into hauling agreements and with other transfer sites. I'm just wondering, what your gut is telling you as these towns navigate whether or not to sign on again.
Sure. Well, there have certainly been a lot of questions regarding the municipalities that are currently served by MIRA, and Don Stein and Tom Kirk are much closer to those conversations. I know they've made themselves available to meet with towns and address their concerns. I think that if the state demonstrate a strong commitment to continue, at least in the short term, MIRA's continuation as a viable facility, I think that would give those towns the necessary indication that they should continue to be served by Mira. I just think right now there's so many questions and it's so up in the air, and they have to make these decisions, I believe, by the end of March. So again, I think if the state makes a significant commitment to Mira in terms of addressing some of the short-term issues that they're facing, I think that would go a long way to ensuring that they have the sufficient number of municipalities to remain viable.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Betsy. I don't see any other questions or comments from the committee. Thanks for being so patient with us today.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, next we have Mark Bodman, followed by Marlene Wilhelm. Hi, Mark, welcome. I see you, Mark. Are you is Mark frozen? All right, perhaps we need to go on to Marlene and come back to Mr. Bowman. Marlene Wilhelm, are you with us? Madam Clerk, do we have these folks with us that I'm calling here?
Yes, so they have been promoted. They were given the offer to as attendee to join in, and they accepted that momentarily, so they should be in the room.
Okay.
And I do see their names.
Marlene Wilhelm. Okay. Let's see. Do we have? Why don't we bring? Is Tom Kirk still in the? I don't know if Tom wants to actually take 3 minutes and testify.
Yes, I'm here, Senator.
Okay. Great to have you back on the screen here. Did you want to testify formally?
No, Chairman Stein took care of Mira's testimony. Okay. If I could just take 1 second to answer the first question that Don Stein took, though, I would happily do that.
Yeah, please.
Don was asked to cut right to the chase and what would it take to fix this? And I think I can answer that pretty clearly. Historically, Connecticut has enjoyed a great history as the state leading the nation in responsible waste management. We're going to step back from that in the next few years, necessarily because of the age and the lack of investment in our infrastructure. But moving forward, the long-term approach, if we want to regain that leadership position in managing our waste, it will absolutely take commitment from the state. It will take resources, because right now and for the foreseeable future, dealing with waste is an economic decision. And if there are alternatives to the best way to deal with your waste that are cheaper, those will be utilized. We see that all over the Northeast with states and municipalities moving their waste to southern and western landfills because it's cheaper. If we want to do the right thing, and I hope we do, we can do what Europe does. We can minimize and ultimately almost eliminate landfilling. We can better segregate our waste. We can recycle more, and we can utilize state-of-the-art technologies such as advanced waste to energy, gasification, composting, etc. The technology is there. It's being put to use in Europe. The challenge is economic, and we honestly cannot do that with private sector investment only. The state needs to get involved financially. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And could I just ask and hopefully everybody can hear me because I'm getting an instability message on my screen here from my internet. But I'm curious, and this goes along with what I was just asking Betsy as well. And you mentioned, that exporting trash to landfills is cheaper. And so I'm concerned, we're talking about, Mira needing to continue for a short while longer in order to service these towns. And we've also talked about, or we know that Mira is going to need member towns in order to pay the bills. How do we know that you'll have enough member towns in order to do that at the end of March or as we go forward, in order to sustain?
I think it's highly unlikely that we would be able to maintain the sufficient number of towns. At its peak, Mira serviced about 140 towns across the state. The South Meadows facility was designed for 70 towns. We're down to about 48 now, and I expect a number more will exit. And the reason they're exiting is twofold. One is obviously the financial impact. It's cheaper to send it west than south, but also the question mark about what's going to be Mira's future. To answer your question most directly, I don't think we can maintain the necessary minimal component to run the plant at an efficient level. And it would take many tens of millions of dollars over the next few years to be able to get the plant in a position to be able to service those towns. So the board, I think, correctly has moved away from that proposal a couple of years ago to do a short-term reinvestment strategy, and instead focused on a reliable interim approach, which necessarily includes moving the waste west and south, and hoping that the state can quickly focus on a development project or projects across the state that will regain our self-sufficiency and return us to the most efficient and environmentally protective means of waste management.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I see Representative Gresco has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tom, first off, if you're still there, can you put your camera on? I think for our purposes, it would be better for anyone watching at home and watching YouTube, that unless you're in your underwear or something, but can you put the camera on for us?
I see I've just been
yes. Uh-oh. Okay.
I am still here and still dressed. Okay,
there you go. Thank you, Tom. Just for protocol's sake, and look, without sounding too cryptic, I've been approached by someone who is indicating that they know individuals who have seen the situation here at Mira and could potentially have the private funds to keep it going, but you're saying that it just can't be just private funds?
I'm so sorry about that.
We need to mute everyone, please, Gaia.
Well, Representative, thank you. We get approached, as you'd imagine, quite often with developers anxious to exploit what I believe is a very rich opportunity here in Connecticut. Most recently, at the direction of the legislature some number of years ago, the DEP did an RFP and invited dozens of developers to give their best shot at developing a project to more efficiently and satisfactorily serve our needs. The end result of that was ultimately every company concluded that the revenues available, regardless of their technology, the revenues available and the price that could be charged for waste disposal did not allow them to make their payments to essentially to pay for the plant and continue to operate it. obviously, that's not a conclusion. That's not the first thing a developer tells us when they come in, but it's been our experience that with $100 tip fees, $95 tip fees, there is not a opportunity to develop a plant, operate it, and sell the resources at the commodities generated at a sufficient revenue level to make the numbers work. That is regardless of whether you're making electricity in a very competitive wholesale market, whether or not you have some significant renewable energy credits, or you're making concrete aggregate or compost. Regardless, the value of the commodity from the waste paired with the expenses and the development costs do not pencil out to be competitive when there's an alternative as little as $100 a ton in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Virginia. So Mira had suggested 4 ways to fix that. One was the state could invest a substantial amount of money and rebuild the plant as a state item, as a state facility. A second way was to increase substantially the renewable energy credits available to publicly owned facilities. And a third way is to regulate disposal such that municipalities and private sectors could not utilize the cheapest, least efficient, least environmentally sound methods, specifically landfills, that they would be forced by regulation to ensure that they dealt with their waste in the most environmentally sound manner. Those are ways we can, and I think the task force should investigate to ensure that economics isn't the only driver of how we deal with our waste, that we also look more favorably and more effectively on environmental excellence and performance.
Thank you for that answer, Tom. And I look forward to hopefully getting this bill passed and having that discussion across the table with everybody, all the stakeholders. So, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Mr. Kirk, for your testimony and willingness to be here to answer some questions. I don't see any other questions, and I don't see Mark Bobman back in the room, but I do see Marlene. So welcome, Marlene.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Technology is great only when it works. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, co-chairs Cohen, Gresco, and the members of the Environment Committee. My name is Marlene Wilhelm. I am the president of the House Rabbit Connection Incorporated. I'm also a House Rabbit Society chapter manager, as well as a House Rabbit Society educator. And I'm here to oppose HB 5295. And the following reasons. Now, I have submitted my written testimony, but I also wanted to, and I don't know if you guys have that available in front of you or not, but many of you may remember 40, 50 years ago, everybody had a hutch of rabbits by the garage. Things have changed in many, many ways since then. Rabbits are not in hutches by the garages anymore. They are now indoor pets, and they are wonderful animals to begin with. And I know many of you have pets of your own because I coordinated the photo in the concourse several years ago with pictures of representatives and their pets. So it's nice to see many of you again. Rabbits are the third most popular pets. It used to be dogs, cats, and then a real big gap before you got to rabbits. But now they have closed the gap and they are right with the top 3 there. If you look at the photos that I have submitted on page 2, You're going to see some photos of my own rabbit, Moochie. She's 8 years old. She is an indoor-only rabbit. She's housebroken. She's litter box trained. And she's not just a pet, but she's part of our family. She loves to hang out in front of our sink where the heat comes out. And she loves to just get toasty there. She also loves to sit on the couch with me at night for an hour or two, along with my 28-year-old cockatiel. We had a rabbit, Gabriel, that he would race into our family room whenever he would hear the theme song to Jeopardy, just to be pet for an hour or the half hour. And they're wonderful, wonderful animals. Several states have written into law, as well as towns and municipalities and counties, to ban commercially bred dogs, cats, and rabbits from pet stores. We have been working on some other bills through the House Rabbit Society as well to promote them as pets and not food. So I really implore you to oppose HB 5295, not only on behalf of myself, but also the public that has raised a lot of concern over the years with more cosmetic companies are now going cruelty-free. A lot of designers are no longer using fur in their apparel and their accessories. More people are desiring to go to a plant-based diet. And as you know, most of the, if not all of the fast food establishments now have plant-based options. So the trend is going more towards or less of animal cruelty and exploitation, and more with letting them be the sentient, smart animals that rabbits are.
Thank
so
you.
I want to thank you for taking my testimony.
Thank you so much, Ms. Willem. It looks like you have several questions from the committee. First up is Representative Michel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wilhelm, for testifying today. I just wanted to, I have a bunch of questions, but I'll pick one. I'll say, can you comment, because we've heard several times about the creation of a market. Can you talk about the market for rabbit meat?
Yeah. Did you have a specific question in mind?
Well, I mean, it seemed to me there was not really much of a market, but
right. Back in 2015, the market in Connecticut was tested with rabbit meat at Whole Foods stores. And with public outcry and demand, they quickly, I think after 5 weeks, pulled rabbit meat from the market, that there was just no desire to have that. People were really speaking up that they did not want rabbits on their plates.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Wilhelm.
Thank you, Representative Michel. Next is Representative Gucker.
Good afternoon, Marlene, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to ask a couple questions. It's funny you bring up rabbits in a hutch. As a child growing up in the woods, I had rabbits in a hutch. In fact, I had a rabbit that had escaped and thought it'd be, disappeared forever, replaced it with a new rabbit, only to have him return a week later and say, "Hi, did you forget about me?" Which led to getting more rabbits, because they kind of bond in pairs. As we check in with the news with, I have an affinity for chickens. I talked to a lot of people dealing with chickens. In fact, Representative Michel brought one of his rescue chickens over about the avian bird flu. And I was reading in the paper the other day about New York had a case of rabbit, I'm going to say this wrong, hemorrhagic disease.
Very good. Rabbit hemorrhagic virus disease.
And I know that the state has taken the precautions with the avian bird flu disease with people who have, pet chickens or whatever. Do you see that being an issue here with this bill and with rabbits? With the,
yes,
with the other disease?
Yes, definitely. It originally started in Australia with wild animals, and it actually killed off 2 breeds of rabbits within 14 days in Australia. Somehow it made it to the West Coast. and was affecting domestic rabbits, and it's now coming closer to the East Coast. I know New York has confirmed cases. I do believe that there is one confirmed case in Connecticut that was over at Kensington Small Bird and Animal veterinary practice. It's a silent killer. There's no way of kind of predicting, which rabbits are going to get it. It can come in on your feet. It can come in, in the ground from excrements from animals, even from predators that have eaten some of these dead rabbits can also transmit it. So by the time you find it, it's too late. It's 99% fatal. And my concern would be that if that were to expand in Connecticut, any of factory farming for rabbits or other animals, they're going to wipe out that population. So that's one of the reasons, that's another reason why I oppose this bill.
Well, thank you again for letting me relive my childhood of having rabbits. Actually funny, I have a constituent that has rabbits living in their house as well, and they have all these houses and boxes made. It's kind of kind of like a rabbit amusement park. So it's kind of interesting to see that my constituent's not the only person with rabbits in their house. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And next we have the good ranking member of the committee, Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Marlene. So as I think about these bills that are before us that have to do with agriculture, it seems like every time we entertain a notion about farming animals, it draws a lot of attention. And I understand you to say that, we used to have rabbits in hutches behind houses, but we don't have that anymore. I can tell you that I've been made aware that there is a market for rabbit meat. And the distinction I would draw is that people want to buy their meat products, in many cases, raised as close to where it's going to be consumed as possible, as opposed to being raised in some far off land where you don't know how it's been raised or what's been put into it. And so, should there be a distinction between a pet and food in your mind?
Definitely, because the gap has closed so tightly between cats and dogs and rabbits. If they're in the same league, it just scares me that it could be a cat or a dog on your plate. And I know that you said that there's a market for it. There was a market for it in 2015, but that quickly was squashed because of the public demand.
So is it possible that the opportunity was squashed by the outcry of people who don't recognize the distinction between a pet and a farm animal? I can't imagine that someone that wanted or who wanted to have rabbit meat for dinner actually walked into Whole Foods and said, I want you to stop selling this. Don't you think it's conceivable it was people that were opposed to them marketing that meat at all that walked into Whole Foods and said, I want you to stop selling this?
No, I just think it was a lot of letters that were written, a lot of peaceful protests that were outside of Whole Foods. And, obviously, the public says a lot with what they spend their money on. And they did voice that they did not want it. And I guess the backlash was too much and Whole Foods decided not to continue selling it.
All right. So I guess my last attempt to try and understand is, I'm asking you whether there should be a distinction between a crowd telling you what you can eat and what you can't versus individuals saying that they don't want to buy that product from a store?
I'm not really sure how to answer that. We're not telling people what they can and cannot do, but we do, people that are protesting rabbit meat in stores in Connecticut and nationwide. We let them know that these are faces, these are animals. And honestly, to be honest with you, I don't believe there is such a thing as humane slaughter. And I worry about, I just worry about that trend.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for being here, Marlene.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Next, Representative Michelle.
Hi, Madam Chair. I'm just coming back for a quick question. Ms. Wilhelm, typically operations where there's meat production I would imagine that the public would want them to be inspected and, under strict regulations. And we've heard earlier from the commissioner that there is no standards for those operations under 1,000 rabbits. Would that not be even more of a cause for concern, especially since, there are issues of enforcement with DUAG?
Oh, definitely. I know there's not a lot of inspectors around, and I've dealt with that when Ray Connor was with the Department of Agriculture. The fact that there is little oversight, very few standards, if any, with the production of raising and slaughtering these animals is of dire concern to me.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Ms. Wilhelm. I don't see, actually, there is another question. Representative Dubitsky. Just made it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming in. I very much appreciate it. Your argument seems to be that because rabbits are becoming more like pets, people should not be able to eat them. Is that basically what you're saying?
No, not at all. I'm not saying that it's one or the other. I don't agree, and a lot of us don't agree, and a lot of animal advocates don't agree on putting rabbits on plates. They have been wonderful pets. I've had them now for 20-something years. I've had 10 of my own. I've fostered 30 of rabbits through our shelter. And with the personalities and just how these animals are, we don't want to see them on plates.
This bill doesn't change like right now in Connecticut, people can farm them and sell them and eat them. So this bill would not change that. So why do you oppose it?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I apologize. Currently, under current Connecticut law, somebody is allowed to farm rabbits and can sell them, but it's a two-step process. This bill would make it a one-step process. Why is that bad?
I just, regardless of if it's a one-step, two-step, or three-step process, I don't believe that rabbits should be farmed for meat.
Okay, so you would rather we ban the sale of rabbits for meat altogether?
Yes.
Recently, in the last few years, chickens have become known as backyard pets. In the same vein, would it be advisable to ban the sale of chickens for food?
Well, ideally, I would love to see that as well. With doing that, I have been plant-based vegetarian for 11 years now, and I don't believe in rescuing animals and then eating them for dinner. So that's my personal opinion on that.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Ms. Wilhelm, for being with us today.
Thank you.
Okay, next, well, I see we have Kip Bergstrom is next, but I do not see him in the room, and I just love that there's two Kips right next to each other on the testimony list. How often does that happen, Kip? Not a lot, right? All right, well, you're up.
Okay, thank you. No, I can't say that it's unusual for me to be in the room with another Kip. So again, dear co-chair Senator Cohen and Representative Gresco, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Environment Committee, I appreciate the opportunity to submit testimony in support of SB 243. My name's Kip Kolsinskis. I'm co-chair of the Connecticut Working Lands Alliance. In addition, I'm a member of the Connecticut CEQ and served on the GC3 Ag and Soil Subs group. I'm also a professional soil scientist and conservationist. The recent Intergovernmental Climate Change Report outlines key findings on the current assessment of impacts, risks, and adaptation against unfolding global trends. The news is not good. Climate trends should be creating an increased sense of urgency to take action to do more. The recent Connecticut GC3 report offers many recommendations to move us in the right direction. The findings in the Natural and Working Lands section outlines the many benefits of investing in Connecticut's green infrastructure. SB 243 offers us an opportunity to move these recommendations forward by enacting changes to a current Connecticut Farmland Restoration Program. They include: 1, update the program to offer additional conservation practices and incentives for climate smart farming and forestry. While we still need to carefully bring new land into production to increase food security and replace farmland loss, additional assistance is needed to increase the implementation of practices such as cover crops and no-till that have both mitigation and adaptation benefits. Many of these practices increase producer costs. 2, it allows key partners and service providers to increase the capacity of Connecticut Department of Ag and USDA NRCS. Both agencies have limited staff. Implementation of new practices and reaching new producers are enhanced by the local connections these groups can provide. In addition, they can develop innovative local solutions such as equipment sharing and farmer demonstration projects. This will also enhance Connecticut's ability to leverage federal funds as well as private foundations. And then 3, highlight and improve support to urban and other underserved producers. The bill prioritizes funding for socially disadvantaged farmers as defined by USDA. As I said, the cost of many of these smart practices can be a barrier to implementation. In addition, the unique ownership and cooperative farming used in urban and BIPOC communities has made it difficult to participate in federal and state programs. The GC3 report highlights the many potential benefits of maintaining urban green infrastructure, like farms and gardens. In summary, 243 can accelerate our implementation of proven methods to mitigate emissions and adapt farm businesses in a changing climate. In addition, I hope the legislature will find ways both in the short and long term to fund this program. Using the American Rescue Act funds may provide an immediate source for this climate smart program. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to submit this testimony in full support of SB 234. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Kip. I don't see any questions from the committee, but I really appreciate you taking the time to testify on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. All right, next we have Tony Emilio, followed by Robert Goodrich.
And I do not have those numbers up yet, but I do have number 44 in the room to testify.
All right, that would be Lori Vitigliano. Oh, and I do see, I see Mark Bobman back again. Mark, are you able to testify? You're back with us?
I believe so.
Okay, so let's do Mark, and then we'll see if 42 and 43 show up, but if not, we'll go to Lori Vitigliano after Mark Bauman. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Senator Cohen, and I appreciate your patience. Representative Gresco, Vice Chairs Slapp and Palm, ranking members Senator Meyer, Representative Harding, members of the committee. I thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 5298. I just wish to echo the comments made earlier by First Selectman Matt Knickerbocker regarding waste management in Connecticut and the role that waste energy plays. And I would just like to emphasize that in addition to the importance of this particular technology at this time, also remind the legislators that what this sector brings to Connecticut's economy is a workforce of skilled labor, welders, operators, electronics technicians, etc., power plant operators. And I think it's important to recognize that these are the folks who are able to service the state and provide a utility for municipalities and operate successfully during a pandemic, operating these facilities 24/7 and providing a much needed service. So it's important that we address the short-term and the long-term issues, but also be cognizant of that workforce and technology that is afforded to Connecticut and provides a long-term benefit. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I did address the capacity question in my written testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that here.
Thanks so much, Mark. Yeah, I'd love to hear. You know, I've since heard we had some questions about capacity at other plants. I've since heard that there is no more capacity in the state of Connecticut. So once Mira closes, that waste would have to be shipped out. Is that correct?
Well, Bristol has very limited capacity. It's one of the smaller plants. So I think Mira's closure represents a somewhat of a problem for the smaller facilities in that the waste disposal contractors will seek whatever outlets are available. We've already seen that at Bristol with long wait times. So we're concerned about additional customers that seek to gain entry to Bristol above and beyond those that are under contract.
And do you, you know, just because we're talking a lot about solutions to this problem, what do you see as a mid-range solution, not short-term, not long-term, but is there some mid-term solution to this problem?
My suggestion, and this is unofficial, but it would be to look at siting a long-term sizable facility with capacity to handle a substantial amount of the waste from Connecticut, be it waste, food waste, wood debris, you know, any manner of materials that, you know, come under the rubric of municipal solid waste. So we have a facility in Quantum Biopower in Southington, which is one of our member communities. They have, from what I understand, there's additional capacity at that facility, but there are barriers to getting the material there, the transportation cost, just the cost of handling the material. It's a complicated operation in the sense that they need a clean feedstock. And so the advantage of waste energy, such as the Bristol facility, is it's a mass burn facility. There's no front end processing. And it's not prioritized by DEEP, so it's not the preferred method, but in the absence of other infrastructure, that's what we have now. and will have for the short term. But certainly, we would support efforts to site a facility that has a more, let's say, a lower carbon footprint. If such a facility were within reach, and of course, realistically, this is years of planning to develop that facility.
So you really see organic separation as a solution to the problem, and then obviously having a digestion facility to handle those organics.
Correct, and the food waste represents roughly 20%, and then there's another 10% that's woody debris or brush, leaves, so that it still leaves a lot left for the municipalities to reckon with in terms of providing services to residents.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Mark, for your testimony. I appreciate it. I don't see any other questions from the committee.
And thank you, Senator Cohen.
Okay. Next, we have Lori Vitagliano. Lori, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Just unmuting. Hi. Hello there. Good afternoon, Senator Cohen and members of the Environment Committee. I'm here today I'm Lori Vitagliano from the South Central Connecticut Regional Water Authority, and I'm here before you in support of Senate Bill 240, an act concerning the use of sodium chloride to mitigate snow and ice accumulations. And by way of background, Regional Water Authority provides approximately 42.5 million gallons of water per day to consumers in 15 communities in our region. The source of this water is a system of watershed aquifer areas within 24 municipalities, and much of our 27,000 acres of land is managed for watershed protection, timber resource conservation, wildlife habitat, and open space. And as an environmental services focused company, the RWA also operates Hazway Central as another example of how we are committed to preserving the environment. And Hazway Central is Connecticut's first permanent household hazardous waste collection center. So we truly support Senate Bill 240, the creation of a training program for road salt applicators, because it really provides valuable information about how to minimize overuse of road salt and avoid pollution. This bill is a positive step necessary towards continuing to protect our resources and aquatic ecosystem from possible salt and chlorination contamination. And to underscore our commitment, the RWA in the past has hired the Yukon Training and Technical Assistance Center to conduct the Green Snow Pro Sustainable Winter Operations training for our staff. And that workshop was really well received. Participants learned how overuse of salt can cause potential environmental and water quality impacts, corrosions of the equipment if not applied properly. And they've learned best management practices for salt storage, and again, the application. So the hands-on session was really valuable. The techniques ensured that the rate of application was limited to the necessary amounts needed. So overall, the widespread expansion of this program is something that we support. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much, Lori. I don't see any questions from the committee, so I appreciate your patience in being with us today.
By all means, have a good afternoon. Bye now.
You too. I don't see Barbara Amodio or Jean Philbrick in the room, so I am going to move to Lillian Ruiz. Lillian, are you?
Yes, I'm here.
There you are. Welcome.
Hi, how are you? Thank you, Senator Cohen, Representative Grasco, and Environment Committee members for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Lillian Ruiz, and I am the Executive Director of the Council on Soil and Water Conservation in Connecticut. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 243, an act concerning climate smart agricultural practices. I have submitted written testimony, and I will summarize my comments here. The Council on Soil and Water Conservation is a state agency established to coordinate work on soil and water conservation with the DEP, Department of Ag, Yukon Extension, the 5 conservation districts in the states, and other partners, including USDA, Natural Resources Conservation Service. Every state has a similar agency, so we form a national network. I was honored to serve on the Governor's Council on Climate Change, Working in Natural Lands subgroup on agriculture and soil. As the lead agency on soils for the state, I coordinated the drafting of the soil section that was in the subgroup report. I'm also leading the development of a soil health plan for the state of Connecticut, and this plan will include all landscapes across Connecticut, including forests and urban areas, and of course, agriculture. Senate Bill 243 supports both the GC3 plan and the soil health plan, and the council is positioned to assist the Department of Agriculture with the development and implementation of such a program. Soil health is one of the key components of climate smart agriculture. Without healthy soils, we will not be able to sustain our food system. Helping farmers to adopt climate smart practices is key to food security. This program allows the Department of Agriculture to support farmers as they transition to a healthier and more resilient agriculture. And we are here to support them. SB 243 is a good start to recognizing the importance of agriculture on climate change mitigation and adaptation. Thank you for your consideration. I am happy to answer any questions.
I really appreciate your testimony, Ms. Ruiz. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Ken Elkin, followed by Dustin Nelson.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to thank the chairs and ranking members today for this opportunity to speak to the Environment Committee. My name is Ken Elkins, and I'm the Community Conservation Manager for Audubon, Connecticut. Audubon, Connecticut is the state office of National Audubon Society, and I'm here today to voice Audubon's support for House Bill 5289, an act considering the nighttime lighting of state-owned buildings for the protection of birds. I did submit written testimony for this bill. It's been labeled as submitted by my Audubon colleague, Robert LaFrance, and I would like to thank the Environment Committee for raising this bill because limiting artificial light pollution is imperative for the conservation of migratory birds. Building collisions are a leading cause of bird deaths in our country. It's estimated to kill up to 1 billion birds a year. Light pollution impacts the vast majority. Close to 80% of North Americans' birds migrate at night. And while migrating at night, birds use the night sky, the light of the stars and the moon, to navigate. Artificial light and sky glow around our buildings can be fatal to the migratory birds. While lights can throw birds off their migratory paths, bird fatalities are more directly caused by the amount of energy the birds waste flying around our urban areas and around these buildings. And that also this exhaustion can leave them vulnerable to other urban threats. The question comes up, well, does reducing the lighting of some buildings help? And yes, it will. That ongoing research in Chicago, where over 30,000 birds collided with just one single building over a 20-year period, we're documenting that the magnitude of the problem is as well a part of the solution, that turning out the unnecessary lighting reduced bird mortality at that one problematic building by over 80%. Dousing the lights also has the added benefit of reducing energy costs and saving our taxpayers money. Building collisions occur year-round, and prohibiting exterior lighting every night is unrealistic. The greatest impact for our migratory birds would be to reduce that lighting during the overnight hours of 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. and focus during the periods of peak migration. In Connecticut, we see the most nocturnal migration during the spring dates of April 1 to May 31st and the fall dates of August 15th to November 15th. These recommended dates and times are consistent with legislation enacted in other states. New York State implemented this policy for their state-owned buildings in 2015. And Illinois just included it in a much larger bird-friendly buildings law that they passed last year. Communities across the country, from Philadelphia to Portland, Oregon, have seen the benefits and implemented voluntary lights out programs. Thank you today for your time and the opportunity to share how important HB 5289 is for our migratory birds. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Ken. I see you have a question from Representative Michelle.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Elkins. Actually, I just wanted to comment because I participated in a program in Florida under federal permit to actually change the lighting of hotels and as nuisance lighting for sea turtles, hatchlings. So I understand the importance of this bill. So I just wanted to thank you again for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And Mr. Elkins, seeing no other hands raised, I thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dustin Nelson, followed by Claire Kane. Welcome, Dustin.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Dustin Nelson of Vernon, Connecticut. Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, Senator Slepp, Representative Tom, ranking members, and members of the Environment Committee. I serve as the president for the Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association, a collaboration of over 300 businesses. The Connecticut green industry accounts for 51% of agriculture production in our state, with a total job impact of 43,000 jobs and an economic impact of $4.7 billion per year. I'm here today to speak against Senate Bill 240, an act concerning the usage of sodium chloride to mitigate snow and ice accumulation. Snow and ice accumulation is difficult, as we learned on the morning of January 5th, 2022. As temperatures dipped and a sheet of ice formed on the roads, it resulted in accidents and cars stranded. Many school districts had to quickly delay the start of school, and it was just as challenging for private businesses as it was for the state when it comes to this snow and ice management. The inconsistency of Mother Nature makes it difficult for contractors to plan and have personnel at the ready. Oftentimes, the personnel working at a job site may change from storm to storm or throughout the season. Requiring a certification would add another challenge to these small businesses in an already challenging line of work. Ensuring a snow removal business continues to become more challenging and expensive. Adding this certification would increase those expenses already incurred by the businesses. Enforcement for this program and other programs already in place is a concern for CNLA. The professionals who are already conscientious of their sodium chloride applications and protecting the environment are those who would continue to comply with this new statute. We feel that the resources would be more effective if directed to DEEP and the enforcement of their existing programs such as pesticide licenses. The best management practices guide would be helpful for our members, and they can use that to share with their employees within their company time. However, a certification comes with too many challenges for businesses. Please vote no on Senate Bill 240. This will allow for snow and ice management contractors in our state to help keep our residents safe. I would also like to speak in favor of Senate Bill 243, an act concerning climate smart agricultural practices. This bill will be providing the much needed funding and technical assistance to allow the agricultural community to continue to be stewards of the land and the environment. CNLA is also in support of an act concerning revisions to the environmental related statutes. Section 10 and 11 of this act make necessary updates to pesticide related licensing and registrations. Thank you again for your hard work and dedication to the residents of Connecticut. Your work continues to make Connecticut a great place to live and work. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thanks so much, Dustin. I'm just curious, so this Green Snow Pro program is one that it has been widely used in New Hampshire and very successful. And in just training applicators on appropriate levels of application. And, you know, we've heard testimony from others about the contamination of wells and what a significant cost and concern that is for many residents of the state of Connecticut. So I'm just curious how otherwise, you know, we might get commercial snow removal companies trained in proper application of sodium chloride. And if, you know, we heard a lot about liability protection being a benefit in New Hampshire. In fact, you know, many commercial applicators sought out the training because of the liability protection associated with becoming certified. Do you not see that as a benefit? And I'd just be curious as to why.
So in terms of, we do support the creation of best management practices and the distribution of that to those within the industry. What we don't support is the actual creation of a certification. So adding more layers of red tape and more expense to our small business owners here in our state. And then to your comment on the liability, I'm not familiar with the liability protection that comes along with that in the state of New Hampshire. So I would love to talk further about that offline with you, Senator.
I mean, that's something that we have laid out in the bill as of now. There has been some concerns raised today with respect to the liability protection. But basically, in order, once an applicator receives the certification, they're afforded some level of liability protection, which has been a tremendous benefit, you know, to commercial applicators and negates any cost associated with obtaining the certification. So just, you know, would point that out to you, and I'm happy to have further discussions on whether or not this would be something.
And contractors, the largest liability they're looking at is slip and falls. So
Right.
that's what they're really trying to avoid. So
Right, and that's part of the protection. So that's laid out in this bill as it's written right now. So I'd be interested in having you read further on that and on that section, and then let's talk a little bit more about what your thoughts are on that. I'd love to hear from you.
thank you. I'll review that again.
Okay, appreciate your testimony. I don't see any other hands right now.
Thank you.
So next we have Claire Kane, followed by Tracy Everson. Welcome, Claire.
Hi, Senator. My name is Claire Kane. I'm the Trails Director with Connecticut Forest and Park Association. I'm here to express my support for HB 5291, an act authorizing bonding for bikeways, greenways, and recreational trails. And I want to give you an idea of what this funding does for our organization and just how critical it is. If you're not familiar, CFPA has managed and maintained the 825-mile Blue Blaze hiking trail system for over 90 years. Our trails stretch across 96 Connecticut towns and are well loved and a popular statewide resource that provides access to some of our state's best natural spaces. Maintenance of these trails requires a tremendous amount of resources. Financial support from the Recreational Trails Grant Program is absolutely foundational to the work that we do. To give you an idea, current funding from this program supports our Youth Conservation Trail Crew, a seasonal team of young people who spend the summer working with us in the woods on trail improvement projects and learning job skills. It supports the coordination of Connecticut Trails Day, as you heard before, the largest Trails Day event in the nation, with around 250 events and 5,000 plus participants every year. And this event alone speaks to how much our state loves trails. The passion of our hike leaders and partners what they bring to getting people outside is just incredible. RTP funding is also helping us build new trail outreach programs, like developing a DEI hike series and better connecting our trails to public transportation, so our trails are more relevant and accessible to all Connecticut citizens. CFPA couldn't maintain a trail system of this size without the help of our trail volunteers. They basically adopt trail sections and take on the responsibility for routine maintenance. But RTP funding helps us provide these critical volunteers with the tools, materials, equipment, safety gear, and training that they need to do their good work and extend the impact that we can have. RTP funding also allows us to provide more technical trainings for our volunteers, like in the safe use of chainsaws to reopen trails after major storm events, or in carpentry and rigging to rebuild and reset bridges that have been swept away in heavy flooding. The more intense storms we're seeing because of climate change means it takes more resources to keep trails open and trail infrastructure safe. In closing, I encourage the committee to support the work that our organization, as well as other groups, are doing to maintain our trails, our great state trail network, and that you can do this by endorsing the increase to $6 million in the bonding allotment for the RTP grant program. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Claire. I appreciate your testimony. I see you have a couple questions. First up is the ranking member of the committee, Senator Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Claire. So earlier in the agenda, there was a bill, or is a bill, that talks about the agency being able to remove for a period of time anyone that has damaged a Connecticut park or campground, I think maybe even forest. Is that something that your group supports?
I'm not as familiar with that. I believe some of my colleagues could certainly get back to you and answer that question. And we can certainly follow up with you on that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And my co-chair, Representative Fresco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question on how you could determine. I know that during the pandemic, a lot of people found the outdoors again. But when you go to a specific trail or in a specific municipality and do your improvements, do you see that the use of that trail is subsequently, the word gets around that the trail got fixed or improved, and then the use increases? Do you have any like a way of metric of finding that out, or is it just what you see on the trail yourselves?
Yeah, I wouldn't say we have, great metrics related specifically to that, but I can say that, better maintained, better built trails attract more people. And we certainly hear from trail users who are very appreciative of improvements that we make. We hear from them, they get in touch, they thank us. If there's a bridge out for a while and it's repaired, that section of trail becomes more usable again. And so certainly use increases, with the pandemic. Use has been through the roof, which is, incredible. But certainly the impacts that we're seeing out on the trail system, need more attention, need more resources. And as we do our good work, we're finding that more people want to volunteer. They see the improvements that are happening and they want to contribute. So the two are tied together. It's hard to say, to find that exact metric. But just anecdotally, I would say, yes. Good trails invite more people into the outdoors.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Claire, for being with us today. I don't see any other questions.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tracy Everson, followed by Alphonse Latendre. Welcome, Tracy.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. What a treat. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important bill, SB 241, an act concerning boat safety. My name is Tracy Everson. I'm a Branford resident and currently serve as the minority leader on the Branford Representative Town Meeting. Our town has the most shoreline of any community in the state. Our harbors in the Branford River and in the Thimble Islands attract many boaters through the area and are enjoyed by the people who live here as well. I applaud this legislation as a good first step, and I'm hoping there will be more to come. As you know, the operation of any small watercraft is licensed in the state, and all motorized vessels used on the waters must be registered. A Connecticut boating license is also required. That includes a safety certificate. A barcode might be included on both, and then that barcode sticker on a vessel that might aid law enforcement with quicker identification. Jet skis in particular are a concern. When I've discussed constituent concerns in my district here locally in Branford with our police chief, there is a police boat in our town. I've been told to relate to residents, try to get the license number and report it to the police. Of course, that's not always possible given the speed and nature of the jet ski, nor is it a reliable way to determine who in fact was actually operating the vessel at the time. I relayed that information on my social media account and received a very threatening direct message. So not everyone's pleased when you start talking about jet skis. Increasingly commonplace, especially in the Thimble Islands, where my family has a home, is the issue of rafting boats and jet skis, spraying boats that are anchored. Reckless behavior, including drinking and loud music. I've requested the Branford Police Boat Patrol more in the afternoon hours. While last season there was more of an afternoon presence, the town has fewer officers, specially trained to run along our rocky shores. Generally, it's an overtime cost and that impacts the budget. So funding for any additional enforcement would be most welcome. Constituents that I've worked with have had a difficult time trying to put in place no wake zones in the marsh areas of the Branford River that lead up in particular to a popular restaurant in Indian Neck. It's my understanding various state agencies are involved and a cost is involved as well for a type of buoy marking a no wake zone. With sea level rise impacting areas closer to shore that were once steered clear of, we need to consider not only protection of our operators and the safety of other boaters nearby, but also the protection of the marshes and wildlife. Residents who lived nearby are impacted by noise where once they've been able to quietly enjoy living near the water. This should be kept top of mind as the legislature does its part to contribute to coastal resiliency measures and among the coalition of legislators who represent shoreline communities, including Senator Cohen, who represents Branford. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today.
Thanks so much, Tracy, and thanks for your patience in waiting to testify today. The bill outlines, provides for a mechanism where we could obtain more funding for DEEP to hire more NCON officers. Do you think that this will help to solve the problem that you've outlined today?
I don't think the NCON ever really make it on the water quite often to do the kind of enforcement that we're looking for with the recreational vessels, boats, jet skis, etc. That's why, you know, our local police chief would love to have more personnel out on the water, but it's cost prohibitive in his budget with overtime and having that specialized training. Being a police officer in a boat on the water is very different than getting out of a car, let's say. So I think that if there were more financial support for having public safety be, you know, policing our waterways across the state, not only here in Branford, it would be beneficial.
Yeah, okay. I know we had met, and I see Representative Palm has a question too. I know we had met at one point with local law enforcement as well as DEP, and if there could be some sort of dedication, I wonder, of these and con officers to the waters of the state in various areas, that might go a long way in forming some collaboration with local law enforcement, especially in areas where there are police boats available. But let me turn it over to Vice Chair Representative Cobb for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Everson. I have a quick question about what kind of behavior you have noticed on the increase. I represent 4 towns along the Connecticut River. And during the pandemic, as we know, happily, a lot of people took to our natural resources, to the woods, to the waterways, which is a great thing. Unhappily, at least in my district, there were a lot of people, first-time voters, who just wreaked havoc. I am wondering if you noticed behaviors of that sort. I know this bill is aimed at helping people who fall overboard and lose their craft, but have you noticed what you would call really disturbing behavior, like partying, I'm going to say?
Absolutely. I mean, at one point in the Thimble Islands, I think we looked out and there were 26 boats that were rafted together. Now, I don't think any boat was designed to be rafted next to 26 boats, and people jumping from boat to boat and music getting louder and louder and lots of drinking. It's within areas that are not designated by the Coast Guard or on any navigation chart that is an actual harbor. They're going in other places, and they're able to go into other places now because the sea level rise is giving them access to areas. You didn't used to go into the mud flats or into the marshes, let's say, with a boat. With these jet skis, it gives them greater accessibility to areas where maybe they didn't stray before. So I think that that's part of the issue that needs to maybe be looked at, additional no wake zones, et cetera.
Thank you. And I'm trying, we try to ask questions without putting words in people's mouths. And so I'm trying not to lead the witness here, but you brought up what is a big concern of mine, which is tethering. I would call it tethering boats together to create a platform. Do you think this bill would be strengthened if we outlawed that? I mean, except in the case of emergency, or you have to tow somebody's boat to safety.
Yes, I do know that there's legislation, and I can share it with Senator Cohen, in Massachusetts, in a harbor community there, where they did enact legislation. Maybe it was townwide. I don't know if it could be statewide, limiting the number of boats that could legally raft together to 3 or 4. I'm not a boat safety expert. I'm a lifelong boater. I'm a lifelong sailor. So it is distressing to see this trend with, huge rafts of boats together. It decreases the enjoyment for a lot of, single boaters who love to go for a sail and have some quiet time, let's say, and going by a raft of 26 motorboats is not really what I would like to personally see on Long Island Sound.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Callahan.
Senator, thanks, Ms. Everson, for coming in. I do have some extensive experience with dealing with an inland body of water and ran a lake authority. Is your, in considering your testimony, and I do thank you for taking the time, is it rafting that you're coming and speaking against, or is it the noise, or all of it?
It's kind of, I apologize if I'm straying, but it's kind of what we've noticed, the changes around, let's say, the Thimble Islands, which I'm quite familiar with, but also working with my local constituents here in the town of Branford, who've tried to put, a no wake zone in part of a marsh area off of the Branford River, because they're seeing increased jet ski activity. So if you're able to identify who is actually operating that jet ski, it may be more law enforcement may be able to more easily track down who is the operator who may be not operating safely. But if you don't have eyes on the water, and you're relying on residents who are watching this or taking a photograph, that's a whole other matter. So if there's a mechanism for adding additional enforcement, either through the state or with local police departments or specific funding that would assist departments like Brantford and its police boat to operate in an area. We have so much shoreline here, the Brantford River, and there's a major harbor over there. And then the Thimbles has a harbor, and people going up and down, sailing up and down the Sound or coming across from Long Island. There is a lot of activity in this part of the state. So having that ability to enforce the rules and regulations as they already exist would be beneficial.
If you would indulge me, Madam Chair, I do think this is an important issue. When it comes to, this is an issue that's going around the state, is going on around the state. And on their inland waterways like Candlewood, which is in my district and is the largest inland waterway, inland lake we have, largest lake we have, I should say. We have several islands, like you have the Thimbles. We have islands all across the lake. And we do have a lake patrol that was created out of necessity because of the lack of enforcement from DEP and DEEP on the water, but which becomes a cost burden to the towns. Now you have your Thimble Islands, we have our islands on Candlewood, which have become during COVID these massive parties with massive waste left behind. But the issue is DEP does not go on those islands; they are on water enforcement. So it becomes an issue for the towns. How do we get our officers out there if they are if they're enforcing the law on land that is owned by others? I understand exactly what you're saying, because many towns across Connecticut, inland and shoreline, are dealing with this. So it's interesting to hear testimony regarding that, and far be it to lengthen our public hearings, but I think this is an important issue that we dealt with on Candlewood. We've been dealing with for decades, is the lack of enforcement on the water. And also when it comes to lake patrol officers or deputized officers, I should say, they have very limited capability for enforcement. So as you know, if there's drinking involved, they can't, deputized or lake patrol officers in your case on the shoreline, I'm not sure how it would apply, but they can't enforce anything except boating laws. They could come across someone who's been drinking and can't do anything about it except call DEP, who could be hours away. So I hear what you're saying. It's a difficult problem because when you're dealing with noise, but the bottom line is I do agree that there's we lack enforcement. And thank you for your testimony. And Madam Chair, I'm not usually very wordy, but thank you for your indulgence.
I appreciate the questions and the comments, Representative, because I think this is something that we need to put our heads together on. And this bill perhaps doesn't go far enough in just creating a funding mechanism for more NCON officers. I think there needs to be, and I'm hearing from several of you that perhaps there needs to be some local component to that. And so that's something I would love to talk further about as we move forward in the legislative process.
Happy to be a part of that, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much, Tracy, for being here. And again, thanks for your patience.
Thank you,
I am going to turn it over to our Vice Chair, Representative Pond, to take the reins.
Thank you, Senator. Hi, everybody. I'll be with you. I'll be your pilot for the next foreseeable future. I want to reiterate my wonderful chair's request that we try to limit questions to one, and then perhaps a germane follow-up or clarifying question, just for out of respect for everybody. So I believe we are at number 53. Alphonse Latond, are you with us, Alphonse?
I do not have him on at the moment. I have 54, 56, and 57 on.
Okay, and Gadwa. Hi, Ann. It's good to see you. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Representative Palm. Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, all the distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Ann Gadwa. I'm the Advocacy and Outreach Organizer with Sierra Club Connecticut. I thank you for the opportunity to testify on several bills before you today. The Sierra Club is committed to defending everyone's right to a healthy world by tackling the serious challenges of a warming climate, unprecedented levels of pollution, the waste management crisis, biodiversity loss, and the dangers of toxics. To effectively tackle these challenges, we must do more to address these issues with real solutions. Sierra Club supports SB 243. The climate crisis threatens our lives, our livelihoods, food security, natural resources, and our economy. Farmers and the farmland they manage can be a key part of Connecticut's fight against climate disruption. Soil and plants store carbon, manage water, provide a local sustainable food system, and provide economic benefits. The benefits of this bill would be immense. If all Connecticut farms incorporated better management practices that had the potential to remove carbon from the atmosphere, it would remove 94,903 MTCO2e from the atmosphere. This bill would also increase opportunities for Black, Indigenous, people of color, young, and beginning farmers. Agriculture contributes over $5 billion in economic input and supports 29,000 jobs in Connecticut. This bill would make this industry climate smart, more equitable, and more accessible to the people here in the state. Sierra Club supports Senate Bill 236 as it limits the amount of emissions and air pollutants released by diesel generators that are used in emergencies and for peak shaving. Exposure to diesel emissions can lead to serious health conditions like asthma and respiratory illnesses and can worsen existing heart and lung disease. They contribute to the production of ground level ozone, which damages crops, trees, and other vegetation and produces acid rain. Also, reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions from diesel engines can help address the causes of the climate crisis. We encourage the committee to not only pass this bill, but also begin to phase out the use of diesel generators altogether in favor of cleaner, renewable sources of energy. Sierra Club supports HB 5298 with some recommendations. The task force should be broadened to include the entire waste management crisis. We should be planning and studying how to achieve equitable solutions to the waste crisis, but that includes moving away from incineration. The membership of the task force should be broadened to include the members of the communities most affected, experts in waste management, and health and environmental scientists. We should also be focusing on better solutions such as zero waste policies to redesign, reduce, and reuse before we turn to waste management solutions and recycling. Sierra Club supports 5289. Nighttime light is dangerous to migrating birds, and reducing it will help all birds, including endangered species, continue on their way. Sierra Club supports HB 5191. Greenways, bikeways, and recreational trails are beneficial to human health, wildlife, the environment, and to the economy, and they're fun. Finally, Sierra Club supports SB 239. Certain rodenticides and poisons threaten the entire food chain and ecosystem. Often raptors, predators, scavengers, insects, insectivores, reptiles, and sometimes even human can become victims of rodenticide poisoning. There are alternatives that are not as harmful that can be used instead. Thank you for the consideration of our testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ann. I don't see any from our members, but I have a quick question for you about the 243, the smart agricultural processes. Have you spoken to colleagues and fellow environmentalists, especially farmers, and is this something that they have told you they want? Are they aware of what this bill would do?
Well, when speaking with allied organizations, Working Families Alliance, Farmland Trust, they all believe that this is something that the farmers that they represent would like to see implemented. And Sierra Club, of course, as an environmental organization, is all for climate mitigation strategies.
Okay, all right, thank you. Members of the committee, any questions for Ms. Gadwa? Okay, thank you for being with us. Appreciate your testimony very much.
Thank you.
I believe up next we have Thomas Reagan Lefebvre, followed by Paul Hurlbut, and then Heather Millette. Thomas, are you with us? Thomas Gaia, is Thomas in the waiting room?
No, I don't have. I have 56 and 57 and 59.
Okay, Paul Hurlbut, if you could join us, please, that would be great. Turn your camera on, sir.
Can you see me now?
I can hear you. I don't, can't see you. Oh, yes, there you are. Thank you. Yes,
There
I
we go.
see you. I see you. Thank
Great.
you. Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to thank you all for having allowing me to testify to your committee. My name is Paul Hurlbut, and I'm the president of Professional Water Systems in Ridgefield. We're a water treatment dealer serving the western side of the state. I'm also the president of Connecticut Water Well Association, and I represent all the well drillers, well pump companies, and water filtration dealers in our state. I'm also a member of the Water Quality Association, which is an international not-for-profit manufacturer, dealer, and engineering supported organization. And I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak in regards to Bill 240. We're glad to see this bill brought to legislation, offering private contractors some liability relief for maintaining snow and ice removal. Offering a smart training program for application of de-icing products is a good start to solving this problem. But coming up with better products will be the real solution, and even better, going back to salt and sand in certain areas. Our only complaint with this bill is in section 5. That's requiring persons who install water treatment systems, including, but not limited to, automatic water softeners or tanks, shall test a customer's water for the presence of sodium chloride prior to making any recommendation to such customer or potential customers regarding the installation of a water softener and or tanks. Such testing shall be performed by environmental laboratories registered to the state. So you would be requiring any and all companies to spend roughly $45 for each client that we go out to see before offering them any options on how to treat their water. And if they have 3 or 4 companies in to talk to them about the same problem, that's 3 or 4 tests that have been run for the same thing at a significant expense without even knowing if we're doing any work for the customer. Plus, what are we supposed to do with this water test? Do we give it to the homeowner? We give it to local health, or how about the state? None of this local health or state health have the ability to accept these kind of reports. And I doubt local health wants anything more to do with the shortage of people that they're dealing with the workloads. Most good filtration companies are telling homeowners with their own well to have a full lab workup done on their water before making any recommendation on how to treat their water. We also tell homeowners now to test their water every few years because you are your own private water company. Many times homeowners don't want to spend the $300 or $400 from lab tests. They only care about 1 or 2 problems. We all offer basic in-home tests for hardness, pH, iron levels, and total dissolved solids. The TDS, or total dissolved solids test, tells us if there's other things or other minerals in the water that aren't part of a hardness test, which would be the most common mineral that we would find. Then we would have recommended a more extensive test be run. We are the one bringing the de-icing problem to everyone's attention. We're the ones that are getting the calls from homeowners why they're springing leaks in pipes and their water heaters are rotting out in a few years. And it's apparent that Section 5 is trying to shift the de-icing problem to water softeners. Water softeners have been used around the country for more than 70 years. And in few cases has there been salt discharge getting into well water. And now water softeners are even more efficient and demand-based controls and high efficient resins. Salt in wells problem has really only become a problem in the past 10 plus years. And that's the time that liquid magnesium chloride and calcium chloride has been the de-icing product of choice. We know it's coming from de-icing products because when we see water reports, it shows low levels of sodium and high levels of chlorides in total hardness. Our association was part of the original sodium chloride task force some years back that the state health department put together. And unfortunately, that group fell by the wayside. And it wasn't until we heard through the grapevine that there was a task force put together of state agencies by Senator Anwar recently. And I'm not sure why we weren't invited to be part of this task force.
Mr. Hurlbut, if you could finish up, please. Thank you.
Yes. We're the ones that are trying to solve the problem. As an industry, we're looking to work to solve problems and not create problems. And, you know, we've already had problems with certain state agencies forcing regulations on our industry without looking at the science behind what we do. So I'm kind of saying, you know, we like we like the bill 240, but section 5 needs to be omitted from this bill. Any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
I have a question, sir. Is there a direct corollary between the distance of someone's private residential well and a city street to the likelihood that it will be contaminated with this runoff? In other words, does the positioning of the person's well and the amount of land around it create a buffer from the problem?
Not necessarily. It depends on how the wells were constructed. Well, we have found that a lot of the wells that are being contaminated are older wells that don't have enough casing in the well, and they're pulling surface water with the contamination in it quicker than some of the newer wells that have much deeper casing. Unfortunately, our wells are bedrock wells, so we're dealing with the rock formation that has fractures that run all over the place. And it might not be contamination in our particular area. It could be from a mile away that's seeing this product, which is very common that we're seeing most of this coming from highways, state roadways, where the liquid compound is being applied. A lot of the local towns are still using salt. They're not set up to deliver the liquid compounds. And those are the areas that we see the most contamination in the groundwater.
Thank you. Question from Ranking Member Senator Minor.
Yes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. So in the years past, we've always grappled with this connection between water softeners and the possible increase in the salt level in water inside the house. Is that something we should concern ourselves with as part of this discussion, or no?
So we find so water softeners in nature, the way they work is they're replacing hardness for sodium or potassium. So anytime you soften water, you're increasing the sodium or potassium in the water. You're not increasing the chloride. Salt being sodium chloride, the chloride is actually flushed down the drain. So yes, you will see increased sodium. You're not seeing a chloride problem, which quite honestly, the problems that we're dealing with is a chloride problem. It's not a sodium problem. And that being said, depending on where treatment systems are discharging their wastewater, that would become the concern. And that's why I go back to saying water softeners have been in use for 70 plus years, and we're not seeing this as a problem that's been going on. It would have cropped up 50 years ago. Subsequently, it's the liquid compounds that we really see in the past 10, 12 years that are getting into the groundwater. And it's very soluble product that when it gets in the groundwater, it just runs. So we'll see neighborhoods contaminated, like somebody said earlier in the day about, I believe it was Tallinn, that has 68 homes that are contaminated. So, one of the other concerns we have is the state now requires dedicated dry wells for all wastewater for treatment systems to go. And unfortunately, our belief is you're putting a highly concentrated brine into a very small area versus if you were going to septic systems that it would be diluted. We wouldn't have these problems that I think we're going to start seeing more of in the next probably 10 or 15 years.
And so again, I'm trying to understand the coupling versus decoupling of the two issues. So if someone is concerned about their sodium intake, their salt intake in terms of public health, and they're alleging or imagining that it's road salt contamination or some other ice treatment contamination in the well versus a water softener, they're not the same?
Well, salt to salt, yes, it is the same. Whether it's coming from a softener, it would only be the sodium that would be increased. Testing their water is key, and to test their water before and after a treatment system is a good idea. But what the compounds that we're seeing in the wells right now is calcium and magnesium chloride. It's not elevated sodium. There are certain areas where we are seeing some sodium, but that's been a pretty low level that stayed for many years. But
that would be and that's pre-treatment, not post-treatment.
Correct. The magnesium and calcium chloride is the treatment that they're putting on the roads, primarily in very cold temperatures. Salt is not as effective to breaking the ice bond to the pavement. So that's why they're using the liquid compound, which is magnesium and calcium chloride. So in those cases, we see very high levels of hardness, which is calcium and magnesium, along with the chloride, but we see very little sodium. And in that case, we know it's what's been put on the streets that's causing this problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You all set, Senator?
All set.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? Thank you, Mr. Hobart. I think we're all set. Appreciate your being here.
Appreciate it.
Same. Next up, we have Heather Millette, followed by Donna Hamzy. Ms. Millette, are you here?
I am here. Can you hear me?
There you are. Yes, we can hear and see you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I thank the committee for hearing my testimony this very long day on SB 239. I'm Heather Millette, president of Millette Pest Control and a member of the Connecticut Pest Control Association for over 20 years. I also provided some written testimony, but I'm going to touch base on some other points today in my verbal as well. Today, I am asking you to exempt the pest control industry from this ban on SGRs as a whole, as we are licensed and must continually train and obtain new continuing education credits on the proper use of rodenticide and all label laws. We use these SGARs, as you call them, and many other options to protect Connecticut citizens' food, property, healthcare, both residential, commercial, food supply chain, hospitality, and healthcare areas. Rodents transmit over 35 diseases through their droppings, urine, and saliva, not to mention the damage they cause to structures and fires that are caused. The worst diseases that they spread are plague, as current as California recently, hantavirus, and very commonly is asthma everywhere. Please exempt the pest control industry from the SGAR ban, as we have a toolbox we reach into for each rodent control issue we are called upon to resolve. Once at a location, we inspect to determine the depth of the rodent infestation, the presence of children, pets, environmental impact in the area, any non-target concerns at the location. We then see if we can use exclusion, repellent, snap traps, glue boards, sterilization options, as well as the use of SGRs. We are all part of, it's all part of our toolbox, and if you take any option out of the toolbox, we will be seriously hampering our ability to help control the rodent issues in Connecticut at each of these locations. There is no antidote to an acute rodent bait. There is an antidote for SGARs of vitamin K1. There is a safety net for our children and pets. We are regulated already by the EPA federally and the DEP in Connecticut, as well as label law. We are protectors of public health and property, and this ban will lead to residential, commercial, hospitality, and food supply chain issues and disease spread. Balance is key. We can rotate bait options currently. We can currently change each thing we need to do at a situation. So please allow us to help protect everyone in our state, health and property, by allowing us to keep our toolbox full. I thank you all, and if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Millette. We have a question from our Senate Chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Millette, for your testimony. I just wondered if you were aware that the bill as written applies to state facilities, state parks.
I am aware that it is for state facilities.
Okay.
However, I know that once a bill gets put through, it tends to spread. So, you know, we still need the use of some of these options on state facilities. By using our pest management knowledge, you know, we can make decisions on what needs to happen when at each location, even if it means we use an SGAR for a short period of time to gain control, but we can switch to another product afterwards. You know, it's a tool in the toolbox.
So, and
I hate
the
to
other,
see it.
you know, we heard testimony from another pest control company, and you know, and similarly to you, they mentioned, you know, pest control in food and you know, medical facilities, things of that nature, which are all exempted in the bill as well. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that.
I am aware, but I also know how once one piece gets let in, the next piece happens, and I'm a little concerned because even on, you know, state property, in different areas that you're speaking of now, there may be times where this is going to be the solution to the problem short term, and it needs to be an option. It's our decision to say, hey, we're doing something in a beach area where we have birds of prey. So maybe we need to think about another option, such as Terad, which is a calcium depleter, you know, but we have to think about what else is in the same area. Are there people with their dogs? Are there, you know, so there's so many different pieces that make your decision at each location that we have to take into account, that it seems to make sense. And I love birds of prey and I don't want to see anything happen to them either. But I also know that in our field, we need to have the tools at the right time for each situation.
And just last question, do you know of any other way of preventing birds of prey and other wildlife from ingesting rodenticide via a rodent, other than using, not using rodenticide and using have-a-heart traps or, you know, standard, you know, mouse and rat traps?
They all have a place at certain times. However, you cannot, when we go into situations, the idea of having one tool like a snap trap or a glue board and a have-a-heart trap solve the problem, or a repellent is not going to, it doesn't work. You need to place the right product in the right place at the right time to stop the issue or the rodent issue. And then you can pull back and do other items at that point. But you can't go in and just snap trap. They're too smart for just that.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any other questions from members of the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Millett. Appreciate your being with us. Next up, we have Donna Hamsey, followed by Christine Cummings. Ms. Hamsey, there you are.
Yep, thank you very much. Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, Representative Palm, Senator Minor, and Representative Harding. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Donna Hamsey Carocha, and I am an advocacy manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. I am here to testify in support of House Bill 5298. I did submit written testimony, so in my time, I will just take an opportunity to support previous comments from speakers that you've heard from today, Matt Knickerbocker, Don Stein, and Betsy Guerra. Municipalities are committed to finding solutions to what is now being referred to as the waste crisis. The closure of MIRA is at the heart of this crisis. And in this process of creating a working group or a task force, depending on the bill and the committee, we would just hope that that folks are willing to support ways to, in the meantime, keep MIRA viable, but also for the long term, really think about ways to make our infrastructure more sustainable. And we would look to the CCSMM's report and those findings in ways that seek to provide a complex web of solutions that aren't just one, but fix multiple pieces of this really complex puzzle that we find ourselves having to deal with. We at CCM are here to help support in any way we can with our members who are ready and willing to get the financial monkey off their back, so to speak, with regards to the waste crisis. And we're hopeful that in the working group or task force that municipalities have a prominent position to provide input and be a part of solutions that come from that working group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good job staying under the 3 minutes. Any questions from members of the committee for Ms. Hamsey Carocha? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Christine Cummings. I see you there, Ms. Cummings. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I am here. Dear honorable members of the Environmental Committee, my name is Christine Cummings, and as co-founder and director of A Place Called Hope, one of the few designated bird of prey rehabilitation centers in Connecticut, I feel my testimony is worthy, as I have dedicated my entire life to the preservation of our wildlife. We average anywhere from 500 to 800 bird cases per year, so I feel I am somewhat of an expert in dealing with some of the most common conflicts our wildlife encounters related to us humans. I see firsthand some of the negative impacts human encounters are causing, and one being secondary poisoning resulting from the widespread use of rodenticide poisons meant to target rodents. Over the past few years, we are noticing an alarming increase of suspected poisonings, averaging 1 to 3 cases per week, more during the height of the season. Since I am appointed by this state, I feel it is my duty to report this trend, as I am literally in the front lines. I am one of the very few people in our entire state that actually can say I experienced the aftermath of anticoagulants firsthand. I physically cradle these poisoned birds of prey in hand as they are actively dying. It is something I wish I could share with anyone protecting the sale and use of these unnecessary poisons. Witnessing an animal who is bleeding to death internally is not comfortable at all. It's not a comfortable experience, and it has become a helpless part of my routine day. What I see are symptoms related to hemorrhaging and cardiovascular shock, a lethargic and delayed bird, squinted, dilated eyes, fluffed feathers. Their mouths are dry and pale, sometimes white, which indicates that they are bleeding internally. We see many cases with feathers that are soaked with blood, and the cause is only from a minor scratch. Often the blood starts to seep where we can visually see it puddling underneath the skin of the bird, and some experience seizure episodes, involuntary spasms, and some will actually have blood coming out of every single orifice of their bodies. Those cases usually drown as they shake their heads and cough and sneeze, trying to gasp for air. Euthanizing at this stage actually takes longer than the death process itself. Anticoagulant rodenticides are a choice, and as mentioned before, it's one of the tools of many tools in the toolkit. Non-poisonous alternatives exist, and when they're used along with integrated pest management methods, success is achievable. Connecticut Environmental Committee, please consider this with urgency based on not only our findings, but the crisis we are witnessing nationwide. Vote in support of SB 239 with amendments. Please ban the use of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticide poisons on statewide, all over the state, as well as ban the use of first-generation anticoagulant rodenticide poisons, it's a mouthful, on state-owned properties or land, which include our wildlife habitats. Thank you so much for this speaking opportunity, and I'll take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. I see questions from our chair, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Christine, for being here and for all of your good work. I had the opportunity of visiting a place called Hope, and it's really tremendous what you're doing for these birds. So I thank you on behalf of all the residents of the state of Connecticut, because they're wonderful to see and just so majestic, and I'm so grateful for your service to them. I just wondered, you mentioned in your testimony that you've seen an uptick in the number of cases. Do you know why that would be? Any idea?
Why there's an uptick?
Yeah.
I think it's because that people are using the second generation anticoagulant rodenticides more prominently today, because the first generation anticoagulants have lost their effectiveness. So it ends up that it's no longer taking care of them as quickly as, let's say, pest companies or extermination companies would like. So second generation is the choice tool in their toolboxes in order to work fast and in order to keep people from having to deal with and witness those sick and dying rats. You know, they die the same awful death as what I described for those birds of prey. When they are weak like that, they become easy targets. So the bird of prey, the predatory animal, any of those predators in our state come out and can easily prey upon those poisoned mice or rats.
Are second generation rodenticides more dangerous to the birds and wildlife than first generation?
Absolutely. The first generation bait traps are designed to be a multi-feeding station. So basically what that means is they go back and they eat more and more and continue to build a cumulative effect in their bodies. The second generation is a single dose feeding. In other words, it's more toxic and potent. So when they come to those bait stations and eat, it's just a one-time dose of that food or that bait that they're actually ingesting that will take them down. But because it doesn't happen immediately, they can actually continue to eat that bait and keep eating it for that feeding session, and then go off as an extra potent toxic piece of poison itself. You know, the mouse or the rat that ate all of that now is even more dangerous to whatever predator is consuming it. First generations, because it's a cumulative effect, let's say a mouse ate enough to become sick and preyed upon, a large predator, let's say even a dog or a cat, might come along and eat that poisoned mouse. But because that mouse only ate from the first generation, it may take a few of those mice for that dog or that cat to become sick itself. So it depends on the size of the animal and how much that it's eating from the first generation. But of course, second generation, it's a whole different story because it's that poisonous. It's that dangerous.
Okay, thank you. I actually, just one more question. Do these birds of prey have any chance, once they've ingested a mouse that's also ingested second generation?
In our experience, because we can't do testing on live birds, the very few birds that come in that are displaying the symptoms of secondary poisoning, the very few ones that we actually treat, there are close to, I don't know, maybe 5 to 7 per year that we might suspect, but we can't prove which rodenticide they had ingested. But as far as our testing has gone, all the submissions that we've done of the specimens to date, every single one of them that comes back positive, every single one of them is escars, the second generation, one of the ingredients, brodifacoum. So every one of them is dead from that.
Okay, thank you so much, Christine. Again, thanks for your patience too today.
Before we get to Rep. Michelle and Senator Minor, I just want to remind everybody that in order to get on the screen, you have to accept the blue button that says join. So our clerk, Gaia McDermott, will pop up before your time comes on, a blue button that says join. You must accept that in order for us to be able to hear you. So we do have a couple of folks in the waiting room who have not yet accepted that. Please do so. Thank you for that interruption. Rep. Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cummings, for everything that you do. It's a pleasure to have you today. Would you mind taking, I think you mentioned something like 800 cases. Is it okay for you to just explain to us what the rescue is like? I mean, from how many cases, like the testing that it requires, the cost findings, so we can get just a little bit of a broader picture on the rescue itself and the costs and everything?
Okay, sure, certainly. In order for us to test a bird again, it needs to be something that has already perished or died. A bird that is a specimen gets sent into, we use Yukon, and they do what we call a straight necropsy. And what they do after this straight necropsy is they send out the liver to Michigan State University for what we call an AR panel, which is an anticoagulant rodenticide panel. That costs us $135 per bird. So it's very expensive for a small nonprofit such as ourselves. We're not funded by the state or the government. So in order for us to do these tests, we this year we have fundraised so we can have the money to test every single case that comes in that we're suspecting has ingested rodenticides, whether it's first generation or second generation. So 1 to 3 per week so far this year. And in 2022, because we have the money and we're sending out everything, we've only had 9 weeks of this year so far, and we've already had 8 birds submitted. 6 have come back positive for second generation, with the brodifacoum being the #1 ingredient, and 2 are pending results, which I kept checking my emails to see if maybe they would come in before today's session, but they have not yet. But I anticipate those will also be positive for brodifacoum, which is the second generation anticoagulants. We started realizing that we needed to come up with scientific data back in September of last year. So it was late season for us, and we were still trying to work out the costs. and we didn't have the necessary funding, but we ended up doing 7 tests from the end of September through December, which is our slow season, and it wasn't every single bird case that we thought might be. It was the ones that we felt were most likely that we sent in, and 7 of those were sent in. And out of those 7, 5 of them were positive with second generation Broadifacome, and 2 actually came back with West Nile virus, which is something very common in the late part of that season. Again, the live testing is not something that we can do with a live bird in hand. All we can do with a live bird is take a little bit of blood, put it on a slide to see how long and if it will coagulate, thicken. And most of the time, or all of the time, if they've ingested rodenticides, after we give it 8 to 10 minutes, after 8 to 10 minutes, if it's still liquid, we know that there's an anticoagulant to blame. So anticoagulants are the poisons that we are asking to see eliminated. There are over 100 other poisons out there that can be used in replacement. It may not be as fast or as quick, but again, back to, I can't remember his name, I wrote his name down, Samuel Ramirez from California. He had stated that education is necessary. People need to understand the importance of exclusion work and proper sanitation and the ways to eliminate attracting these animals, these rodents in to the house or the structure in the first place. If everybody were taking care of the holes in the sides of their homes, the dryer vents, the ivy that is actually around the houses that is a great place for these rats to hide or mice to hide. If they understood that exclusion work and sanitation is the first defense, they would probably likely not have to call for help at all. In fact, here at a place called Hope, for 18 years, we deal with rats here as well. I mean, we have a bird of prey center with many birds. The rats aren't trying to come in to eat any of our birds per se, but what they're trying to eat are possibly some of the food items that we're feeding to the birds. So when they are here, we notice, droppings, or we might see a little tunneling or digging, and we go back to our original plan of sanitation. We go around and make sure that there are no breaches in our exclusion work. We go around and put repellents out. We actually do use some of the snap traps, but those are humane and those are quick and quite effective. And we always get rid of the problem. So we've never in 18 years had to use a poison.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. Right, Michelle, were you done? I'm sorry.
Yep, I was just going to thank Ms. Cummings for her amazing insight in this world. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Senator Minor, you are up, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I heard you say that Broadifacome, I guess, is the one that you find more often than not, or has been found more often than not. Is that product available to the general public, or is that only available under special license?
I'm really glad you asked me that question. I have to say that the EPA was so concerned with the potency of second generation that they made it so it can only be purchased, excuse me, in bulk. So in bulk, what that means is large quantities. So places like excuse me, farmers or food industry, or extermination companies could purchase this for what they're using to, treat large areas. The general public was supposed to be not really encouraged to purchase in that amount. Most people don't need 5 pounds of second generation anticoagulant rodenticides. However, there are loopholes, and you can go on Amazon today and you can buy it yourself. Anyone can buy this. Anybody, any homeowner can buy this, put it in their basement, have a flood, and then it's now leached into the environment that way. Leave it in their garages, not secured, where the tops aren't even on correctly, and something else can come in and eat it, children included, pets included. I know that a lot of the veterinary hospitals are very guarded with their numbers of the pets that come in that are poisoned, but there are quite a few animals that are domesticated pets that get into these poisons as well. I know that it was also stated by another extermination person that the bait boxes are quite sealed, but sometimes rats will go into these bait boxes and pull the bait pellets out of those boxes. And it's not just, again, remember, it's not just the bait itself that's poisonous, it's the animal who ate the bait, the non-targeted animal. So when we say this is geared towards rodents, mice and rats, those are the nuisance ones we're all talking about. Rodents include squirrels, chipmunks, moles, voles, shrews. Songbirds even get into these bait stations, as well as, you're ready for this? I just learned this one recently in a recent seminar. Invertebrates, insects eat this bait. So insects eat the bait and they are not affected. Therefore, they go back out into the environment, and every songbird that eats them has now ingested second generation anticoagulant rodenticide poisons. It's everywhere, and it's a poison. Poison is poison. There's no such thing as a safe poison. There is no such thing as controlling this poison in this manner. It's not feasible. And because, again, let me just say this again, I am in the front lines. I am elected by the state of Connecticut and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services to do this duty to provide proper disposition report forms at the end of the year so they can see what's going on in the numbers that are coming in, what happens with every single case. And 98% of the birds we're dealing with are suffering at the hands of conflicts with us humans. And this one's growing. It's getting more and more that we're seeing these secondary poisoning. So it's something that I feel, where else does the state learn about it than people such as myself in the field dealing with it firsthand? I want Connecticut to pay attention. I am screaming here saying we have a problem. It needs to be addressed.
I understand your screaming, and I get your passion, and I am equally concerned. My last question has to do with, we have a public hearing scheduled for a bill, and it has certain limitations with it. And then every now and again, you come along to that public hearing process and you find out things you didn't know. And if I said to you, perhaps this was one of those occasions, if you were going to suggest an amendment to this bill, how broadly would you like to see it applied? Would you like to see it have its current threshold for being used? Or would you rather see it more broadly made it so that you can't use it?
I would say I would like to see it banned completely. There is, again, no safe way to use this poison. In as much as the extermination companies and pest control companies want to tell us that this is not affecting our wildlife because the bait stations are safe, I have the evidence in my lap. I'm the one who is cleaning up the mess. I'm the one that has to hold these birds as they are drowning in their own blood.
I hear you. Yeah. I'm just trying to, I guess, so the public generally, I think they come to us with these ideas and they are important. Every single one of them has its own constituency. And every now and again, they have broader constituencies than we even do. And so usually from my perspective, I try to imagine how much inventory is currently present, who owns it, what would happen if we told you couldn't use it tomorrow, what would a logical run out be for not being able to use it in a period of time beyond 6 months and so on. So I'm sure we'll have a very robust conversation when we screen this bill after the public hearing. And I'm aware of your work. I'm aware of where you work. And I do appreciate the fact that you do that and that you're also here. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Senator Minor. Senator Cohen.
I'm sorry, Chair's prerogative here. The question just came across my mind. Christine, do you know if there's any other states who have done anything with this?
Oh yeah, California has actively banned them statewide. Massachusetts is in the process currently right now as we speak, as well as New Jersey. I think Pennsylvania is getting on board, but again, this is not a state problem. This is a nationwide problem. This is a global issue, actually. This is happening all over our planet, and we're starting to finally understand the devastating effects of these poisons. They're starting to finally come to light, more or less. More people like myself are coming forward with their findings.
Well, thank you again, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Madam Chair. Next up, we will have Chelsea Gazzillo, followed by Joan Nichols, and then Amy Blaymore Patterson. Chelsea, I see you. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Co-Chair Senator Cohen and Representative Gresco, Vice Chair Senator Slapp and Representative Palm, Ranking Members Senator Minor, Representative Harding, and members of the Environment Committee. It's nice to see you all. My name is Chelsea Gazzillo, and I'm American Farmland Trust New England Policy Manager. I also lead the Connecticut Working Lands Alliance, a broad-based statewide coalition dedicated to preserving Connecticut's farmland. I was proud to be appointed as a member of the Governor's Council on Climate Change, Ag and Soils Working Group. In addition, I currently sit on the Connecticut Department of Agriculture's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Access to Secure Land Tenure Subcommittee. I am testifying today in support of SB 243, an act concerning climate-smart agricultural practices. WLA wrote lengthy testimony on why, if passed, SB 243 will benefit all farmers across the state. And as you can see from various agricultural stakeholder groups and farmers who submitted testimony on this bill, updating the Connecticut Department of Agriculture's Farmland Restoration Grant Program to include climate-smart agriculture and forestry practices will benefit everyone in Connecticut's agricultural sector. In addition, it is in alignment with the efforts of the GC3 and Governor Lamont's Executive Order 21/3. I want to spend my time responding to some of the concerns that were presented by the Connecticut Department of Agriculture earlier today. For beginning farmers and socially disadvantaged farmers, the upfront cost of investing in climate-smart agricultural practices is prohibitive. As a member of the Connecticut Department of Agriculture's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Securing Land Access Working Group, which is, just to remind you, as MC mentioned, is not a board that exists in state statute, we would recommend and encourage the committee to keep priority funding for socially disadvantaged and beginning farmers as outlined in the bill. This will ensure, regardless of who the commissioner is and or the administration, that funding remains a priority for these producers. In regards to Commissioner's comments on Section 1B, while the Connecticut Department of Agriculture's Viability Grant Program offers support to nonprofit organizations, entities like the University of Connecticut Cooperative Extension, and other partners are not eligible recipients of this program. The Ag Viability Grant Program currently permits 25% of grants to be used to pay for staff time. This simply is not enough to cover the associated cost of paying an organization to provide technical assistance that is needed to aid farmers in implementing the practices outlined in this bill. There is more about this in my written testimony. Finally, in regards to funding for the program, we would recommend that as Connecticut lawmakers continue to configure the future allocation of American Rescue Act Plan funding, the statute, you use some of the ARPA funds to help increase farmers in transitioning to climate smart farming. California, Massachusetts, and Vermont have all allocated ARPA funds to soil health, which I can share with the committee. Additionally, the original Farmland Restoration Grant Program was funded by a one-time $5 million bond. And with that being said, we look forward to working with the committee on identifying funding opportunities moving forward. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very, very much. Any questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us. Next, we're going to move to Joan Nichols and then circle back to Aaron Good and then Amy Blaymore Patterson. Joan, I see you are on camera. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, Senator Derrick, Representative Palm, Senator Minor, Representative Harding, and members of the Environment Committee. I'm here to submit testimony on two bills, HB 5295 and support for SB 243. I did submit written comments on both of these bills, which are available for your review. On House Bill 5295, I'm really focused on Section 2 of that bill related to the Governor's Council for Agricultural Development. My comments are as follows. We appreciate the addition of the word innovation to the title of the council. Innovation is important, so we would appreciate seeing a change as agricultural development and innovation. We would prefer to have the council retained as an independent and advisory board versus rolled into an administrative function of the Department of Agriculture. We think an independent advisory council would better serve the agricultural community. So we would ask that that language stay intact. We would also appreciate leaving the dedicated positions that were originally put in statute in place and not change those dedicated positions as proposed. We do support the addition of 2 additional co-vice chairs. I'm a little partial here. One of them is for Connecticut Farm Bureau and the other one is for the Connecticut Ag Experiment Station. But Connecticut Farm Bureau has been heavily involved in the council when it was active, and we appreciate holding a co-chair position. Those are my comments on 5295. I would ask your support of Senate Bill 243. The bill would update and provide funding for the Farmland Restoration Program, as well as provide needed resources for farmers to invest in equipment and other measures to enhance soil productivity and address climate resilient practices. The reason we really like this bill is we really like supporting legislation that has really long-term implications for the benefit of our farmers, our food systems, our environment, as well as all the state of Connecticut. So we feel that the investments that these farmers would make would have, benefit decades down the road. So those are my comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan, so much, and for the wonderful work that the Bureau does. I look forward to our annual dinner in person, I hope. Any questions from members of the committee? No? Okay, thank you very much. Stay well, Joan. We're going to move.
Okay, thank you. You too.
We're going to go back to Aaron Good, followed by Amy Blaymore Patterson, and then Ashley Zane. So Aaron Good, are you with us? I see Ashley.
Yep,
there's Aaron.
you.
Yes. Okay, go ahead. I see you, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. My name's Aaron Good. I'm a resident of New Haven and on the board of the Farmington Canal Rail to Trail Association. And in that capacity, I worked for the last decade on closing the gaps in the Farmington Canal Heritage Trail, which is the crown jewel of our bicycle pedestrian infrastructure here in Connecticut, which has enormous regional tourism and economic development potential by connecting to a much larger trail network, the East Coast Greenway. And I've also worked on the Connecticut Trail Census for the last few years. And with the data we've collected from infrared sensors deployed on trails across the state, we've been able to see and document the number of trips taken on Connecticut multi-use trails expand dramatically during the COVID pandemic, in some cases almost tripling, as people sought outdoor refuges for their physical and emotional wellness. Usage of the Naugatuck River Greenway in Derby rose to 400,000 annual trips. The Still River Greenway in Danbury, Brookfield went to 300,000 trips. In New Haven, we went from 110,000 trips on the Farmington Canal in 2019 to 170,000 trips in 2020. It is not an overstatement to say that our trails and greenways help our residents cope with and survive the cataclysmic health crisis affecting our entire world the last 24 months. But since COVID started, many more people have grasped that our greenways are truly essential infrastructure. But in New Haven, we've known that for a long time. And the main point I want to make to you is that greenways are not just about recreation, which you've heard about in earlier testimony. In New Haven, fully half the trips on our primary greenway are not recreational. They're residents commuting to their jobs at Yale, commuting to school at Southern Connecticut State University, going to medical appointments and essential services, accessing grocery and clothing stores in Southern Hamden, jobs, schools, shopping. We know that because of detailed trail census data going back to December 2017. In urban areas like New Haven, greenways like Farmington Canal Heritage Trail are essential transportation resources and as such need to be adequately resourced. Access to them is a social justice and equity issue. So if one's image of a greenway user is an affluent suburban resident wearing Gore-Tex from REI, that is simply not an accurate reflection of who currently uses our greenways in New Haven or who will be using greenways like the Naugatuck River Greenway and East Coast Greenway as these trails continue to be built out in Waterbury and Hartford. You actually might want to think about earmarking some greenway funding specifically for distressed municipalities and EJ communities. You've heard in the previous year, less than 14% of greenway funding applications could be successfully funded. There's an enormous unmet demand out there. Increasing the budget for bikeways, greenways, and trails is worth the investment many times over. This is truly building back better. So to conclude, I urge your support of HB 5291 so that we can keep building out a robust network of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure so that in every community, every child, every senior citizen, every resident has access to the beauty, the joy, the health benefits, the convenience, and accessibility that these trails and greenways offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Good. I have a quick question, don't go away. The good ranking member, Rep. Harding, has a question for you. Mr. Good, are you still there?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. You might be off.
Oh, no,
There's
he's
Aaron.
back. He's back.
How are you?
Aaron, hang on. Okay, Steve, go ahead.
I couldn't let you go without thanking you for mentioning the Still River Greenway in Brookfield. So it is a highlight of the local community. And you are certainly right. If you drove past the trail, particularly during the height of the pandemic, where it was safe to go outside, and it was one of the few places where you could, go and still be safe. There was a lot of cars. People congregated to places like greenways. So I just want to thank you for mentioning it. And really, one thing is I would like to see how you would think that the funding would be dispersed. Would it be like kind of a grant program where different greenway associations or municipalities could apply? I don't know if you have any insight into what you think would be the best method to do that.
Yeah, thanks, Representative Harding. And yeah, the Still River Greenway, I think it's the #2 most used greenway trail in the state of Connecticut after the Naugatuck River Greenway in Derby and Ansonia. So you're very lucky to have it in your community. And I wasn't sure, are you asking about the current process by which these funds are distributed?
Well, I guess the current process, and then I guess the question would be, if we did receive an increase in funding, would you presume or expect that the current process would remain the same, it's just a bigger allotment of money, basically?
Yeah, well, as I said in my testimony, I think you might consider earmarking some of the funds for urban areas, for communities that are considered distressed municipalities according to the DECD definition, or environmental justice communities according to the state statute on that. There are some problems with that definition, but using that that metric to give additional points to applications from some of these communities, underprivileged communities, urban areas, I think that might make sense. I would probably keep the current process in place, which is these applications go through the Connecticut Greenways Council, as far as I understand it, and they're scored and decided upon within that council. But I would give additional points to places like Danbury, Bridgeport, New Haven, Hartford, et cetera.
So thank you so much for your testimony, for your insight today, and be well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rep. Harding. Rep. Callahan, you are up, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really briefly, Mr. Good, I want to make a comment. Very nice work with what you're doing to promote the greenways. And I, during the pandemic, being outside and hiking and using these
Looks like he's frozen. Rep. Callahan, you're frozen. I don't think we can get at you. Does anybody else have a question for Mr. Good? Okay, I think you know what, Mr. Good, if you could just hang on for a little minute, we'll move on, and then if Rep. Callahan unfreezes, we'll come back to you, okay, if you don't mind, please. Amy Blaymore Patterson, you are up.
Thank you, Representative Palm and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. For the record, I'm Amy Blaymore Patterson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Land Conservation Council. Thank you for this opportunity, as always, to present testimony today in support of House Bill 5291 and Senate Bill 243. I did submit written testimony, so I will be as brief as possible. With respect to 5291, I'm very happy that I just followed Aaron Good because he raised such terrific points. The proposed increase in the bond authorization for the Rec Trails program comes really at an unprecedented time, both in terms of the level of use of our trails and also the associated need for assistance to maintain and build those trails. My insight into the importance of the Rec Trails program is drawn mainly from the work of the state's land trusts. Most, if not all, manage their preserves for public access, and most do so on the backs of community volunteers. The activities range from grooming existing trails, building new trails, erecting signage, maintaining structures, and these projects are all done on limited budgets. But there's also a strong and growing effort on the part of the land trusts and their communities to make sure that the properties are as accessible as possible for people of all ages and abilities. In addition to Aaron Good's very compelling testimony and some of the examples that he raised, this is an equity issue in all respect. And some of the projects that I'm seeing run the gamut from wheelchair accessible boardwalks and viewing platforms, rail trails, and other amenities and adaptations, and there certainly can give you some examples. The Rec Trails program is essential to these efforts. As you also heard earlier, like DEEP's land conservation and associated programs, like those other programs, the demand for Rec Trails grant monies far exceeds the availability of the funds, leaving many worthy projects without financial assistance. This trend underscores the public's demand for access to nature and the myriad benefits that this access has for our public health and economic well-being, as many of you have just commented on. So increasing bonding for Rec Trails program is an investment that pays dividends to all communities across the state. CLCC also supports SB 243, which, consistent with GC3 recommendations, recognizes the importance of working in natural lands as a key to climate change mitigation and adaptation. And it does this by supporting farmers who implement climate-smart agricultural and forestry practices. As others before me have testified, these best management practices are intended to make farms more resilient to current and anticipated impacts of climate change, reduce the production of greenhouse gas emissions, and through improved soil conditions, serve as critical carbon sinks, among other positive benefits. The bill also provides, is really a much needed, I'm skipping here just to move on here, but it's a big step forward in the state's efforts to address climate change and ensure a resilient food system. So thank you for this opportunity. Again, I did submit written testimony. I know I just went quickly, but I'm really respectful of your time and all that you do. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Amy, so much for all your work. I don't see any questions, and I did see Rep. Callahan pop back on briefly. If you're there, Rep. Callahan, and you want to finish, I hated to cut you off. There you are.
No, it was a computer issue, Madam Chair. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Okay, Mr. Good, you're off the hook. You can leave. Thank you both very much, and thank you, Amy. Next up, we have Robert LaFrance, followed by Ashley Zane and Bruce McDonald. So Rob LaFrance, there you are.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Co-Chair Palm. Very nice to be here this morning. Thank you to the chairs and ranking members of the committee. My name is Robert LaFrance. I'm the Director of Policy for the National Audubon Society. We've submitted a number of written comments on various bills, but I want to address a few of those. The first one I want to talk about is Section 6 of the boating bill. That provision provides for additional $5 million in appropriations for the ENCON police officers. I've heard a lot of discussion today about the need for that, both in terms of on-water enforcement, but also inland enforcement. I think that the department is willing to work with local officers, local police departments to help do a better job of enforcement on the water. Some of the things I heard from members of the committee that I also want to underscore are the fact that our ENCON officers work very collaboratively with local authorities. And there's a whole network of inter-police department working with each other to kind of move things together. My sense of it after being at the department for a long time is that there just aren't enough ENCON police officers to do what they need to do. I think that the department and the officers who work there pulled together this ranger program that's been used at the larger parks, where some of the individuals can do some of that work at those parks, a little sort of lower level things. But in order to do that, we need to make certain that we have competitive pricing to be able to get some youth interested in doing this, making certain that OPM provides an adequate level of summer funding to be able to incent these kids to come in, I shouldn't say kids, young people, to work at our parks and help protect them. The other thing I wanted to talk about earlier, we heard Ken Elkins from our organization talk about the Lights Out program. I'm not going to get into that in any greater detail other than to say that I think he really hit the nail on the head there. The idea of turning lights out and trying to get reductions for migratory birds and the timeframes that they were discussed there makes a lot of sense. And then finally, I want to talk about the bill that we've heard a lot about before, and that's the second generation rodenticide bill. This is a very complicated issue, and I'm really happy to see that the Environment Committee is taking it up. It's a complicated matter of both federal regulation, state level regulation, and some of the aspects of other states have done. It is an interesting level of what we're trying to do. There are certainly best practices. I do think that the bill as drafted probably needs some improvements. And in my written testimony, I offered some suggestions to possibly do that improvement. And with that, I'll pause and take any questions in the event anyone on the committee has some. And again, thank you so much for all you do. And thank you so much for allowing me to be in front of you today.
Thank you, Rob. I see a question from Rep. Michelle.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm taking you on your word. Can you actually elaborate on those improvements on the bill?
Sure. So a couple of things I think that are necessary right now, and I think I made a link reference to the California bill. One of the things that California did was they did a little bit more sort of investigation about where these rodenticides were being utilized. They also maintained in there an exception. Sometimes, and my understanding from what I've been able to find thus far, in very limited situations, some of these second generation rodenticides need to be used for application to help protect certain endangered or threatened species. There is an exception in that California bill for that type of use. So that's one thing I think that should be taken a look at. The other element is that the bill, as I see it currently drafted, calls for a sort of a finalization of everything at one individual timeframe. My sense is that there is probably a better way to do that, maybe a phase out of these types of chemicals over time to allow for the industry to deal with what they may have on their shelves or utilizing currently. And then the other thing is, I think there needs to be a little bit better recognition of best practices and integrated pest management. And I think that is attempted to be worked out in the bill, but I think there may be some additional language that could be drafted to help in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Franz. So you'd be not broadening the bill, or you'd actually you'd rather slow it down. And
I'm just saying, I think that what we're hearing from the folks in the wildlife rehabilitation community is a real concern about some really negative impacts on some majestic birds in the state. To the extent that we can move away from the current utilization of these things through best practices, utilizing it through education and getting folks to use it less, then I think we should try and go down that road. If that doesn't work, and there are alternatives, we talk about safer alternatives in other pesticide applications. I would argue that makes sense here as well. These types of pesticides should be a last resort type of utilization. And if we can clarify that in the law, I think we'd be in a better position overall.
Well, thank you for your comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Rep. Michelle. Any other questions for Mr. LaFrance? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on. Thank you very, very much for being here and being with us. We're going to go, of course, we're going to go to Ashley Zane and then Bruce McDonald, and then I want to loop back to Thomas Reagan Lefebvre if he is here. Oh, there I see Thomas. Okay, so Ashley, thank you for your patience. You are up.
Thank you, Vice Chair Palm. Here's Cohen and Gresco, ranking members Minor and Harding, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Ashley Zane. I'm a Government Affairs Associate for the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. In the interest of time, I just want to emphasize the comments that the last two speakers had regarding the bikeways, greenways, and trails. These are real recruitment tools for our company. So 61% of 18-year-olds in 2018 had a driver's license, that was down from 80% in 1983. 16-year-olds with licenses within that same period decreased from 46% to 25%. So the next generation of the workforce is really interested in alternative means of transportation, whether it's public transportation, ride shares, or using a bikeway to get to and from work. So I'd really like to thank the last two speakers for their points and just double down on those. I'm also here in strong opposition to Section 12 of SB 238, an act concerning revisions to certain environment-related statutes. What Section 12 does in this bill is it adds an annual fee to the registration fee for a general permit, essentially equating it to an individual permit. Meanwhile, general permits are supposed to be less work for the department. Under current law, there's a registration fee, but no annual fee for a general permit. And for individual permits, there's an application fee and an annual fee because there is additional work associated with the individual permits. This is pretty much a revenue grab, and it's going to affect a wide range of entities, including food processing, biofuel production, industrial laundries, beverage production, water treatment, printing, and many more. After discussing this section with our Energy and Environment Council, which is made up of a lot of LEPs, environmental attorneys, and other environmental stakeholders, we estimate that this section will cost approximately $3.3 million to the industry. Connecticut is already known for its high cost of doing business and regulatory oversight. And we do agree that in some cases, it might be necessary for DEEP to collect additional samples to ensure compliance with the permitting standards. But in this instance, we should look to other states who, when this does happen, they require the entity to cover the cost of sampling. After talking to a lot of the LEPs and professionals that are within our council, the cost of doing sampling is going to be less than or equal to the annual fees proposed within this section. Many of our member companies are constantly trying to update and upgrade their systems to be more environmentally compliant. We're seeing shareholders really pushing this. Many companies now have a corporate social responsibility standard in place so that they can achieve certain thresholds and certain requirements, and tying up funds and permitting costs versus using these funds for technology upgrades, whether it's decreasing emissions or installing renewable energy systems, seems really counterproductive to being good stewards of the environment. We want to be a partner, but this policy doesn't help move the needle forward on being better environmental partners. So with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions, and I strongly hope that the committee will remove this section from the bill.
Rep. Harding, you have a question, sir.
Hi, Ashley. Thanks for your testimony today. Just elaborate a little more. You had alluded to what other states do for sampling. Can you just elaborate a little more on what other states do, and if you have any idea what the costs are to them in those other states as opposed to what it may cost here if we implement this policy?
Sure. So the cost of sampling is really going to depend on what they're going after, what level of detail they're going for, where it has to be sent, if it's a specific lab. So the cost is really going to range, but instead of charging an annual fee where they may not need to sample additionally because they're within the permitting standards, you're basically punishing companies who don't need the additional sampling with the annual fee. Like I said, many of the fees, and talking to some of the consultants, has been less than the $200 to $1,000 of an annual fee. And again, that's on top of already a registration fee, which, depending on what general permit you're looking for, can range anywhere already from $1,000 to over $7,000. And a lot of companies also have multiple permits pulled for different things, whether it's air emissions, wastewater emissions. So this isn't just a one permit situation and a one-time annual fee, regardless of what you're paying. So that's why this is really going to be more most likely, unless you need some serious sampling. And then you might want to take a look at your permitting, and there's probably going to be a whole lot of other things going along with that. But that's why we really need to not have this annual fee.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony, and this is very helpful to know, and your advocacy as well. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, Rep. Harding. And Ms. Sain, thank you for being with us. Seeing no more questions, we're going to move on to Bruce McDonald, followed by Thomas Reagan Lefebvre. Thank you.
My thanks to the Environment Committee. It is Bruce Donald, by the way. We lost the Mac. No, we lost the Mac about 100 years ago somewhere. So with my hat on as the Southern New England manager for the East Coast Greenway Alliance, we strongly support HB 5291. This important bill would increase the bond authorization of the Connecticut Recreational Trails and Greenways Grant Program to $6 million. Trails usage throughout Connecticut is on the rise, as has been talked about today. There's also ample evidence that this program has been and remains hugely successful. Now I'm going to put on another hat, which is as chairman of the Connecticut Greenways Council, which is a legislatively appointed board that meets with and reports to DEEP. I'd like to provide a bit of background for you. The Connecticut Rec Trails program was established in 2015 to provide funding to any private nonprofit organizations, municipalities, state departments, and tribal governments in support of trails projects, including, and by the way, this is all in the enabling legislation. I just want to make sure everyone knows, planning, design, and construction of new trails, maintenance of existing trails, access to trails by persons with disabilities, purchase and lease of equipment, acquisition of land or easements, and operation of educational programs. And there are some other things too, but that's basically really what we see when we get applications. We vet these project applications, we rank them, and we submit our proposals for funding to DEEP. As you can imagine, the recent deliberations this fall by the committee were very difficult and quite frankly, rather sad, as we all saw projects that we know well go unfunded, or in many cases, partially funded. This program is unique in that we are the only state that has its own recreational trails program modeled on the federal program. Importantly, these 80% matching funds fill in major gaps in other federal funding sources that do not address things like project origination and initiation and smaller but critical connective projects to various state trail networks, including interurban projects, which I think were mentioned before. And that issue of inclusiveness is indeed important in this program. So I want to thank you all, personally for raising this bill. This is really, I think, really critically important to the state. I want to thank DEEP and Commissioner Dykes for the support of this program. And I wanted to make this really short, because I suspect you might have a question or two.
Thank you very much.
I
am looking around and I don't see any more questions. Thank you. Any committee members with questions? Thank you, Mr. Donald, very much for being here. I appreciate your waiting so long and your patience.
Thank you.
Bienvenue, Thomas. We're moving on to Thomas Reagan-Lefebvre.
Hello, thank you very much, Vice Chair Christine Pan. My apologies first to the committee and to everybody on this call. I missed my previous my docket. My son had a fever and I had to pick him up. So here we go. So their chairs, they're member of the committee. My name is Thomas Reagan-Lefebvre, and I am the coordinator at the Transport Hartford Academy at the Center for Latino Progress. We advocate in favor of modes of transportation which are environmentally sustainable, equitable, and accessible. And I'm here today to support HB 5291 with some suggestions for improvement. We want to, of course, and I want to follow up what Bruce and Aaron actually says, all the trails are absolutely wonderful, and it's great to have an increase in bonding for those. But we think the focus should be as well to prioritize trails and bikeways which commuters can use or are likely to use. And I'm thinking, for example, of finishing the East Coast Greenway in Hartford, for example, or the connection between Windsor and Hartford. And that is extremely important, especially at a time where we think about reducing our emissions, and cycling and commuting should be encouraged as a way, as an alternative to using cars. I mean, the governor's signed this Executive Order 22-3 on my apologies, on December 16, which mandates the city DOT to come up with a plan to reduce VMTs. So vehicle miles traveled. So there is a there is a need to think as trails as a mode of conduct for transportation. So a way to improve this behavior also to increase priority for transportation-focused multi-use trails, where we will waive the matching fund for communities which have zero of or low level of car ownership. So that should be a way to actually to prioritize this type of bikeways. Those data are easily available on the census, and you can actually see very well where households don't have access to a car. And so we want to focus on this angle of equity and as well of commute for this bikeway. So anyway, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate that you're moving this bill forward. And as Bruce, I'm very excited that we're having this discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. I have a question for you. A couple of other people have mentioned these trails as important for commuters. Would you be opposed to electric bikes or something that might be in between an actual manual bicycle and a car, something like a Vespa or an electric bike? Do you think those have any place on these trails?
I think electric bike have a place on these trails, and I do support. We talk on Friday, but as before, which has a voucher for e-bikes, and as well as HB, I think it's 5288 that propose an income-based rebate on bikes. I also think that bikes should get rebates too. This is done in other countries, a mechanical bike as well. I understand some trail users are worried of seeing e-bikes as some kind of motorcycles with a battery, and that they are actually disrupting those who want to enjoy the peacefulness of the wood and so on. I hear that I'm sure there are some ways to mitigate that. I think the focus very much now should be to encourage everybody to try an e-bike. And I'm sorry to plug that, but on March 15 at the Capitol, we are going to have an e-bikes day, and the entire community is invited to come and test try e-bikes. We'll be there with from the sales of bike shops to show up this and to promote this before as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Any questions from the committee? I appreciate very much your testimony and your wonderful advocacy. Mr. Chair, do you want the helm back?
Thank you, number one. Yes, moving on, our next speaker is Jen Jones, followed by Joanne Basile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jennifer Heaton-Jones. I'm the Executive Director of the Housatonic Resources Recovery Authority. I represent 14 municipalities in Western Connecticut. I'm here to support 5298 to establish a task force to study the transition of MIRA. However, this bill should be modified to include the solid waste issues of the entire state. MIRA's plant in its fate impacts every town in Connecticut and actually already has. I implore you to look beyond the boundaries of the MIRA member towns and ensure the task force includes other resource recovery authorities and municipal leaders. The HRA towns generate approximately 140,000 tons annually. We experienced the lack of capacity in the state just this past summer. We had solid waste literally pouring out of our buildings at our major transfer station in Danbury. It had nowhere to go when Bridgeport's wind waste-to-energy plant was shut down, with both scheduled and unscheduled outages numerous times, some for a day and some for a week. The impact of their unscheduled outages due to their aging plant caused the HRA's MSW to be shipped out of state to landfills, increasing our transportation cost and ultimately forcing us to increase our tip fees by $4.50 a ton. This has impacted our small local mom and pop haulers significantly. And it's important to mention, even when Bridgeport is open, our third-party transporters wait 3 to 5 hours in line to tip with restricted tonnages. even though we have a contract for all HRA-generated MSW. In the early 1990s, the HRA towns committed to a long-term 29-year agreement to financially back the Bridgeport plant. That commitment ended in 2019. And then HRA entered into a 10-year agreement with our current third-party contractor. Their agreement is directly with Bridgeport. We had faith that that agreement was strong, but unfortunately, we've experienced the waste to energy plants have the real power, no pun intended. They decide who comes into their facility and how long those trucks wait. We need a full comprehensive analysis and plan on what to do with, and how to curb the tonnage in the state, remembering that starts with human behavior, as our waste starts with every resident and every business owner. We cannot be afraid to consider banning material from the waste stream, such as residential organics. We shouldn't be burning a material that is more than 70% water. We need to maybe consider managing solid waste as a utility. But the bottom line, we need diversity of disposal options that include waste to energy, AD, traditional composting, C&D diversion, enhanced recycling and waste education, enforcement, real municipal recycling waste coordinators. And we need our local haulers to take responsibility also for what's at the curb. Again, our waste issues go beyond MIRA. It just happens that they are like our canary. I'll end in requesting again that the language ensure members of the task force go beyond MIRA towns and they address the entire state's solid waste capacity. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jen. And the first question that popped into my head is that would you be willing to serve on that task force if it was expanded to include all the MRFs?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, that was a good answer. Anyone else with any other questions for Jen? I don't see any hands raised in the room, Jen, but I have to say the experience that you had with Bridgeport over the summer is food for thought for me. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, next we have Joanne. Let's see if I don't butcher this. Basile for Connecticut Votes for Animals.
Yes, thank you, Representative Cresco. You did great.
Okay.
Good evening, co-chairs Cohen and Gresco and honorable members of the Environment Committee. My name is Joanne Basile. I'm Executive Director of Connecticut Votes for Animals. I represent close to 6,000 supporters across the state who rely on CVA to be sure that their voices are heard at the Connecticut General Assembly. I've submitted written testimony, so I'll just highlight a couple of pieces. First of all, CVA would like to align itself with the testimony of Christine Cummings from a place called Hope in support of SB 239 with strengthening language. We hope you are able to take that bill out of committee. In addition, CVA is requesting the removal of Section 5 and HB 5295 regarding the promotion of rabbits for food consumption. We believe it could result in the slaughtering of thousands of rabbits, basically without any protective standards as confirmed by Commissioner Holbert this morning, and turn Connecticut into its own form of factory farm businesses. Let me also remind the committee that there are places and cultures that slaughter and eat pets, as is evidenced by the Korean dog market. I hope that's not Connecticut. Just 1 week ago, the Commerce Committee heard an identical provision in HB 5263, where more than 100 statements were sent from Connecticut voters adamantly opposed to this initiative. Ordinary citizens were confused and outraged when they learned that just 1 week later, the Environment Committee was considering the exact same language. Many told me they felt betrayed, as if their voice meant nothing. In addition to what you've heard about how the rest of the country has recognized and elevated rabbits as pets, and how true innovation in the agricultural field is moving away from meat products, I'd like to remind the committee about the governor's February trip to Israel to convince Israeli businesses to come to Connecticut. State Economic Development Director David Lehrman is working to convince Future Meat, that's in quotes, that's the name of a company, to expand into Connecticut. According to him, It is one of 2 cell-grown meat companies encountered during the mission, looking to decide where to spend $75 to $100 million and create 50 to 70 new jobs in the state. The Lamont administration wants them in Connecticut. This is the type of innovation the Department of Agriculture should be promoting, not the antiquated proposal reflected in Section 5 of HB 5295. I urge the committee to respect the views of the people of Connecticut and be true to innovation by stripping Section 5 from HB 5295. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Joanne, and I appreciate at the end of your testimony clarifying that this language was included in a Department of Agriculture bill and not in any idea of any specific member of the Environment Committee per se going forward. Not to say that we wouldn't absolutely consider it, but just trying to correct the source. Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bazil, for testifying today. Just a question. You mentioned the Commerce public hearing. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Certainly. The Commerce Committee took the provision that you find in Section 5 and held it as a freestanding provision and took testimony on that. I know from looking at the statements that were submitted to the committee, including ours, there were well over 100 people who strongly opposed that provision. There was not any, with the exception of Commissioner Hurlburt, that supported that provision. Secondly, people were really stunned when they learned that literally 1 week to the day, the exact same language was coming up before another legislative body. They really thought, they said they don't understand. When we said no, we meant no. So that's why I'm here today, to let the committee know that there are many, hundreds, thousands of people, we believe that if this were to move forward, will let the legislature know. This is not who Connecticut is. You know, rabbits have, we're not going to make a statement about how and what we eat. These are personal decisions, obviously, but we believe that rabbits have really been elevated to the position of personal pets. And I think it's one of your earlier speakers, Marlene Wilhelm, said, we don't want to have rabbits on our plate.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Bazil. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Representative Michelle, if I could also just add to that, I really thought, and it was quite by accident that I uncovered or discovered this news piece about the governor's recent trip to Israel. It was just at the end of the month. And they visited a number of high-tech businesses. And two of them happened to be the cell-grown meat companies. And I mean, obviously, this is very high-tech. And I don't know how I feel about this, but I think it is, we have to understand that this is where the world is moving. Young people are really concerned about the environment. They want to find alternatives here. And some people don't want to give up the taste of meat. And this is certainly one thing to explore. I mean, if we want to talk about innovation, this is where it's going. And if we want Connecticut to be in the middle of innovation, then let's make sure we bring those businesses here. And they don't go, as the article suggested, to New York, New Jersey, or Massachusetts. We have an opportunity here. And if the governor hadn't been over in Israel at the end of February, perhaps that would not have even been an option. And now the governor's office is working very hard to bring those people there. Too bad they didn't talk to the Department of Agriculture before then.
No, thank you very much. And thank you for pointing out, the sides of innovation where, yes, there are efforts to steer away from animal agriculture. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Michelle, and thank you for your testimony, Joanne.
Thank you.
Next, we have Will O'Meara, followed by Jeremiah Weed.
Thank you, co-chairs Gresco and Cohen, and to the rest of the esteemed members of the Environment Committee for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to express my support for SB 243, an act concerning climate-smart agricultural practices. My name is Will O'Meara, and I'm a first-generation vegetable farmer from Morris, Connecticut. I also assist Connecticut farmers in navigating land access and farm succession in my role as Connecticut field agent with Land for Good, serve as the president of the New Connecticut Farmer Alliance, sit on the Working Lands Alliance Steering Committee, and hold a seat on the state's Farmland Preservation Advisory Board. My fiance and I own and operate Hungry Reaper Farm and cultivate approximately 4 acres of organic vegetables, with another 100 acres under our management, including wetlands, future silvopastures, and managed forest. Farms across our state are on the front lines facing the threats posed by a rapidly changing climate and extreme weather events. Periods of intense drought, flooding, excess precipitation, extreme winds, and unpredictable frosts have all worsened since I began farming in 2011. Furthermore, we are facing new pest and disease pressure from species that have continued a northward creep from warmer zones to our south. Farms like ours are motivated and well-positioned to adopt growing practices that can both mitigate climate change and help Connecticut farms adapt to a changing climate and remain financially viable. Though we attempt to adopt some of the climate-smart agricultural and forestry practices already outlined by USDA and NRCS, implementation can be expensive, and financial support through the Farmland Restoration Grant Program would support the long-term success of the farms in our state stewarding our environment. This support is especially critical for beginning and socially disadvantaged farmers who lack the capital to finance implementation of these practices in other ways. The Farmland Restoration Program to date has been really successful in keeping our dwindling farmland in production, and programs through NRCS have been successful in promoting agricultural best practices when it comes to resource conservation. This bill would allow these programs to work in sync in a manner that will increase both their reach and their impact. I sincerely thank you for the opportunity to express my support, and would be happy to answer any questions.
Bill, thank you for the testimony and for your perseverance to deliver it. I don't see any hands raised in the room, but I just have a quick reference question. As a young farmer, how do you see your peers' numbers in farming? Is it something that you're one of just a scant few people, or do you see that it's becoming more and more popular?
Well, it's pretty well documented from American Farmland Trust and others that the average age of farmers is trending towards the late 50s, early 60s. That's true for Connecticut as well. We're seeing a lot of farmers who are kind of in their mid-careers, so between their mid-30s to mid-50s exit farming, but there is pretty significant growth in farmers under the age of 35. So there's definitely interest in this field and interest to conduct agriculture in a manner that is innovative, both in terms of the crops and marketing and things of that nature, but also in terms of using these climate smart agricultural practices.
Thank you, Will.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
the perspective and for your patience in delivering the testimony.
My pleasure.
Next, we're actually going to move on to Mayor Bronin, who has joined us, and then we will go to Jeremiah after that. Mayor Bronin, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thanks very much, Representative Gresco, and thanks, Senator Cohen, and to the ranking members and all of the members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and I'm here to give a brief testimony on House Bill 5298, which is an act concerning waste to energy facilities. I support this bill. I think that it is important that the state of Connecticut act with urgency to plan for the transition of MIRA as the South Meadows incineration plant comes closer and closer to closure. I do, though, want to encourage the committee to expand the scope of this study bill and the scope of the task force that it is establishing beyond just MIRA. What is really needed is a new statewide strategy for solid waste disposal. When MIRA was established, it was established so that Connecticut could bring the latest technology to bear and establish a public option that would maintain some control on private hauling prices. It was able to achieve both those goals for many years. It is no longer able to achieve those goals. And it is critical that we approach this on a statewide basis. I also just wanted to take the opportunity to flag a few issues that I think are really important for this committee to be aware of. One is that the MIRA plant has already experienced a catastrophic failure a couple of years ago. There's a high risk that it will experience another failure. Unfortunately, over the objections of some members of the board, myself included, I'm an ad hoc member, the facility may be maintained in operation for another year. That, I believe, should get everyone concerned, including this committee. It is being maintained by the depletion of MIRA reserves, which may well leave MIRA with no resources with which to even begin the remediation of a facility that will require substantial remediation once it is decommissioned and closed. It also leaves towns and the state as a whole vulnerable to the possibility of an additional catastrophic failure that causes severe challenges for statewide waste disposal. I think that it is time for us as a state to have a reckoning about the purpose of MIRA and what role the state needs to play in developing and facilitating statewide waste disposal. Right now, once this facility closes, MIRA is seeking to serve effectively as a middleman between municipalities, which is in contracts, and private haulers who will truck or train the waste out of state. Once it becomes a mere middleman, there is no reason for MIRA to exist, and it performs no public policy function. It also leaves us with a waste disposal strategy that is not environmentally sound. So it's my hope that through this bill and through the work of this committee, we will have the chance to see the state of Connecticut assert its leadership in pushing us toward a waste disposal system on a statewide basis that is both environmentally sound, using new technology to assist with waste disposal, and fiscally sustainable from the municipal standpoint. That will require not just thought leadership, but also investment, likely in the form of a public contribution to a public-private partnership. If we wish to achieve a goal of environmentally sound waste disposal, we will have to pay something to achieve that goal, just as many European countries do and many other states do. I do think this is a matter of great urgency. So I'll stop there and appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bronin. I had a quick question.
Sure.
Do you, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but from the city of Hartford perspective, is this your way of getting the MIRA plant out of Hartford to somewhere else? Not that that's not a great idea. I mean, you've done your share of hosting for the last 40 years, but is that an underlying motive for you as well?
Well, let me say a couple of things in response, Representative. First of all, I appreciate your saying that Hartford's done its share of hosting. As you know, it not only hosted the trash to energy incineration plant for half a century, it also hosted the open landfill for many, many decades in Hartford's North End. The combined environmental injustice impacts of that on the community are pretty profound. That said, and so I will say also, I have made no secret of my view that putting trash to energy plant on riverfront land at the intersection of two major highways in the capital city cannot possibly represent the highest and best use of that land. And I think it was a mistake 50 years ago. I think it would be a tragic mistake to repeat it simply because it's what we've done. That said, the facility is closing because the facility is obsolete. And I think that the exercise that Mira went through to try to find a private sector partner to rehabilitate that facility demonstrates that it's not cost effective to invest in the rehab of an old, obsolete facility. We'd be better off building new. I've also said that Hartford, while we'd like to get rid of trash disposal in the South Meadows on the riverfront in the capital city altogether, we're willing to be collaborative and to consider hosting another site on the condition that it is co-located with the other noxious use that serves a regional purpose, which is the regional sewage treatment plant that also sits in the South Meadows of Hartford. If we're going to host a trash to energy facility, let's at least put it next to the sewage treatment plant so that you're not taking up hundreds of riverfront acres with two noxious uses that provide very little value to the community in which they sit.
Thank you, Mayor Bronin. Point taken, and please stick around. Senator Cohen has a question, followed by Representative Muczynski.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you, Mayor Bronin, for being here. I have a ton of questions, but I suspect I'll have to ask many of them offline. You mentioned a couple of things that piqued my interest. So in terms of the plant being obsolete, what will happen to the plant? I mean, the cost of decommissioning is probably a huge issue, and who bears the responsibility for that?
Senator, I think that is a great question, and I don't know the answer with confidence. I think the likely answer is that once it is closed, and because Mira will have burnt down most of their reserves, subsidizing the tip fee so as to maintain their member towns, I think that you will likely see that facility sit much like English Station in New Haven did for possibly for decades, unless there is a public investment in the remediation of that site, which I think would be a tragic result.
And what you mentioned that, well, I wasn't you actually, I think Don Stein mentioned that Hartford had reached an agreement. I'm assuming with a hauler. Will all of Hartford's trash now be sent out of state?
It likely will, yeah. Well, let me answer this. We've not yet signed, although we intend to, so we're in the final stages of the procurement process for the private sector hauler. I think what will likely happen is that private entity with which we contract will dispose of as much of our waste as they can through the existing Connecticut waste disposal system. You know, there are other regional trash to energy facilities. There are some other facilities around the state. So I suspect they'll dispose as much of it as they can here, and whatever remains will be transferred out of state to out of state landfill. One of the reasons that we did that is that it's increasingly clear that that's the inevitable result for all the towns that contract with Mira, that Mira will soon simply become a transfer station, whether it is in the next couple of months or in the next 8 to 12 months. In the very near future, it will become nothing more than a transfer station, with that waste likely going out of state to out of state landfills. We can achieve that same unfortunate result more cheaply through the private sector.
Okay, and last question for the purposes of this hearing. You mentioned your willingness to entertain, possibly in partnership with others, having some sort of facility. I think, I've heard from others that organic separation may be a solution, but we need more anaerobic digesters. I know there's also the ideas sort of been floated around of these intermediary digesters. That's not like the full-fledged, plant that we have in Southington, but sort of intermediate locations that provide part of the process. Is that something that you would entertain, and is Hartford looking into organic separation?
We would be happy to entertain that, and like I said, our principal concern is not eliminating city's role in hosting some part of the state's waste disposal system, but being thoughtful about where it's located and our land use decisions. So yeah, we would be happy to entertain that. there may even be some synergies between some organics digestion and some of the work that's already done at a sewage treatment plant. So there may be some things worth exploring there. We would be happy to do that. We have not pursued it individually because I think there are efficiencies from combining waste streams, and I'm not sure that it can be done on an efficient basis, as one municipality.
All right, thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Representative Mushinski. Mary?
No, my fingers aren't fast enough. I wanted to ask the mayor, because
Mary, I don't know if it's just me, but your volume is very low.
all right, let me see if I can fix that. Is that better? Is that better?
Not really.
Oh,
I'm reading lips here.
that's as far as it goes.
Madam, am I the only one that's getting bad audio?
It's faint, Representative, but I think I can hear it.
Okay, go right ahead.
Well, Honorable Mayor, I worked on this when I was chair of the Environment Committee. I worked on getting all the waste handled in state. It worked for decades. We had the mandatory recycling, we had the waste to energy. We had people organized into regions. We had multiple waste to energy plants, which took the remainder after the recycling, took the mandatory out. So I'm just stressed that we may be shipping very soon, shipping waste out of state to some landfill, polluting somebody's water supply in some other state. And it seems very primitive and backwards to me. But I wanted to ask you, to avoid that, we would have to do some serious waste reduction strategies in Connecticut, and they involve some behavior changes that so far seem to be opposed. When we bring them up in the Environment Committee, we talk about pay as you throw, and we can't get support for that, where you get incentive to reduce your amount of stuff in your trash can and try to get more into your recycle bin, and then you get a savings, and we can't get that. It's considered to be a tax by some of the opponents. We've gone after wasteful packaging. We had people come in from your town who were organized by a waste hauler lobbyist, and they said, oh no, you can't regulate packaging because it's bad for consumers. It makes their prices go up. So everything that we try to do to add to what's in the recycle bin and make it recyclable, or at least less wasteful, we can't get traction on it. Do you think that you and other mayors could help us affect a cultural change so that people would more willingly participate in reducing waste at the source? Or if not, are we just condemned to ship it out of state?
Thanks, Representative. Well, to the start of your question, I think you're right to be distressed about the prospect of shipping our trash out of state on a large scale, which I think is the most likely result in the short term. I am a strong supporter of the extended producer responsibility efforts that you mentioned, including respect to packaging. And I would love to work with you to see how we could fashion a method for incentivizing source separation of organics, or even pay as you throw on the municipal level. There is obviously often a lot of resistance at the local level, but I would be happy to work with you both as a mayor and in my capacity as president of CCM to try to see whether we can establish some extensive pilots or provide some additional incentive to help provide additional examples of how it can work. I think there's a lot of fear of the unfamiliar when it comes to pay as you throw, and I'd be happy to work out with you on those. I do, though, believe that those efforts, while very, very important, may not be sufficient, that there may still need to be investment in new waste disposal technology, whether it is the kind of anaerobic digestion that Senator Cohen talked about, whether it is more modern incineration with more effective environmental controls to limit the toxicity of the exhaust. So I think that there is still a need for state participation in the deployment of 21st century technologies to this problem. And I think it's also worth saying that the environmental benefits of reducing the waste stream and managing the waste stream responsibly are among the biggest environmental benefits we can get. So if we're serious about climate stewardship and we're serious about combating climate change, this is an area that we should be focused on just as much as we are on the creation of renewable energy generation and electric vehicles. This is a big part of the environmental puzzle.
Well, that's a very generous offer, and I will take you up on it. I do want to talk to you further about that, and I had forgotten you were head of CCM, so you're in a good position to encourage your fellow chief elected officials. I was thinking this, our state is so small that if this was any other state, 3.5 million people could send all their waste to one facility. If this was another state of larger size, it is kind of absurd that we have all these waste sheds in a tiny little state as this, a state as small as this. I don't know if you see any possibility of having us work as a statewide waste shed or not.
Representative, I don't know that I have a view on that. I think that to Senator Cohen's point, I think that there may actually be some I don't want to misspeak for her. I think I understood the point. I think there may be some distributed disposal systems that are actually good to deploy, in a distributed way in multiple places around the state. You're reducing the need to truck it anywhere. So I think there's some value in that. But in terms of large scale facilities, I'm not the one to ask about, what's the right scale on which to operate those, effectively. But I do think we're going to need to build some new capacity. And I think the only way we can build that new capacity and make sure that what we're building is environmentally sound and sustainable is through public participation in that process, including with investment.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm so happy to hear you're willing to work on this in a futuristic way. So appreciate your comments. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mary. Seeing no other hands raised, Mayor Cronin, we appreciate your testimony and your patience and the perspective.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Next, we're going to go to Jeremiah Weed, followed by Donna Shea.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremiah Weed. I'm Vice President of the Connecticut Well Water Association and owner of J.H. Barlow Pump and Supply. Our association represents the well drillers, well pump companies, and water treatment companies of Connecticut. We are in favor of Bill number 240 with the exception of Section 5. Our association was a member of the original sodium chloride task force that no longer exists. We still ask what happened to the task force and why we were not asked to join the new internal agency task force. The thought behind the original plan to implement the Green Snow program was to offer contractors liability relief against slip and fall claims and not to remove the liability for contamination of groundwater. Contractors that were part of the original task force stated they used extra material to protect themselves from claims. And the thought was, with this added protection, they wouldn't need to apply as much material. Our association has questions about the sodium chloride test that would be required under Section 5. One is, we know that the state of Connecticut Department of Public Health's drinking water section and private well section do not have the means to accept any electronic data from the labs for these water tests. There's already a law on the books currently for every home that is sold that a water test that is performed, the results have to be submitted to the private well program at the state health department. Right now, they go nowhere. So the question comes, where is the sodium chloride test going to go? The second question is, who's going to review the sodium chloride test? And I guess the third is, what's the protocol going to be when there's a positive sodium chloride test? Paul Herbert, our president, has spoken earlier and covered quite a few points, so I'll stop there. I'll feel free to answer any questions that you have, though.
Thank you, Jeremiah. I was busy taking notes on what you were saying,
Sure.
so I apologize.
Oh, no problem.
But first, we're going to go to Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for being here to testify today. So can you just walk me through, if you are working on a customer's well, is the water not tested prior to that work being done?
So generally, no. So if we're going out to say, replace a well pump, usually they have no water, so there's no water testing that would be done ahead of time. For installing water treatment systems, as Paul had said earlier, we recommended what's called a water potability test. The Department of Public Health recommends that homeowners do that once a year. That never happens. So we offer the test to them. If they decline, there's a cost associated to it. And I just got, as this meeting was going on today, we got an email from our lab that the cost is going up 12%. We offer that test. If they don't do it, we do what's called the in-home mineral analysis, where, as Paul had said earlier, we offer pH, iron, hardness, manganese, and TDS testing. And honestly, that's what 99% of our customers, that's what they prefer to do, so it doesn't cost them any out-of-pocket money.
Does the water potability test test for the presence of sodium and chloride?
It does, yes.
Okay. And how much is that test?
Good question. It was $115. It went up 12% today, so I didn't do the math yet.
And that cost is borne by the homeowner?
Yes.
Okay. And so how would you know if the customer did not, if they declined the water potability test? I think you know what this section does, right? So that it's to protect customers, because we know that these water softening systems can actually worsen a situation where there is sodium and chloride present. How would you know otherwise? How would you prevent that from happening if there was no water potability test?
Oh, we wouldn't.
You wouldn't. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. I don't see any other hand raised in the room. So Jeremiah, thank you for your testimony, your boots on the ground testimony, and for your patience. And I'm sure we'll circle back with you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next is Donna Shea, followed by Emily Cole.
Good evening, Chairman Gresco and Cohen and members of the Environment Committee. I'm Donna Shea, the Executive Director of the Training and Technical Assistance Center at the University of Connecticut. We are a fully grant-funded program, and this year celebrating 40 years of serving Connecticut municipalities. I'm very happy to be here today to provide input on Senate Bill 240, an act concerning the use of sodium chloride to mitigate snow and ice. I have submitted written testimony, but felt this was an important enough issue to be with you here today to discuss some key points about it. UConn is very supportive of legislation that will reduce the amount of salt that is applied in Connecticut, and we are currently members of the State Chloride Working Group. As you can see in our written testimony, the T2 Center, within our very limited resources, is already doing good work to address this issue. So far, 65 municipalities have participated in the voluntary Green Snow Pro training program. As many of you know, saving the environment, saving money, and keeping roadways safe are the goals of this education program. But I think most importantly now, we're starting to see the success of the program. If you look at the results of the town of Ellington alone, this is a town of only 96 miles. In the first year, they have saved $80,000. Just imagine how much of a positive impact there would be if all towns and private applicators implemented these best practices. There is no viable alternative to road salt right now, and this problem is not going to be fixed overnight. Connecticut needs to provide resources for agencies like UConn and DEEP who want to and have the expertise to make a difference in this area. So for us, the following are the critical components that we support. A voluntary certification program for both municipal and private applicators. Providing an incentive for private applicators, whether that's liability protection or another incentive. The incentivizing is critical because the expansion of training will only be effective if this important group of stakeholders are willing to not only participate in training, but to implement best practice. And that resources be available to expand the training to include the applicators. Now, as I mentioned, we're a fully grant funded center, and with additional funding, we're confident we can make a difference. If this is really a priority for Connecticut, let's come together to build a program that has a chance for success. I have to tell you, if I'm going to be here for 7 hours next year, I want to be telling you about really positive results of the program, that the program's really working and making a difference. If legislation's not passed, we're going to continue to do the good work we've been doing. But with the additional resources, I really think that we can make a bigger difference. And we can't wait any longer to implement something. So I just wanted to really be here today to talk to you about that and answer any questions you might have for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. And well, 7 hours is a deal in some committees, but coincidentally, we had the good fortune of having you follow someone else that testified on the Green Snow program, and you know what? You had a chance to hear Jeremiah's comments. Of what would you say to him to have those comments? I mean, just to now that are fresh in your mind.
Well, I think the first thing I would say is I think he brings up a good point. I'm fairly new to this issue. We've only been involved since 2018. I would say that I'm sorry that we didn't invite him to be a member or participate in some of the working group meetings that we've held. I think that they would be a good voice at the table. I'm not really qualified to speak to the section 5 that he's talking about in terms of the water softeners and those issues. We really have been focused on the reducing of salt being used on the roadways and the sidewalks and the parking lots. So he certainly has a much better perspective on his concerns about that portion of the bill. But I did reflect on what they both said about coming together as stakeholders in this. And I wish that I had known that they were members and interested of the original group. I certainly would have invited them.
Well, hopefully you can wrap in the Connecticut Well Water Association going forward. Senator Cohen has a question.
Sure thing. Thanks so much, and thanks, Donna, for being here to testify. And I too hope that if you're before the committee again, waiting patiently for 7 hours, that you have some good.
Happy to be with you.
We heard from the Connecticut Nursery Association with concern over. It really seemed to me to be a cost concern. It sounded also like there wasn't a lot of understanding over the incentives associated with it. So I think we need to have further discussion about that. But what would the cost be to get certified?
Well, honestly, our portion of it would be the training. And I mean, it would be a few $100s. So I think that I actually wrote down his name because I thought, here's part of what we have to do next. We have to tell the story. We have to make sure people understand that for a very nominal amount of money, the liability protection, if that's what's passed, is a critical component to them. I really do believe that would be an incentive for private applicators to come to the table, but also the reduction in salt. I mean, look at the town. I know a town is bigger than a small landscaping company, but they're a small town, and in 1 year, $80,000 savings. I think that what the landscaping industry needs to recognize is we are trying to save the environment, but it will also save them money in their day-to-day operations. And I think if they weigh that over a very nominal amount, but I think we have to tell that story. We have to make sure people understand. what this program can do to support them in the environment, as well as a financial benefit to their firm. I think that's an important part of the story that we really haven't told yet. And I think them understanding what the liability protection really means. I mean, when he was mentioning the slips and falls, that's a big part of why private applicators are conservative in their use of salt, because they don't want to deal with those issues. And I know that New Hampshire has had success in getting private applicators engaged with that incentive. I wish I could think of a different incentive, because to Representative Nuccio's point, I understand what she's saying there about the concern, but what would be a bigger incentive? What is a way for us to bring that group to the table? I think it's critical that we incentivize them, because they're a big part of the solution. So it's an interesting thing.
Is there anything, I mean, I am addressing Representative Nuccio's concern. She indicated that there are so many instances where she's seeing municipal overuse still, despite training on Green Snow Pro. Is there anything that we can do to sort of minimize that once the training's been conducted? I mean, the expectation would be reduction of use or appropriate use, I should say, of sodium chloride. Is there anything that we can do to follow up, that sort of reminders or something to really make sure that they're using proper amounts?
Well, and I do think that including the municipalities in a voluntary certification is a way to try to really cement the best practices, because they want to be a part of it. And we are actually going to be getting credit in Sustainable CT for the Green Snow Pro program. But Senator, I think one of the things that I think about in this is, you can manage what you can measure. So the town of Ellington knows that they're using less because they're really measuring the amount of salt that's being applied each storm. And I think if the town of Tallinn could show that they are also reducing it, that's a way for them to really be able to show that they are making a difference, and it's not necessarily our over application. There's a lot of players in the mix of applying salt. So I do think if the towns are really measuring their use and reducing their use and managing it by having documentation of that, that's a way for us to look and see. Because if you look, Ellington went from 1,400 to 400. That's a huge reduction in salt application. And they're proving that because they're telling their story to their own residents and to their elected officials. So that's a way for them to say, we know that we have reduced it because we've been shown the data. So I think we have to really be able to document the benefits of it and document the use of it after the change to best practice. That's just our thought.
Thanks so much, Donna, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
We bet.
Thank you, Senator. And I don't see any other hands raised for questions. So appreciate your testimony and, of course, your patience.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
You as well. Next is Emily Cole, followed by Lisa Owens-Viani.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, Senator Cohen, Representative Greska, and the other members of the Environment Committee. My name is Dr. Emily Cole. I am a Simsbury resident soil scientist, a member of Connecticut Farm Bureau, and I'm here today as New England Regional Deputy Director of American Farmland Trust. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of SB 243, an act concerning climate smart agricultural practices. I have also submitted written testimony for this. Rebuilding soil health is the keystone of enhancing agricultural climate resilience and combating climate change. And healthy soils can do more than fight climate change. They can absorb water during heavy rains. They can retain water during periods of drought. They can improve yields, yield stability, and long-term farm productivity. The adoption of climate smart agricultural practices is actually a low-cost, ready-to-deploy approach to both improve soil health and combat the climate crisis. But to do this, to increase the adoption of climate smart practices, farmers need adequate financial and technical assistance to help their transition to these practices. At present, the lack of available technical assistance is one of the greatest barriers that Connecticut farmers face to successfully adopting and maintaining these practices. Technical assistance serves many purposes, including outreach, teaching new techniques, supporting producers, and applying for other additional financial and technical programs. And though the USDA, the Department of Agriculture, offers financial assistance programs, the cost of farming in Connecticut is high compared to other regions in the US. And those other regions are often used as to inform the payment rates that these financial assistance programs provide. SB 243 provides a pathway for the state of Connecticut to support farmers and supplement insufficient financial assistance that does not consider the true cost of farming in Connecticut and provide greater access to technical assistance through partnerships. The benefits that the farmers can reap from these climate smart practices can take years to become evident. And farmers often have to pay upfront for new equipment, fencing, seeds, and then on top of that, they engage in a multi-year period of trial and error as they learn how to implement these practices. So this can initially result in reduced yields or other anticipated challenges. Financial assistance and technical assistance like SB 243 paves the way for can provide the necessary assistance to overcome these transitional challenges and secure continued practice adoption. AFT supports SB 243 and the prioritization of funding to support socially disadvantaged producers and new farmers as well. The barrier, a significant barrier to this population is the large upfront costs, and SB 243 can help lower that barrier. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in favor of SB 243 and for your consideration of these comments today.
Well, thank you, Dr. Cole, and thanks for your patience. I don't see any hands raised in the room, so again, appreciate your perspective, and hopefully we can get this to the finish line. Next, we have Lisa Owens-Viani, followed by Nicole Rivard.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the Environment Committee. I am the director of Raptors Are the Solution, a California-based nonprofit with a national network, including supporters in Connecticut, dedicated to educating the public about the dangers of rat poison in the food web. We strongly support Bill 239. The second-gen anticoagulants targeted in this common sense bill are the very worst, most toxic anticoagulants, or blood thinners, known as one-feeding kills. Due to their great danger to children, pets, and wildlife, the US EPA pulled these products from consumer shelves in 2014. Yet they left a giant loophole for the structural pest control industry. And because of that loophole, birds of prey and other wildlife continue to be poisoned on a widespread basis. These poisons do not immediately kill an animal. They can cause sublethal impacts that make them weak and sick and less able to thrive and survive in the wild. Last year in California, our legislators passed AB 1788, the California Ecosystems Protection Act, which put a moratorium on second-generation anticoagulants due to their impacts on non-target species, while the state conducts a scientific reevaluation of the problem. The moratorium is based on data from wildlife rehab centers and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, which track deaths and injury to non-target species from anticoagulants. Studies by UC Davis and the California Academy of Sciences, among others, found anticoagulants in over 92% of the mountain lions in our state, 88% of bobcats, and 70% of spotted owls, to name just a few. This year, armed with similar data and after the deaths of hundreds of owls, British Columbia imposed a similar moratorium on second-generation anticoagulants. Based on data from your state's wildlife rehab centers, like a place called Hope, and nearby Tufts University, which found that 96% of birds of prey had anticoagulants in their systems, it is apparent that a similar level of impact is occurring in your state. This is in fact a national problem. A recent study found that over 80% of bald eagles throughout the US have been exposed to second-generation anticoagulants, an unacceptable impact to this iconic protected species and symbol of freedom. Just as occurred with DDT, anticoagulant rat poisons have now spread through the entire ecosystem. There are other additional, more sustainable and less harmful alternatives to deadly anticoagulants. Currently, as part of a larger partnership, my organization is piloting a rat fertility control project in Seattle that uses a non-toxic, non-hormone, plant-based chemical to reduce rat numbers. In just 27 weeks, we've seen an over 90% reduction. A similar pilot study in Washington, DC, using the same product had almost identical results. We ask for your support for this important and urgent bill And we ask you to expand it to the entire state, not just state wildlife areas, although that would be a good first start if nothing else can be passed. In contrast to what Mr. LaFrance said, this is not a complicated issue. These dangerous products are not used as a last resort. They are put out prophylactically, even when there isn't a rat problem. It's unconscionable and we need help from our regulators, not phase outs and not more industry loopholes. Please do not let one more eagle or hawk perish from these unnecessary and very deadly poisons. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Well, thank you, Lisa. Thank you for your work and your perspective. We appreciate the examples of other successful programs across the nation, and especially for the potential alternatives going forward. I don't see any hands raised in the room for questions. So again, thank you for the testimony and for your patience.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nicole Rivard, followed by Fraser Blayla.
Hi, thank you. I'm happy to be here to tell you that for the past few years, I've had a front row seat to the full and interesting daily lives of a pair of red-tailed hawks who have built a nest in the crown of a tree across the parking lot of Friends of Animals headquarters. I've watched them repair their nest every year around this time, hunt, preen in the sunshine, and raise young. The thought of them slowly bleeding to death from ingesting second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides is sickening. Unfortunately, this is a common occurrence, according to Dara Reed, Director of Wildlife in Crisis in Weston, the largest wildlife rehabilitation center in the state, which means that she sadly sees the most cases of wildlife poisoning each year. She cares for more than 6,000 animals a year and reports that hundreds of birds of prey are victims of rodenticide poisoning. FOA is supporting SB 239 with a strengthening amendment to ban the use of rodenticides by private pest control companies licensed by the state that homeowners contract with. Dara says that this is where the bulk of these products originate. Also, please add a provision that none of the exceptions apply unless the Connecticut's Department of Public Health Commissioner has found that an exception is warranted based on an urgent situation, in which it is documented that other non-chemical alternatives are inadequate. Some animals that Dara takes in can be nursed back to health, but others die horrible deaths. Ironically, these are predatory animals and are a natural and effective form of rodent control. Yet by hunting and consuming the poisoned prey, the predators fall victim. She's had entire families of hawks and owls dying from these unnecessary poisons. She points out that mange has become endemic in fox and coyote populations due to buildup of rodenticides in their tissues. Now, mange does occur naturally, but recent research suggests that the widespread use of these rodenticides weakens the immune systems of these animals, making them more susceptible to mange. Rodent problems are actually people problems, and there are simple solutions. Homeowners can find out where mice or rats are coming in, plug holes in the house or around windows, take away food and water sources, and clean out nesting sites. There are even companies who offer prevention and relocation services without using deadly rodenticides, like some of the companies testified today that they claim to need. Non-toxic, no-kill, multi-catch live rodent traps can be used to catch any mice that do manage to get inside, and single-catch live traps work well for rats. In 2020, California did become the first state in the country to impose an all-out ban on SGARs with a few exceptions. Now it's Connecticut's turn. There is no such thing as a safe rodenticide. And I just want to say kudos to Christine and Lisa, who just spoke. You are our unsung heroes, just like Dara.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for the testimony. You have a question from Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Nicole, for testifying today and for everything that FOA does as well. You did mention, and it was quick, and on 2 occasions, alternatives. Can you go about alternatives again? Because I know it was the question earlier.
Yes. So we feel here the emergency is not about pesticide companies having leftover product. It's about the plight of Connecticut's wildlife. And if you listen to the rehabbers today, it's unbelievable that the rodenticides haven't been banned yet. So we've learned about a company recently where exclusion is key. And those types of companies can replace the poison mongers. There is a company called All About Bats that we learned about. They serve Fairfield County, for instance. And so staff there, they use live traps, they repair entryways instead of just putting poison everywhere repeatedly, which is ineffective. So again, there are these types of companies that have a humane model and that's, not decimating our raptors in Connecticut.
Right, and also the rest of wildlife, as we saw in several testimonies, that it affects just more than we were talking about.
Yeah,
Thank you
and
very much.
I would agree with I think it was Christine Cummings who mentioned that, education is key too. We feel at Friends of Animals that's part of our job as well because we don't think the public realizes maybe how deadly rodenticides are to Connecticut's wildlife when they contract with these companies. So we're going to work on that going forward.
Thank you very much again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Michelle and Nicole, again, for your testimony and for your patience. Next, we have Fraser Blaylock, followed by Laura Simon.
Here we go. Sorry about that. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chairman Cohen and Chairman Gresco. My name is Fraser Blaylock, and I'm here representing Covanta Energy in support of Raise Bill 5298, which would establish a task force to consider the future of waste to energy in Connecticut. As you probably know, Covanta has operated waste energy facilities here in Connecticut since they first began serving the state in the early 80s. At that time, Connecticut prioritized taking responsibility for its own waste and the disposal of its waste, and embraced the development of waste energy facilities to handle the majority of the state's waste. This allowed the eventual closing of the in-state landfills. As we have come to know, landfills emit methane, a very potent greenhouse gas. The UN and international scientific community are continuing to place more emphasis on the importance of reducing methane if we are to slow the effects of climate change. Contrary to some assertions, waste to energy is not the incineration of decades ago. These are technologically advanced means of waste disposal that are widely recognized for reducing greenhouse gases. To the purpose of the bill, Connecticut does have a looming waste crisis. The 4 existing waste energy plants, excluding Mira, which is scheduled to close, are at or close to full capacity. The only other option is going to be to ship Connecticut waste to out-of-state landfills, thus moving us backwards from Connecticut's longstanding commitment to self-sufficiency of its waste management. Besides the greenhouse gas impact, the cost and availability are going to present major issues for Connecticut towns in the future. So Covanta has been asked if we would, over time, expand our existing or build new waste energy in capacity in Connecticut. As the energy and waste markets stand now, the economic aspects of building and running our plants would make that difficult. One needs only to remember how long it took to build out the existing waste energy infrastructure originally. Municipalities issued debt to finance the projects, and the bonds were backed by tip fees and long-term power purchase agreements. These types of power purchase agreements do not exist as a financing mechanism any longer. While we do receive electric revenues from RECs sold in Tier 2 of the state's RPS, that revenue fluctuates in value and is not a reliable revenue stream to back debt financing. The alternative compliance payment of Tier 2 would need to be increased significantly to make a difference in that area. That leaves tip fees. And we all know the difficulty for towns and municipal governments to increase disposal fees. Covanta would love to develop new capacity in Connecticut, but the economic and siting environment would have to be conducive. Spending years trying to site a plant with ever potential litigation just does not make business sense presently. Our company's development is focused on European countries presently, where waste energy facilities have been embraced as an environmentally sound way to handle waste while producing renewable electricity. Our new Dublin, Ireland plant is a marvel of technology and environmental stewardship.
Thank you. Would you please finish up? Thank you.
In closing, to be clear, we strongly support increased recycling and would encourage the bill to be passed so that we can decide how to move forward with Connecticut's waste management crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Fraser. Before we get to a question from Representative Piscopo, if you were hanging around, you heard other people that testified refer to the trash to energy technology as obsolete and antiquated. And you're saying that it is state of the art, specifically the plant in Ireland. And my question is why, if you haven't already, why can't we have that technology come here to the state of Connecticut?
Well, you do have the same technology. We're building the same technology over in the EU, in the UK in particular, right now, using the same technology that is currently employed in Connecticut. Just because the plants are physically, 25 years old, doesn't mean that the technology hasn't been, that the operation and maintenance has not been kept up to the standards that have moved with the advent of new technologies, and with our ability to reduce emission levels, further and further over time. So the plants in Connecticut are meeting the same environmental standards that they have over in the EU. There's nothing better about what we're doing over there. It's just newer. It's the same.
So what are we talking about? Better scrubbers or more efficient burning?
Well, the combustion, the combustion efficiency can be higher at a newer facility, certainly. We use the same bag houses, the same types of bag houses that we use on the facilities in Connecticut, which are the filters, which address particulate matter. But the scrubbing, the lime injection and the other scrubbing chemicals that we utilize to help, attach the pollutants to and, remove them through the bag house, that's all, it's all really, it's all the same. It's just a newer, it's just newer. It's not any different. It's just younger.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions, and we're going to go to Representative Piscopo with his question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hi, Fraser. It's good to see you. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
That's good. That's good that we're going to form a task force. There were some concerns over the makeup of the task force. I worry about a one-size-fits-all result. Have you had a chance to look at who's going to be sitting on the task force, and would you recommend that others join it?
Well, the way it's drafted now, from what I've read, is there are people that that will be appointed by members of the legislature and others. I mean, so I would, I wouldn't know how I feel about who's been appointed until I see who's been appointed.
Yeah.
But it seems as though there's a broad representation of people that have been given the ability to appoint folks, and that they are going to ask for experts in the field. So I don't have any problem with the makeup of the task force the way it is right now. I mean, the way it's proposed.
Thank you again, Fraser, for your testimony. Appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. Thank you, Representative Piscopo and Fraser. I don't see any more questions or hands raised in the room, so we appreciate your testimony and your perspective on this. I'm sure we're going to have multiple discussions on this topic going forward.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Next, we have Laura Simon, followed by Rebecca Dimitri.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. I am the president of the Connecticut Wildlife Rehabilitators Association. We're a statewide organization representing rehabilitators throughout the state. One of the big problems is our rehabilitators are witnessing the invisible destruction of wildlife through these second generation rodenticides. And we strongly support this bill. We feel that it's really important. Christine Cummings, who spoke to you from a place called Hope, is an example of one of our best raptor rehabilitators, and she is witnessing the impact of these toxins on wildlife, the tremendous impact. We feel this bill has many qualifiers and exemptions for agricultural and other commercial interests. It would not destroy the pest control industry, and we are firmly opposed to any exemptions being made for private pest control because we feel that is the big source of the problem. They should not be exempted. These second generation anticoagulant rodenticides are cheap and easy. It's very much like DDT when many applicators said they could not live without DDT. It would destroy their industry. But once we saw the tremendous ecological damage caused by DDT, they had to live without it, and they adapted ways. And I feel like we're on a similar course right now with these second generation rodenticides, where they are so harmful to the environment, so harmful to non-target wildlife, and so harmful to human health and safety that they absolutely need to be regulated, restricted, and replaced. So this is something we absolutely need to do. They're cheap and easy, but it's not a good solution. They're having too much of a terrible impact, a very damaging and cumulative impact on the food chain and the environment. California has set a great model for us, as you heard from Lisa Owens Vianelli. They're doing a great job of it. You're seeing our neighboring states in Massachusetts and New Jersey are taking action. This is all really important. There's no reason for us not to follow suit. And what we're seeing, some of these studies are truly alarming. I mean, you heard about California, 100% of the mountain lions, 90% of the bobcats that were studied had rodenticide exposure and high mortality rates we're seeing in Massachusetts. You heard about 100% of the red-tailed hawks. Necropsy at the Tufts School of Veterinary Medicine were positive for secondary generation rodenticide poisoning. It's a bad situation. It's something that we rehabilitators are experiencing, this sort of invisible impact and kind of making the alarm call. And it's something we need to absolutely reduce and replace. There are good solutions. They may not be as easy as these second generation rodenticides, but actually they are better. They're more long lasting, and we need to push the pest control industry into adopting some of these more ecologically sound methods. I feel that if we don't ban the second generation anticoagulant rodenticides, we're just giving them an easy out. So we need to motivate them to move into better solutions, which do exist, do work. We're seeing it in California, we're seeing it elsewhere, and we have to go that route. We have no choice unless we want to continue to poison our environment, which is detrimental not only to wildlife, but to our own health and safety.
Thank you. Would you please wrap up?
I will wrap up and just saying, I also want to oppose HB 5295 in terms of the large scale rabbit farming, confinement farming, that will be encouraging. We're concerned about the rabbit hemorrhagic disease that could easily be spread through this initiative. We think it's damaging and should be opposed. And we also want to support HB 5289 concerning the nighttime lighting of state-owned buildings. We think that's a positive move, and it's very important to helping to protect birds because the carnage, as you heard previously, is incredible. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, Laura, thank you for your testimony and for adding your voice to the previous individuals who have testified. Representative Michelle has a question.
Thank you. I'm just going to thank you also. And my wife and I took the partial course for rehabilitators. That was during the pandemic. And I know my wife is planning to take the course, which is coming up very soon. So wanted to say appreciate also your perspective from that angle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do want to just point out, thank you for that. But things like this, our rehabilitators get blown out when they cannot encounter and cannot deal with, mass mortality caused by some of these chemicals and toxins that, they just take in so many animals and they can't help them and they die in their hands, as Christine Cummings told you, and there's burnout because it's just too overwhelming. So we really need to deal with these environmental toxins that are afflicting our wildlife because, there's just no way we can help them with so much poison in the environment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Michelle, and thank you, Laura, again for your testimony. I'm sure your points were well taken. Next, we have Rebecca Dimitrik, followed by Anthony Giovanni.
Thanks, and nice pronouncing my name. That was great. Hi, committee members. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. My name is Rebecca Dimitrik, and I'm representing Humane Wildlife Control Association. I'm also a member of the pest control industry. Because I've been in the field of wildlife rescue and rehabilitation for over 40 years and 12 years in vertebrate pest control, I believe I'm in a very unique position to comment on SB 239. I have seen firsthand the impact anticoagulants have on wildlife, and I know most rodent infestations can be permanently resolved without poison. You won't hear this from the conventional pest control industry, however, because peddling these poisons is big business. You will hear, as you've heard, fear-mongering and proselytizing about how poisons are essential to public safety because they have got to keep people hooked on poison. It's too lucrative. Setting out poisoned food for rodents is not labor intensive, making it really profitable. And it does nothing to address the actual cause of an infestation. So repeat business is guaranteed. Contrary to what Ms. Millet's implied, you cannot gain control of a rodent population with poison, not unless you have a closed environment, no influx. If that's the case, why use poison at all? Let me address the bait stations, the containers referenced earlier by Lance Travato, which do not protect wildlife. Rats are known to grab chunks of poison from inside containers and carry them out into the environment, exposing children, pets, and other animals to these toxic substances. Secondly, the rodents don't die immediately. It can take days, during which time they become weak and easy prey. I have tested a number of rodents found dead and dying in residential yards and public parks. They contained high levels of poison. A roof rat with 36,000 parts per billion berdificum, a wood rat 6,000 parts per billion diphthiolone, a deer mouse 2,500 bromadiolone, poisoned prey that could have easily been eaten by a dog, a cat, an owl, a hawk. And just a note, first generation poisons are possibly even more dangerous because they can be broadcast, scattered. First and second generation anticoagulants are the new DDT. As they bioaccumulate, they remain in an animal system for a year or more. One poisoned rodent might not be enough to kill a bobcat, but repeated exposure will cause its demise. This is factual and science. The truth is, except for the rare situation, anticoagulants are obsolete. There are safer, more effective, and lasting solutions. Structural pest control operators don't need an exemption. They need to start actually solving infestations, not just applying a Band-Aid. So While I support this bill, it doesn't go far enough. All anticoagulants, first and second generation, should be banned from regular use throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca, for your testimony. I would agree. You are in a unique position to give us a perspective from both sides of the coin, as they say. I don't see any hands raised in the room, but we do appreciate you having spent some time with us on this. I do want to reiterate that I appreciate the perspective from both sides of the coin here. So point taken. Next, we have Anthony Giovanni, followed by Lori Brown.
Members of the Environment Committee, thank you for allowing me to provide testimony today on SB 239. On behalf of the Connecticut Nuisance Wildlife Control Operators Association, my name is Anthony Giovanni, and I work at JP McHale Pest Management, LLC. Protecting human health and property from commensal rodents is a task that we take very seriously, and the use of second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides, SGAR, is a very important tool in our toolbox, the use of which is not taken lightly. I'm here to ask that you do not ban SGARs for professional use in structural pest control. We need to control rodents for a variety of reasons, including rodents are known to spread 35 different diseases. Allergens in their urine can lead to asthma in children. Food contamination from manufacturing all the way through the chain to your home, and damage to electrical wiring in structures and automobiles. Believe it or not, rodenticide is not the first choice for a licensed professional, and instead we look to control rodents through structural exclusion, sanitation, and habitat modification, as well as your good old-fashioned mousetrap. Inside a structure, the house mouse can breed all year long. Just one pregnant female that finds her way into a structure can produce enough generations of offspring so that there could be 4,000 plus mice within 1 year. SGARs play an important role in reducing large populations such as this and overcoming environmental conditions that are beyond our control. The lack ours would place a disproportionate economic burden on those least able to afford service and lead to greater use of first generations or non-anticoagulant products. First generation products have known resistance and require more rodenticide to be placed in the environment as multiple doses are required, while a single dose is sufficient from using an SGAR. There are also preferred over non-anticoagulant products as they have an antidote of vitamin K1 that can be administered if a non-target animal were to get a hold of the product. Licensed professionals only apply SGARs in a manner consistent with the label in devices used to prevent non-target animals and children from being able to access the product. SGARs are currently regulated by both EPA and Connecticut DEEP, and when used by a licensed professional, there is minimal risk. I ask that you do not ban SGAR for professional use in structural pest control. I also wanted to talk about some of the things that have come up from earlier testimonies. One being that SGARs are not a single block. There's 4 different active ingredients that are out there that fall under SGARs, and they're all not created equal. They do have different levels of acute poisoning and secondary poisoning. Also, there are loopholes in the state law that allow second generation products to be purchased by the general public, either being brought in across state lines, bought over the internet, or bought for what the EPA would say is agricultural use, but can be bought by anyone going to the right place that sells the product.
I'm sorry, Mr. Giovanni, your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giovanni, for your testimony. And I would just have I don't know, a rhetorical question, but what do you think that your peers are doing in California now that California has banned? It's a state that's multiple times the size of Connecticut. So there must be some sort of pathway to an alternative for the professionals in California, if you know. I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but
Sure. So I certainly don't know specifically, but what I could tell you is if we didn't have SGRs in situations where rodenticide use was needed, we'd need to use either non-anticoagulant products, or we would need to use first generation products. And then, we would also have to be doing services that are more labor intensive. And would have a larger economic impact to clients. This is very important when you start to come into multifamily housing units and apartment buildings and different things along those lines, where the economics of it really make a difference. A customer right now that wants us to use different traps and not use rodenticide and to properly seal up their home and such, we're certainly happy to do. The problem is that's a smaller percentage of the customer base, really boiling down to the economics of what that type of servicing cost.
But do you offer that to them? I'm sure, look,
absolutely.
I don't see the objection to someone that is hiring you when given the option of hey, do I want to spread poison around my own house, or go a more environmentally friendly, not for me, myself, my children, my potential pets going forward. I just think that the acceptance of something like that would be higher than the small percentage or so.
So we certainly do offer it. Unfortunately, in the cases where it's not taken, it's due to economics. The customer either doesn't see the need to go that far or cannot afford to do everything that needs to be done. Some houses are much easier to get control of because of the structure and the maintenance that's been done to the structure. And then there's many other structures that are very porous and have much larger problems.
Mr. Giovanni, don't go anywhere. Representative Palm has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Giovanni, I'm just interested in the mechanism for getting this vitamin K solution or antidote into an animal that's been injured. I understand if your dog eats a rat that has ingested this, you can make the dog come to you and you can take it to the vet and you can fix it. How do you administer vitamin K to an eagle?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the answer to that. It's not what I do. Certainly vitamin K1 is there as an antidote, but I understand. It's when we have a non-target, like if a child or a cat or a dog or something were to get into the product, certainly it's there and available for it. I would not be able to speak to a bird.
Well, I just think that to use your term non-target, I think the point of this bill is that raptors are non-targets. Birds, animals in the wild are our definition of a non-target. So it's a little bit concerning to me because, as much as I respect and understand what you do, we're talking primarily about animals which are not pets and which are not under our control. Are we not?
No, you certainly are. First and foremost, our position is to protect human health and all the viruses and all the different things that can happen by having a home infested with rodents. Certainly there's a place for others as well, but I think human health comes first and foremost.
Yep, I hear you. Thank you. Thank you for being with us at this late hour.
Thank you, Anthony. I don't see any more hands raised in the rooms. We appreciate your testimony and the perspective. Next, we have Lori Brown, followed by Jonah Lepar.
Yes, hello, Representative Gresco, Senator Cohen, members of the Environment Committee. It's good to see you all again. My name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters, and I have really appreciate the opportunity to present some testimony on several bills on your agenda. So we've submitted written testimony on 5 of the items tonight on the agenda, but tonight I'll just be commenting briefly on 3 of them. And then you're going to hear in a few minutes from Megan McIntyre, our policy advocate, who's going to be testifying on the other 2. I'm going to be speaking about SB 236 regarding backup for the diesel emissions at data centers, SB 240 to address the problem of salt contamination in our water, and HB 5289 concerning light pollution impacts on migratory birds. And Megan is going to speak to the rodenticide issue that you're hearing about now, and also the 243, the climate smart agriculture. So I'm going to use most of my time on 236. CTLCV is strongly in support of SB 236 to put some reasonable protections in place to help curb diesel emissions at data centers. And I just want to remind you that when lawmakers voted to provide the incentives to attract data centers, the bill was pushed through as an emergency certification. And because of that, there was no committee review or opportunity for public input that would normally have taken place like we're having tonight. Legislators who tried unsuccessfully to have the emission standards included in the bill were promised that this new law would be amended. And that is why it passed overwhelmingly. Data centers are absolutely the most energy intensive building types, and they consume 10 to 50 times the energy per floor space of a typical commercial office building. And right now there's very little to prevent data centers from simply deciding when and how often they want to use these diesel backup generators. As you heard from Deep, peak shaving happens on the worst air quality days possible when there's highest demand for electricity. And there are sources of backup generation available besides diesel that can meet our clean air standards, because diesel is absolutely the worst choice. We can attract new business and keep clean air. And in fact, I think it's safe to say that clean air and water really are essential to a healthy economy. So the other 2 bills I want to mention quickly are 240 and 5289. So as you know, the aim of 240 is to reduce road salt contamination in our wells and waterways. The salt we use to de-ice our roads ends up in our rivers, threatening our public water supply and aquatic life. The bill sets up a training certification program for contractors doing winter road treatment. And so we very much support that. It is a problem that's been around for quite some time, and it does need to be addressed. I know a lot of the water groups are really anxious to see that go through. And lastly, HB 5289 would help address the lethal impacts of light pollution on migratory birds passing through Connecticut. So you've heard already, most birds do migrate at night, and they can become very disoriented by nighttime lighting from buildings. This legislation would help reduce outdoor lighting at night during peak migrations. And so that's all I'm going to say for right now. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you for your patience. You have a question from Representative Palm.
Hey, Lori, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Quick question about the, and you may not know the answer to this, so you know I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I've been listening to testimony about the light pollution bill.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody has really talked about the safety that we might lose if we dim or turn off these lights. I'm assuming these lights are on top of buildings, so it's not going to like increase muggings or the kind of crime that lurks in the shadows, right? So do you have any response to that? Because I think one of the pushbacks we might get is that nighttime illumination is about crime. So are we talking about, the Etna puts a big thing in the sky instead of on the ground? And has anybody ever talked to you about this, or can you help me with, think through what that might look like?
Well, this has been an issue for quite a few years now. And the Dark Sky Association was the first group to bring it up before the lawmakers, like 10 years ago. And so actually, what you've got mostly are hooding over light, because like in parking lots, for example, in malls, I'm not saying that this bill would address that, but like you'll have lights that shoot straight up into the sky for absolutely no purpose whatsoever when they parking lot is empty. And so you have the hooded lights. So that will be directing the light down where you want it to be. So any sort of concerns about where lighting needs to be, if there's safety issues or whatever, you have the hooding. This is really both an energy issue though, and an environmental issue, because you don't want to just have light burning all night long that doesn't need to be used. So I think there's, I mean, there's also, I imagine since 10 years ago, there's probably even more solutions and different ways for electricians and others to install these lights that would be perfectly fine for safety purposes.
Thank you, Lori. I hadn't actually even thought about hoods. Of course, you're right, directing it down on the ground where it needs to be. And then it also, you know, we're not talking about trees in this regard, but it always sort of galls me when people put a big spotlight on a specimen tree, like a beautiful birch in their front yard, because the tree relies on the circadian rhythm just as we do. And that illumination all night long kind of disrupts their ability to photosynthesize and whatnot. So anyway, thank you again for your wonderful work that you always do, and for making me understand the difference about the mechanics of the lights. I really appreciate that.
Sure, I'd be happy to talk with you more about it after.
Thank you, Representative Palm. And Lori, I don't see any more hands raised in the room, so appreciate your testimony and your patience.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Next, we have Jonah Lepar, followed by Megan McCumber. Jonah.
Oh, sorry. About
how
that.
are you, pal?
Hi, I'm good. My name is Jonah Lepar. I'm a middle school student in Simsbury, and I testified at the last hearing in favor of banning the use of polystyrene in schools and restaurants, as well as the use of neonicotinoids and chlorpyrifos for non-agricultural uses. Today, I'm testifying in support of Bills 239 and 5,291, which would ban the use of certain rodenticides and increase funds for the construction and maintenance of ways and bike paths. First, I'll testify in support of Bill 239 concerning rodenticides, specifically second-generation anticoagulant rodenticides. According to the EPA, these rodenticides are prone to build up in the bodily tissues of the rodents that they're used on, and so they pose a significant threat to predators that eat these rodents, such as hawks, falcons, owls, and eagles. These raptors are important to ecosystems as they are a major factor in regulating the populations of the rodents that they eat. Rodent overpopulation can have multiple negative effects, including the risk of damage to crops, overstressing the populations of plants and invertebrates that they feed on, and spreading disease to humans. And so, ironically, the overuse of these toxic rodenticides could actually lead to increased numbers of rodents in certain areas. It would also be a great loss to lose Connecticut's multiple majestic species of raptors, such as the red-tailed hawk, bald eagle, and great horned owl. For these reasons, I strongly urge the committee to formally draft this bill and pass it out of the committee. Next, I'll testify in support of Bill 5291, which would authorize state bonding for the funding of bike paths and greenways. I'm a regular biker and a member of the Farmington Valley Youth Cycling Team in the Connecticut Cycling Advancement Program, which is an organization that's dedicated to allowing youth across the state to join up with other like-minded cyclists. During our rides in the summer, we often ride along the Farmington Canal Heritage Trail, which runs all the way from New Haven into Massachusetts. Trails like these provide not only abundant opportunities for physical activity, but also a safe and enjoyable way of carbon-free transportation, improve community connections and mental health, offer an accessible way of experiencing nature, and support small businesses located along the trail. There's also a potential plan area to expand this trail with a pass over the Metacomet mountain range like this. Connecting and expanding upon these trails would offer thousands of people the opportunity to engage with their community, stay healthy, and connect with nature. So I strongly recommend that this bill be formally drafted. Thank you.
Jonah, thank you for your testimony and for your patience in waiting to give that testimony. How's the environmental group at school going?
Doing well. We just started a composting program today at our school.
There you go. You want to be chair? Thank you for your giving us hope going forward. You have a question from Senator Cohen. Don't go anywhere.
Not so much a question, Jonah, but I just want to again say how impressed I am by you being a middle school student and doing all of this advocacy work. clearly doing a lot of research on these important issues and taking the time to sign up to testify. It means so much, and you are really, truly a role model for students across the state, and I'm amazed, and I just think it's fantastic. So thank you so much, Jonah, for being with us and for your patience.
Thank you.
Jonah, have a good evening, and I'm sure we'll see you next Monday. Next on our list is Megan.
Hi, good evening. Sorry, I don't know if my connection's going in and out, so just let me know if you can't see me or hear me.
Well, you're good to go.
Great, thank you. Well, good evening, honored co-chair Senator Cohen, Representative Gresco, Vice Chairs Slapp and Representative Palm, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Megan Macumber, and I'm a policy advocate with the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. You just heard from our Executive Director, Lori Brown, a few minutes ago, and I'm going to discuss the remaining two bills that CTLCV is testifying on today. SB 239, an act prohibiting the use of rodenticides for the protection of hawks, raptors, and other wildlife, and SB 243, an act concerning climate-smart agricultural practices. Wildlife rehabilitators and biologists are seeing Connecticut's birds of prey dying from rodenticide poisoning at alarming rates. A recent study by Tufts University Wildlife Clinic tested 43 red-tailed hawks and found that 100% tested positive for rodenticides. Hawks, owls, raptors, pets, and other animals can unknowingly consume a rodent that has been poisoned with second-generation anticoagulants and suffer painful side effects and often die as a result. Our original written testimony was updated with regards to what this bill would do. These rodenticides are highly concentrated, dangerous poisons, and we urge the committee to support this legislation and oppose exemptions for private applicators to protect Connecticut's, exemptions for private applicators so that we can protect Connecticut's birds of prey from the excessive threats they pose. SB 243, concerning climate-smart agricultural practices, follows the recommendations, including in the GC3 section on working in natural lands. Our farmlands and the farmers that tend to them play a critical role in combating the adverse effects of climate change. Climate-smart practices help preserve the quality of farmlands and sequester carbon from the atmosphere. This includes soil health improvements, replanting of vegetation on land or streams that are vulnerable to erosion, improvement of water runoff and irrigation efficiency, removal of invasive plants, utilizing legume cover crops, and spreading more compost. By providing reimbursement for agricultural restoration plans with priority funding given to Black, Indigenous, people of color, and new farmers, Connecticut can equitably bring our agricultural practices into the future while helping to preserve our farmland and mitigate the impacts of climate change. Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the testimony on the final two bills and for your patience. I don't see any hands raised in the room, so we're going to move on to our next person who's going to testify, and that is Susan Pronovost, followed by Annie Hornish.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Susan Pronovost. I am the Executive Director of the Connecticut Greenhouse Growers Association. In my own life, I am an urban farmer, a greenhouse grower, and a food processor in Waterbury. The Connecticut Greenhouse Growers Association wholeheartedly endorses Senate Bill 243. The greenhouse industry leads agriculture in innovation and controlled growing environments. One of our growers in particular has a 2.5 megawatt solar field that he has taken blighted land and turned it into a solar field that becomes a peaking facility in the summertime when Mother Nature does all the heating and sunlight, and he's able to return electricity back to the grid for use by consumers. It is these types of technologies are being utilized across the board, with the exception of some of our smaller farmers. It's just getting to the point now where we're looking for more public investment in these types of technologies because the cost is becoming overwhelming. Collectively, when you take some of our smaller farms, maybe 150 or so greenhouse operations, they have a tremendous energy consumption, but their agricultural output is also very significant. The Connecticut greenhouse industry is 33% of Connecticut's agricultural sector. We bring $390 million of economic impact to the state and support 4,500 jobs between 200 farms. And that's a study that was commissioned by us under a grant by Farm Credit East, who holds all the proprietary information on the state's farmers. As such, we also endorse House Bill 5295 with one exception under Section 2. We would request that, given the weight, commanding structure of our importance in Connecticut agriculture, that the green industry be given 2 seats on this council. We feel that we can lend a great deal of expertise in terms of innovations and strategic development, and we welcome the opportunity to participate in state government. And the rest of my comments are on file in written testimony, and I thank you very much for staying through this late hour. And I'll take any questions.
Oh, yeah, we're just finishing up your comments on 5295 and taking notes. My apologies. Thank you for hanging out so long and giving your testimony. Don't go anywhere yet, though. You have a question from Representative Reyes.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Hello.
Chair. Hey, Ms. Susan, good evening. Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for your advocacy and your continued support of what I call urban renewal down here in Waterbury. So continued success to you, and we'll continue this conversation in private. So thank you very much for your advocacy.
Thank you, Representative Reyes. Always a pleasure.
It's not bad. Susan, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And for your patience, and we look forward to hearing more success stories out of Waterbury.
Thank you.
Next, we have Annie Hornish, followed by Everett Weaver.
Thank you, Representative Gresco. Co-Chair Cohen, Co-Chair Gresco, Vice Chair Slapp, Vice Chair Palm, Ranking Member Minor, Ranking Member Harding, and honorable members of the Environment Committee. I'm here today to testify on 3 bills. Bill number 1 is in opposition to House Bill 5295, a DOAG bill which in part promotes the slaughter of rabbits for food. This DOAG concept just had a public hearing last week on March 1st in the Commerce Committee under House Bill 5263. And this is therefore a redundant public hearing, a corruption of the normal process, and highly confusing to our Connecticut supporters. The language is identical. The Commerce Committee bill received over 100 testimonies in opposition and none in support. And I respectfully ask this Environment Committee to consider the House Bill 5263 testimonies as they relate to 5295. With both these bills, DOAG is attempting to create regulations for a product that is simply not in demand. Further, this bill may exacerbate spread of the highly transmissible and fatal rabbit hemorrhagic disease, which is making its way east. Finally, in light of the emerging viral threats that jump the species barrier from animals to humans, like SARS, HIV-1, and COVID-19, DOAG should instead be promoting plant-based markets, including expansion and innovation of plant-based proteins and eventually cultivated meat, to ensure a greater availability of more diverse, safe, and dependable protein sources. This is the true direction of innovation in agriculture. Promoting rabbit slaughter is not innovative. It is lazy, unimaginative, and cruel. The second bill I'd like to address is Senate Bill 239, which we support, and that would be on certain anticoagulant rodenticides. We, like others, we suggest an amendment for a complete ban and apply that to both state and private lands, as the spread of these toxins throughout the food chain, from insects to predators, does not discriminate based on property lines. As was mentioned earlier, humane solutions exist for management, including sanitation and exclusion, removal of attractants, and deterrents like cayenne pepper, botanical repellents, and fertility control, which is a burgeoning area. Finally, the third bill we support part of Senate Bill 234, that the part that pertains to the increased funding for the Animal Population Control Program. within DOAG. We support it, and we also offer 2 suggestions for improvement. The first is to increase funding for the Feral Cat Grant Program. This, and I'll direct you to 2 tables within my testimony that shows a breakdown by, there's 3 voucher programs. The Feral Cat Grant Program is the most efficient by far, yet it's the lowest funded. So that's one suggestion we offer. And secondly, if you would, we're asking that you consider modernizing the name of this grant program to the Community Cat Grant Program to better reflect the tremendous community benefit inherent in this highly successful program. And that's all I have, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you for your testimony and for sticking with us for the good part of the day. Representative Michelle has a question.
Yes, I just wanted to thank Annie for amazing work and testimony as always. I just was going to go back to the market. You did also say that you're not aware of any markets for rabbit meat.
No, no, we're not at all. Quite the opposite. And that was brought up earlier. Whole Foods did try to carry rabbit meat, and there was a pretty significant public protest. Frankly, the market would exist here in Connecticut. It's through other, you'd be seeing it in supermarkets if there was a market for it. It's as simple as that. There is no market. Rabbits are widely considered as pets now, like dogs. Like it's the same revulsion where most people have to considering dog meat is rabbits are joining that realm. So no, there is no market.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Annie, again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. I don't see any other hands raised in the room, Annie. So again, thanks for the testimony and for hanging with us for the majority of the day.
Thank you, and thank you all for your service.
Next, we have Everett Weaver, followed by Susan Mitchell. Everett, I know you've been anxious.
Now for something completely different. My name is Everett Weaver. I'm just going to be speaking on behalf of the Connecticut Water Pollution Abatement Association pertaining to raised Bill 238, specifically Section 1, that pertains to testing for wastewater treatment plant operator licensing. At present, DEP runs the program. They develop the test, administer the test, correct the test. It's an old-fashioned fill-in-the-dot paper test that they do. Due to the pandemic and some of the emergency powers that the governor got, he enabled us to go into an electronic remote testing program for licenses, of which you do at a secure location. They monitor and proctor the tests, and it's all based on computer. This bill will enable us to go to that testing program. It brings us into the 21st century with a modernized test. Operators are able to take a test when they're ready to take that versus the twice-a-year test that DEP now runs. It'll actually reduce the cost for DEP since they don't have to develop the test and administer the test. They normally have 2 or 3 locations in the state that are proctored by at least 2 of their staffers. We would like to see in the future some monetary considerations that DEP does not have to do all the work anymore. The only thing that they're going to be doing is validating the credentials of the operator once he passes the test in order to issue a license. I'll be happy to take any questions from you.
Thank you, Everett. Thanks for your testimony and for your perseverance. In the couple of years since this has been an online procedure that you're talking about as far as the testing goes, no glitches, no, just what's the feedback you're getting from your members?
Not that I'm aware of any glitches. However, the testing program, I believe, was online for only 1 year, or a portion for that the governor had allowed it to happen. As far as I know, I have heard no bad feedback about it. The only thing is that an operator should know, does have to know that if he is qualified in order to be able to obtain his license.
Everett, thank you again for the perspective and for your testimony in support of the bill. I don't see any hands raised in the room. So again, I appreciate your testimony, and we'll keep you updated on the path of this bill going forward.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, and then we're gonna bring it home now with Susan Mitchell.
Thank you, everyone. I'm impressed by the longevity of this committee. Senator Cohen, Representative Grasco, co-chairs of the committee, and everyone else here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today in support of SB 243, an act concerning climate smart agricultural practices. I am a farmer in Columbia, 10 minutes from Willimantic, just near the Lebanon line. I'm a first generation farmer, and I grow certified organic vegetables for my immediate community in Eastern Connecticut. And I am one of the co-founders of the the New Connecticut Farmer Alliance. And you heard from one of my colleagues earlier today. And as a beginning farmer, which USDA classified as someone who's been farming for 10 years or less, I'm one of those folks that really benefits from some of the programs that the Department of Agriculture supports for farmland restoration. I farm on a very old property that we are completely renovating, and it has been largely neglected for the last 50 years. And it's typically young farmers and beginning farmers that get land that's marginal and can use every dollar towards helping grow their business. Because I'm an organic grower, I already practice a lot of what you would consider climate smart practices. That certification costs me, quite a bit of money every single year. But I believe it's right for the environment, and that's how I would like to grow my food and food for other people. So I'll keep my comments short, but I just think in light of a changing climate and unforeseen weather events, it is smart to invest our state dollars in practices for the agricultural community specifically. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Susan, thank you for staying with us till the end and for your perspective on the bill, and also for, I speak for probably the entire state when I say thank you for your career choice and keeping farming viable and here in the state of Connecticut. I see a hand raised. Representative Callahan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief question, Susan. You said, I believe I heard you say that it costs a considerable amount to be recertified.
It does.
Can you clarify what that is?
So in order to get a USDA organic certification, I have to submit an application every year, and I get an on-site inspection every year. That is for USDA.
What about for Connecticut?
Connecticut does not have such a thing. So organic certification is run through the USDA, and then there are different entities around the country that certify in different geographic areas. So in Connecticut, most people certify through Bay State Organic Certifiers or through New York Northeast Organic Farming Association. And so they're the ones that actually conduct the process.
I'm sorry you have to, what you're doing is a good thing. I was just hoping that the state of Connecticut wasn't charging me a lot of money as well. But thank you for testifying, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the allowing me the time.
Thank you, Representative Callahan, and Susan, again, thanks for all you do here in the state of Connecticut and for your support of the bill. That concludes the public portion of our public hearing. Before everyone takes off, though, I just wanted to do a little bit of housekeeping. As you know, we have a joint public hearing this Friday with the Transportation Committee. beginning at 11 o'clock concerning SB 4, House Bill 5093, and I can't remember the third one. Yeah, there's a third bill, and so that starts at 11. FYI, we will have our final public hearing a week from today to finish up the bills that we voted on to draft. And my text is going off, so let's make sure I'm not forgetting something or goofing something up. Yeah, no, I didn't goof anything up. So thank you again, everybody. We got off easy tonight. It was only, what do we think? 9 hours. There you go. We're getting better. Thanks for everyone's attention in this, and of course, it's an honor serving with you on the committee. And we'll probably see you Friday. Have a good night, everybody.
And everyone.
Thank you.